welcome to Jcsa's channel for racing here in Saudi Arabia. We're here in Riyadh at King Abdulaziz racetrack, and we have 12 races for you today. 10 maidens, 2 races for previous winners. And I say we, it's not just myself, Tom Collins. I'm joined by the brilliant and ever reliable Rory Delaghi. How are you, Rory?
Not feeling quite so brilliant at the moment, but hopefully we'll be up and running. It's always it's always a lot of work when you see these big fields of maidens, and the Thursday cards can be a little bit harder to get into than the big race days, the Fridays and the Saturdays. But lots of clues through the day, so it should be an interesting day's racing. Yeah, lots of runners, hopefully a fair few winners in the studio, but it's going to be super tough. 12 races, as we say, 10 maidens. Is there any horse, and I know you said don't say this, but come on out, but is there any horse or race in particular that you're looking forward to today? There is no. To be honest, there's no real stuff. There's a few horses we've seen before. There's a few old favourites running. Yeah. But no, I was struggling to find a superstar on the card, really.
I agree with that, but Jimmy Jerkins has 3 runners. He is a superstar.
Jimmy is one of the real stars of the show here, and it's always interesting when he has runners in those red stable colours. And we'd expect him to hit the ground running here. He certainly did last year. He was slow to get going at Taif last year, just making sure that everything was right with the horses, not wanting to run them until they were 100%, and that's paid off really well for him in the season. Exactly,
and the thing is with Jimmy, I spoke to him in the off-season. Obviously, this is the first time you'll see the English-speaking broadcast here in Riyadh. I spoke to Jimmy in the off-season, and he said last year the one thing that he really learned about racing in Saudi Arabia compared to US, where he previously trained, was that you have to bring a horse fit to the track, because if you don't, they'll be out the back. It's not like you can get away with it here. The surfaces, especially in Taif, but here in Riyadh as well, they are taxing, and you need that stamina and proven fitness.
Absolutely, yeah, it really does show you, especially when we see races for unraced local horses or very lightly raced, you see the fields get really strung out and horses really struggle to finish their races off.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see plenty of maidens today where horses have been struggling in the past, but they're great opportunities for horses to get a win on the board and then find themselves in handicaps or non-winners at 2 events. It's going to be a pretty good card, and hopeful that we're going to get some winners. Okay, there's a third member of our team that we should introduce, and that is Mr. Callum Helliwell, who's over in the paddock.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, just having a few technical difficulties there, nothing to be too concerned about, but it is very, very good to be back here at King Abdulaziz, the racecourse here in the beautiful country of Saudi Arabia, in the capital city of Riyadh. And as has been mentioned, 12 races to look forward to today. But we already have some breaking news, because I can't be a reporter on course and not get you any breaking news to start with, and that is about turf racing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about the green stuff. Last year, we had 25 races on the turf. We started our season in January and we ran right through to beyond the Saudi Cup, but it changes this year. This year we're going to start on December the 7th. That's right, December the 7th we will have our first races on the turf, and including that we will have 44 races on the turf, which is an increase of round about just over 70% as well. My math isn't the strongest there, but looking forward to getting really stuck into the action on the turf and see what's going on the green stuff. Meanwhile, today, with these 12 races on the card, the highlight for me has to be the non-winners of 2 contest. Probably our feature on this card features a few horses that we remember from last year running as 2-year-olds. They are now 3. It will be exciting to see how they all get on, but we must move to the first race on the card, and Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and riders.
Good afternoon to you and everyone. Looking forwards to getting back and stuck into the action here at Riyadh. Let's have a look at the field for our first of the day then. We begin with this maiden, which is underway in about 15 minutes' time. Number 1 is Al-Fad Abdullah Al-Qredis, 2 Asdi Mohammed Al-Hubail. 3 doesn't go in this one. Number 4 is Estad. 5 Gala Sad, that's Ahmed Al-Tayyar. 6 is Glowing Diamond, interesting newcomer Abdullah Al-Lawfi. And 7 is Janzor, that one the mount of Rakan Al-Obeid. We'll head over the page next to number 8, Jofan, Thab Al-Timiyat, then the 9, Kifan, Fahad Al-Faradi, and 10 is Mad Al-Wasil, that's Norwef Al-Muddiani. Number 11, also an absentee, which means the next is the 12, Mushtarek. 13, Mutla, that's one towards the top end of the international betting at the moment. 14, Sakir Al-Anaya, that's Abdullah Al-Hussein. Over the page we go again to number 15, CC Senor, that's Alexis Moreno. 16, Well Without End, that's a British bred horse, Asil Al-Shahani. Number 17 doesn't go, that's another absentee. So then the 18, Brandaisi, Turkey Alofi. 19, Al-Walid, that's Ayad Al-Turisi. And then we've got a couple of reserves who'll get their chance. That's the 20, Al-Aswak, and 21, Batal will go. So 13, 11, 17, and 22, the ones to scratch out of this field. I can tell you that Mutla, as we said, 15 to 8, top end of the betting here for the opener, but he's drawn wide, and that makes things very interesting. Glowing Diamond, lower drawn, could be interesting. That's the field for the first, as we head back to Callum.
Runners are in the parade ring ahead of race 1. This is Division 1 of our maiden here today. We're going over the 1,200 metres, and this is for our 3-year-olds. So remember, these are horses who didn't manage to get their heads in front last season or are making a little bit of a delayed start to racing. Let's have a look at them in the parade ring. Horse straight behind me is horse number 1 here. This is Al Fad in these beautiful blue and white colours, which we know so well from last season. A horse here who's only had the 1 start, but he'll be looking to do a little bit better than what we saw on debut. A few of the others in here worth noting. One of the horses that immediately caught my eye, horse number 5, is an absolute stunner in this parade ring. That is Gala Thad, a horse who's had a little bit more experience than many of these in this field. Gala Thad is a gorgeous, gorgeous individual here, out by Motown here. This horse number 5 is absolutely stunning. Big, strong type as well. Has come on massively since the 2-year-old. I remember him last season thinking he was quite a nice horse, but right now he's looking absolutely gorgeous. A really, really good individual here as well. Some of the others that are catching my eye as they all come in. Horse number 13 looks quite nice in the parade ring too. That's Mutla, that's your international market leader here. Horse number 13. Now we'll have a good look at that when it eventually comes round to us. Probably one of the ones here that will certainly have a chance, and I can understand why. Plenty of connections are in here. I have just seen, let me grab my cameraman Mustafa for 2 seconds. Mustafa, I've just seen Mr. Naif Al-Anazi. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Good to see you. Naif, what are you riding in this first race today?
Stasa, this name horse.
Stasa will be your right. Do you think you're going to have a good enough chance today on the Stasa?
I hope so, inshallah. Last week he finished 4 with me, but 1,800 today, the short distance. I hope so, but the source, I think he's more better 1 mile, 1,800, but I hope so, inshallah, today, good racing for him.
So we're dropping back in trip here today. Are you going to try and make the running? Are you going to try and go in front?
Yeah, I hope so, because today I put for this horse blanket. I hope so, inshallah, today he's coming more better. And good luck for all my brother, and good season, good starting season in Riyadh for all, inshallah.
Hopefully a good start to the season for you too. Now let's go back to the studio, guys. That's Naif Al-Anazi, who's got a pretty decent chance today on a horse who's dropping back in trip.
Thank you very much, Callum, and great to hear from Naif Al-Anazi there. Hopefully we'll hear from him plenty during this season here in Riyadh. He was one of the leading lights last season with his rides in the Arabian races for the Al Khaladirs and in the thoroughbred races too. He's going to ride horse number 4, Estad here. Any chance? Big price on the market right now.
Did improve last time out. That's the one positive with Estad. Had shown pretty moderate form, but picked up when 4th of 19 to Asil Al-Fawz. In meeting 41. That was raced and trip to a mile and a furlong, though. That's the thing. It seemed to me that the distance was as likely as anything to be the reason for the improvement. But at least we know he's up to full fitness now, so should be going on at the finish here, but needs to improve a little bit on the figures to be involved.
Yeah, I completely agree. And blinkers are fitted today instead of cheek pieces, so maybe we'll see some improvement for the change of headgear. We just saw in shot there horse number 7, Jan Zor, who is one of the market leaders, currently second favourite in the international markets at 11-4. What do you think about Jan Zor? Interesting connections by Magna Graecia?
Yeah, it's got a decent pedigree. Showed form in Ireland for Darren Bunyan. Was second at Bellewstown last summer. Was returned from a while off, from a year essentially off the track at Taif recently. Led that day, but faded quite tamely out of it. Looked pretty rusty that day. On the figures, he's got a chance. He's got an official rating of 68, which sees him very competitive in a race of this nature. He needs to step up on what he did last time out, but that was probably badly needed.
Yeah, I agree. As you say, weakened pretty tamely on the home turn that day, so needs to sustain the effort for a lot longer in the race. And obviously going up in distance today, that's not necessarily a guarantee. So I think at that price, albeit the pedigree and the connections are interesting, I think you need to see a little bit more from Jan Zor. A couple of long shots passing through the picture right now, but horse number 12 in shot just there was Mushterek, currently 9-2, sorry, on the international market. Had 10 starts. Any chance here, Rory?
He's been tried over for his best form for Richard Fahey. He was over 5 and 6 furlongs in the UK. Was placed, has been placed over a mile here at in August, but below best in handicaps since over 2,000 metres. I would have thought 2,000 metres would stretch him. So there is a chance that Mushterek gets back on track, reverting to a sprint trip, but does need to, based on the last 2 runs.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and also has the first start for New Connections today. We should move on to the favourite now. Before we do that, we'll go back to Callum in the paddock.
Parade ring here ahead of race number 1, and I've seen one of my favourite jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, Mr. Alex Moreno. How are you?
Hi, Karen. How you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. Are you okay?
Yeah, good to see you here, man.
Good to see you too. I see you had quite a good Taif season as well.
Well, we done well, so I hope we can end in well too, you know.
Exactly. We can pick up now. Talking about this ride you've got in the first race, a little bit of a chance here, I thought.
Yeah, he ran in Taif. He finished 4 with me, I thought. So today 1,200, that day was 1,600, so I think he has more chance today, so I hope we can do well.
Yeah, so for everyone at home, that's CC Senor for Alex Moreno in this race. The Taif track, very tight, very deep. Do you think he'll enjoy Riyadh?
Sure, he will enjoy today, and, you know, I wish you good luck to everyone, that's all.
And good luck to you too. Very big season for you. Best of luck in this race.
Thank you, Karen.
Yes, gentlemen, that's Alex Moreno. So we're just with Alex Moreno there. Let's have a look at these horses as they get mounted up here. We'll have a good chance to take a look at everyone getting involved. One of the debutants is coming past me now, horse number 8, Jofan. That's a horse who's making his first start here as well. Under Serb Altimiat will be on board this one. Good-looking rider and a good-looking horse as well. It's probably a little less developed than some of our other horses in this contest, but certainly looking forward to see how he gets on. And I think it's interesting, these 3-year-old races. We're talking about horses who have seen the track before. A lot of these horses could have gone into handicaps, but they've chosen this as they're still maidens. A horse like number 8 is a horse who's making racecourse debut today. Looking at a horse who might have a little bit more to find experience-wise. Now, in behind him, we have horse number 9, Kafan. This is a British-bred runner in this field by the mighty Cracksman. I'll just get my cameraman if we just have a look at Kafan here, horse number 9. One of the better-looking runners in this field as well. Cracksman always throws some absolutely gorgeous individuals. He's a really nice type, this, and a horse that will look to build on previous experience. Has had the 5 runs, but it was a career best effort last time out, finishing 4th. Has got a little bit warm under the saddle, but there's not too much of a concern. Certainly not concern for me. And remember, Farhad Al Faradi on board, one of the best jockeys here from one of the best jockey families in Saudi Arabia. Hopefully the Al Faradis can get off to a very good start. Gentlemen, it's back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Kadam. Great to hear from Alex Moreno. Of course, we'll probably hear from him today. He's got a fair few good rides, and we'll hear from him plenty in the future. He's already had 19 winners in the season at Taif, and there was Nath in the shots just there. We've heard from him earlier. He rides horse number 4, Estad here. Rory, it's time to move on to the market leader, the horse that basically they've all got to beat. Horse number 13, Mutla, currently 15-8 on the international market. I thought this horse was a clear standard setter.
Yeah, has a rating of 77, and I think also has less questions to answer than 1 or 2 of these are fairly highly rated as well. His best effort probably came when second to Yatafel. He's a useful performer. That was in Taif last year. Had been off for a year before his latest run, and I thought he showed plenty behind one on the same colours in the Prince Saud colours, Mobashir last time out. He looked like he was going to play a part in the finish off the home bend, and just faded as if that run was needed after a year absence. I thought there was plenty of promise in that. He's going to come on for it. Fitness on his side. I think he should take a lot of beating now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I definitely think Mutla is the horse to beat, and any horse that does beat Mutla, as you just saw him there going down to post before we switched to horse number 9, Kefan, any horse that does beat Mutla will probably win this race. I think Mutla will be 2nd or 3rd if he doesn't manage to win. That run last time, as you say, was just struck like a performance of a horse who needed the race. Comes back a little bit fitter now against a pretty beatable group, I'd say, for this kind of division. Obviously, Division 1 of the maiden here. This race has been split into 2 races, but this is a prime opportunity for Mutla, providing he can get across from stall 14.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a question mark, but I think there's so much what looks like dead wood in this race that I think it'd be a bit easier than normal to get across from a wide draw. We saw last season that a wide draw wasn't necessarily a problem here, much more so than Taif, that horses who sort of hung out wide on the track and waited for for space to move over, were able to get very competitive without using up too much horse. And that was probably the issue in Taif. If you were drawn wide, you had to work hard to get across, and that left you vulnerable in the finish. It doesn't have to be that way at Riyadh.
Absolutely. Actually, I thought at some points last season being drawn wide was an actual bonus, a positive, because it allowed you to find your spot rather than being forced to either go for speed early or take that kick back.
Yeah, if you're on the inside here, you want to get on the rail and you want to make sure that no one falls in your lap. Whereas if you're drawn wide, you can just use your natural pace to find a natural position in the field, and that seemed to work very well, particularly for the top riders.
Absolutely. A couple of horses that we haven't touched on so far then. Horse number 6, Glowing Diamond, I thought was very interesting. First time starter in this race, hasn't been missed in the international markets at 11-2. Abdullah Al Alfi, who was one of the better riders last year, partners this horse for Gaith Al Gaith. And I mean, we don't have any form to go off here, but the pedigree is relatively interesting. He's an unraced gelding by 2019 Grade 1 Woodward Stakes winner Preservationist. So lots of US pedigree there, which should suit on the track.
Yeah, he's out of a Curlin mare as well, isn't he? My Curlina represents a top yard here, Gaith Al Gaith, who was, you know, in the top 20 of probably in the top 10 in the Trainers' Championship last season, and yeah, definitely one you had to be interested in the paddock. And with that US pedigree, he wouldn't have to be as good as his pedigree suggests to get involved here if fully fit.
Completely agree. Okay, so we've covered plenty of horses in this race. I'm going to go for horse number 13, Mutla. It's unoriginal considering this horse's favourite. Are you with me or against me?
I'm with you on this. I think Mutla should come on for that run, which was needed last time out, and even a repeat of that puts him right in the picture.
Absolutely. What does Callum like in this race?
Horses making their way down to the start. I have to give my paddock selection is a horse in shot right now. This is Kaflan. For me, this son of Cracksman is a really exciting horse. Just a really nice looking individual and one that really caught my eye. It's had the 5 starts, as I mentioned before. The last start was certainly a career best effort. If he can build on that, I would give him every single chance a day. If he were on the international favourite, that was Mutla. Certainly one of the best looking horses in this field as well. No negative for me coming through this parade ring. Nobody getting too hot, nobody getting too jig-joggy, all very positive in that regard. But if I had to make a pick, I'd have to go for Kefan here, horse number 9. Alex, I think the runners are circling at the start, so it's all over to you.
Cheers, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, just a couple of runners needing some tack adjustments here, having got down to the start. Mushtarek is one of those. Rayan Altaratius hopped off the back, so just doing some tightening of the saddle there. A little bit of a shift in the international market now. 7-4 for Mutla, the favourite. 11-4 Janzor second in. Mushtarek available at 9-2. I'm fascinated in Glowing Diamond for sure at 11-2. I think that inside position as well will be very handy still too. Of course, it will depend on how sharp this individual is on the debut run, or the Al Gaith stable. It could be a big player if getting away quite swiftly. There's a little bit of market support for Jcsa Senor at bigger prices, 9s from 10s for that particular runner. And Gala Sad as well, the 5-horse 14s from 16s, also a little outside, and perhaps each way support to hit the frame in this opener of 12. Not too far away from our scheduled off time, so it looks as though the loading is about to begin. No doubt a prompt dust. 7-4 the favourite Mutla, as we said, and is drawn out wider here. Will be jumping from stall 14. Al Fad has just gone in. Moved into gate 3, got a decent position down there on the inside. That's the checks of Joe Fan. Moving forwards to stall number 7. Also heading up is Sakir Alanea. Yellow and black combination is forwards. That's stall 5. Just about halfway through the loading process. Bit more late support coming here for Glowing Diamond as well now. 5s from 11-2. Perhaps others seeing that inner route could be a good one to success. Only got about 5 to go now. So the last few to their places. Mutla is one of them still out the back. Randesi. Estad is just about to go up. So the last couple taking their places. First of 12. standing by. Quite a hold. They're off. Jumped away, a very awkward beginning for down the order here as they race out over the 1200 meter trip. It's the 19 Al Walid who completely fluffed the start. Good beginnings, though, made by both Sakir Alanea, and another one right up there is Brandeisi as they work their way through the first couple of hundred. Matt Al-Wasil not too far from them, racing in third. Joe Fan also did well from the start and has got a nice slot there in behind the speed. Senor is following. The white cap is at about fifth position at the moment as the field continue to be quite well stretched out. Looking for Mutler down into mid-division at the moment. Will start to try and make a bit of inroads as they work their way to the top of the straight. Sakir Alanea up on the inside of Brandeisi, the first two. They're being followed by Matt Al-Wasil. Still trying to run on his Joe Fan and is doing so quite effectively. Kifan is also picking up, and then comes Mutler next in the field. But as they work their way close to home, this leader, Sakir Alanea, is trying to see off the challengers. Kifan is picking up very powerfully late in the piece here and is rowing down the outside and past. Kifan has come there and is going to just get up in the nick of time. Kifan has got up just to beat Sakir Alanea, the pair pulling clear. Jan Zor was one that caught the eye, running on strongly to the inner and might have just hit the frame. So success going the way of number 9, Kifan. Caught the eye in the prelims before the off and has come home powerfully in the race for Fayed Al Faradi. Picking up Sakir Alanea, 1:14.35 is the winner's time. So has just managed to secure a victory here. Sakir Alanea second. And the head margin between them, here we go, here's the across the line. And Kifan, as you can see near side, just getting there right on the wire. 7 Janzor is confirmed as third, running on well down the inside, was the eye catcher. And then Mushtarek, the next home down the outside. No show from Mutler. The order in race 1 was 9, 14, 7 and 12.
The first race for Kefan, Great British bred horse by Cracksman, out of a dam called Forbidden Love. 5th time lucky for this runner. Fayed Al Faradi on the board early.
Yeah, as we saw so often last season, speed really telling in these 6 furlong contests, and the low draw, yes. as was the case last week, coming to the fore. As we said, that it didn't really pan out that way last season, particularly over the longer distances. But low numbers did best on this card last week in the maiden races, and again, stalls 4 and 5 came to the fore there. Not easy to find, and neither of those stood out. As Kifan showed a little bit more last time out when forced to Cabasir. That was his best effort to date, and built on that to run well, and came from a little bit off the pace whereas it held up very well for the runner-up, who was dead last, on beaten 50 lengths on debut, so it's improved enormously on that, and just shows you can never judge a horse on its debut performance. A lot of them learn an awful lot from that.
Exactly, yeah. Horses can easily improve from that first run. It can be all too much for them to take in. But yeah, we've seen a couple of long shots there, finished first and second. Credit to Callum Helliwell. There's a selection on the board, a paddock pick already, a 50-1 winner in Kefan. So very well done. He set the bar very high for us, Rory, but hopefully we can fight back later. 50-1 the winner. The second, Saka Alanaya, 25-1. The third, Jan Zor, was 11-4, so relatively well found in the market, the son of Magna Graecia. And in fourth was Mushtarek, again, relatively well found at 9-2. Over to you, Callum.
He had Farhad Al Faradi. I did mention before, this is one of the top jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, and he has guided the winner to victory here in a really nice looking type, Kafan, who certainly has not got too much more growing to do. This is a horse who's already filled that frame, looks like a bit of a pocket rocket, and over this trip of 1,200 metres, he's absolutely thrived. I don't know whether anyone saw him coming out the gate. He was very, very quietly released out the gates there, was never asked too many questions, but down that far side, where he could really pick up some momentum, he did really, really well. And Connections will be over the moon with the way he finished out that race. It'll be no surprise to see him step up to 1,400 metres going forward, but this is not a horse with plenty of improvement to come. This is his level, and I think he'll be one of those low-grade handicappers we'll see going forward for the rest of this season. But I mentioned Farhad Al Faradi, absolutely top jockey. He's got a good horse here. He's won our first. Boys, it's back to you.
This is 18th victory on the board for Farhad Al Faradi this season. He had a very good Taif, and you can just see how well he managed to bring this horse on the inside, avoid all trouble. You can just see on the rail, 2 back right now, white blinkers, and then pulled him out late to unleash that final kick on the eventual runner-up, Saka Alanaya, who ran really well, probably a career best for the runner-up there. Obviously, on the debut, didn't show much.
Yeah, the horses who run in these colours quite a good pedigree by Speightster. Saka Alanaya just didn't show much over a mile in December last year. Was cutting back in trip here. Bred to be speedy enough, and the horses who carry the colours of Tariq and Naya tend to be half-decent horses, so has done plenty.
We get to see it from the start here. It was a clean start for most. There were a few that briefly missed it. Horse number 6, Glowing Diamond, stumbled on the first stride as well. First time out, that can happen to horses. The actual 4th place finisher is second last right now, Blue Circle, White Silks, Mushtarek. But most of the protagonists in the race that came through at the line and were at the forefront of the pace right now.
Yes, they were. I mean, the runner-up is disputing the lead as we speak, and he's kicked on from the home turn and looked like he was going to last for a long time. As we said, the winner came from just off the pace, Kefan, but was reasonably well placed. As you said, Mushtarek has come from a long way back, but he was running over 2,000 metres last time out, so this drop to 1,200 was a little bit of a culture shock to him. For all he does have the historic speed to be competitive, but it's difficult to come from way off the pace. And we also saw there in the replay Al Walid starting pretty slowly as well. But those who raced to the 4 were in the money at the finish as well. And you begin to see the winner now coming through in the grey colours with the yellow sleeves, with a strong run, 1 off the rail. And at this stage, that looked like it was just going to get him there in time, and that's exactly what happened. But big run from the second, and a huge improvement from debut. And clearly a sprinter, by the way, went through the race.
Absolutely, yeah. Showed plenty of early speed, led from the early part of the race alongside Brandaisy, who did fade out a bit late. I thought the key part of this race was where Farhad Al Faradi stuck to the inside, getting inside of Jan Zor coming around that home turn. That was probably the making or breaking of this race for Kefan. If Farhad got stopped in his run, Kefan probably wouldn't have won. He'd have been second best in here, but he was able to get that inside passage, and as you can see, in a close finish, get the 9 out on top. What do we make of the 13, the favourite, Mutla?
Never really featured, just a little bit slowly into stride. And of course, this was a second run after a long break. If you could talk about sort of classic bounce scenario. His run was less than a week ago, having been off the track since a similar time last year, and he just wasn't in the same sort of form. But he's finished with running left in the end. He wasn't given a hard time, and you'd like to think that he'll get back to form next time out. Although, he's going to need a weak enough maiden to win on the basis of the form he's shown in his last couple of starts. But at least we've got horses who are going forward here. Kefan hadn't shown him much on his early starts, but again, we talk about this track and how you've got to be super fit to show your form, and sometimes it takes these horses 2 or 3 runs just to get competitive, and you don't want to get hung up too much on the fact that horses have finished 14th, 15th in a couple of runs early on. If they then show that they're able to get in the frame, you can judge them on that form going forward. I thought it was a nice performance. He did take the eye in the paddock, as we heard from Callum. And although he came in here with a lowly rating of 46, he was 21 pounds higher in the weights than he was before his last run. The handicap had put him up 21 pounds, but he was rated 25 based on his first 3 runs. So both he and the runner-up have improved enormously going forward. So that's something to bear in mind with horse profiles with these 6 furlong contests.
Yeah, it certainly seems like Kefan is improving for the racing right now. As you say, a big jump up in handicap after that last result, and obviously we'll take another big hike here. Had £31 to find on the ratings with Mutler, who was very disappointing, albeit ran okay, but was just situated wide on the track. I'm thinking being towards the rail may be a positive today, but obviously it's just one race so far. It's a small sample.
Yeah, well, I watched a few on this card last week, and the low numbers did well, including races where you had horses who had a big class advantage.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a good start to proceedings here. We're going on to Division 2 of the Maiden now, 1,200 metres again, and let's see the runners and riders.
Thanks very much indeed, Tom. Let's have a look at the field then for the second division, of course, of this 1,200 metre contest. And there's quite a few absentees in here. No number 1, so number 2 is the first we have. That's Elbam, the mount of Khalid Al-Bimoni. There's no 3 either, so the 4 is Bark Al-Arab, that's Fawaz Wanas. No number 5 in this one, so we go next to the 6, which is D Point for Abdullah Al-Khamis. The 7 is George's Rascal, that's Ahmed Al-Zari. And the 8, Give It Up, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Number 9 is Hezref, who gets in there as well. That's Naif Al-Anazi. No 10, so then we jump to the 11. At top of the next page, that is Kamash and Rayan Al-Taresh. No number 12, so then we go to 13. Mutajadil, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 14 is Qadi, Abdullah Al-Kredis. 15, Sad Al-Wasil, Hamza Sad will do the steering. No number 16, so moving on to 17, Speedy Monster. That's Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. 18, Zamir. Plenty of eyes on that one, I suspect, for the Jerkin stable. Ahmed Al-Shra will do the steering. 19, 20, they are both absentees. So then the 2 reserves, 21, Bint Havana Grey, and 22, Arcane, also come into the lineup. So it's quite a mix here. We've got a number of absentees, and at the moment, Zamir heads the international betting at 7-4, just ahead of Speedy Monster at 2-1. And it's currently 6s bar that pair. Let's head back to Callum and find out what he's up to now.
Yes, runners are here in the parade ring ahead of our second race, and I thought we could focus on 2 of the horses that are really banging heads at the top of the international market. That's horse number 17 and horse number 18. They are just behind me now. Horse number 17 is Speedy Monster, and horse number 18 is Zamir. Horse 17, Speedy Monster, coming to us right now. A good-looking individual, there's no doubt about it. Got quite a pretty face, actually, and not too much of a bad walk either. Not particularly blowing anyone away. You can understand why, but looks as the rug just comes up, you can see in perfectly good enough shape and a lovely behind, strengths all the way through. Relatively short couple, there's not much back to this one, but certainly not a negative for me. Speedy Monster, another one by Motown. We've mentioned one Motown already, so we've seen another in this second race. Now, let's focus on the horse in behind for the Red Stable, the ever-powerful Red Stable. This is Zamir, Jimmy Jerkin's runner in this race. Jimmy Jerkin's team obviously do such a magnificent job starting in the US and now coming into Saudi Arabia. Just look at this, it's a real strapping individual, Zamir. Good looking type, good strong in behind as well. Looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on, and we'll look forward to see how he runs in this race. Certainly for me, if I had to pick between the 2 of them, I'll be going with Zamir.
Thank you very much, Callum, as we just ran through the horses here for Division 2 of the 1,200 metre maiden. Again, it's a very tricky race, big field, albeit with a fair few non-runners this time around. There seems to be a couple of standouts. Callum's selection, Zamir is one of those, currently the 7-4 favourite on the international market for Jimmy Jerkins. How great would it be for Jimmy to have a winner early on the card today?
Would love to see it, and it'd be great to have an interview with Jimmy early on the card, because he was tremendous value when we spoke to him last year. Most of the time you get nice interviews, but you don't tend to learn a lot. When you speak to Jimmy, there's always a lesson to be learned in what he says. Exactly,
and talking about Jimmy Jerkins in interviews, here's one right now.
Yes, here in the parade ring alongside one of the big trainers here in Saudi Arabia, Mr. Jimmy Jerkins. Firstly, if I get my notes together, how are you?
I'm good, pretty good.
Good strong type season, as per usual. Last season you finished a little bit early and got yourself some time in Riyadh before we started racing. Was that just to get settled into conditions again?
Well, yeah, we didn't Well, actually, we stayed later in Taif. We left a week earlier or 10 days earlier. We didn't have much to run. We had horses to run right to the end. So we shipped them all back at the same time. But we had, we had 3 weeks almost to get ready for opening weekend, and most of them had run enough in Taif to be ready. So it wasn't a big secret about anything. And we had a decent first week. We broke a couple of maidens and allowance race and a maiden, and everything ran decent. So, and we have a busy weekend this week. Some are in awful tough. Some are in where they should be competitive, should be okay. But they're all doing good, and you never know. If you get the good trip, and anything can happen.
Which camp does Zamir feature in? Is he in a bit tough, or does he have a good chance?
I'm sorry,
Zamir, which camp does he feature in? Is he in a bit tough, or does he have a good chance?
He has a good chance. Like I said, all you can do is get your horse over there in as good a shape as possible. Can't be, you can look at the competition and be scared of them, looking at them on paper, but most important thing is getting your horse over there the right way. So I think everything's looking pretty good.
Either credit to you and your team. I thought he looked magnificent in the parade ring.
Yeah, he's by Blame. He's not really bred, and the mare is by Include. I know that it's all American breeding, so I know.
We know about Blame.
Yeah, right. And Include. Actually, my father trained Include for a little while. He ended up being a real nice horse, but they're not really bred. That pedigree doesn't really, it's not really precocious first time out horses. But he's trained well. And we expect him to give a pretty good account of himself today. It's good to get him started, get him running.
Well, hopefully he gets started and runs very quickly. Thank you very much for all your time, Jimmy. Guys, back in the studio, Zamir, a gorgeous-looking individual, but maybe not ready first time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes today. Obviously well found in the market. We know that Jimmy Jerkins last year, his horses tend to need the start, but this year I know he's going with that first time out approach, whether it be a debutant or a horse just coming back off a long break. As Jimmy said though, the pedigree doesn't really scream precocity. Blame was a good horse over a mile plus, obviously famous for that victory over Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic. The Dam had some talent, but again, wasn't really a horse that you'd follow first up. And you could just see Zamir go down to post there. He looked plenty fresh enough and a little bit green. So how would you approach this? Would you say Zamir is the most logical winner, or would you prefer a horse with some proven form?
I thought the most logical, I thought Zamir, is one of those who you put a big star next to, saying must look at in paddock, because the pedigree is there. It's a classy pedigree. It's not a precocious pedigree, as you said, being by Blame. The Dam has produced a useful 2-year-old winner in a horse called Amy's Music, who was second in the Windward Stakes and won as a 2-year-old, but at a trip. So you'd say in normal circumstances, you'd want to back this second time out. Speedy Monster is the one with form. We're getting to see him race here. He's the big danger.
Yeah, absolutely. In the race card, it kind of looks like black and orange silks, but you can see this time, last time out, it's the green and yellow silks. I thought this was a perfectly reasonable effort. Showed some early speed, managed to get up into contention, and kind of went down fighting behind two nice types.
Yeah, what I liked about this is just look at the rest of the field, look how far they're pulling clear. You often see horses get in the frame and you think it's a nice enough effort, but you look at how far they're pulling away from the others, or maybe not pulling away at all. Here the front three got away and they kept pulling away to the line. Hayat was the winner there. The front two, are nice looking horses on paper, and I thought Speedy Monster had improved a fair bit from debut to run that race and looked willing enough as well. So he sets the standard. And Zamir will need to be pretty useful to down him first time up.
So the international market has them very closely matched, 7-4 for Zamir, 2-1 Speedy Monster. After what you said, I presume you're going to be with the 17 here, or are you looking elsewhere?
Obviously, when you see something in the white stable colours, you always tend to pick up and take notice, and they tend to catch the eye in the parade ring as well. And Kamash will obviously appeal to some people, and I thought he looked a pretty moderate one for this yard. Was 5th to Palance in a local breed maiden in February, and his second start last season. I thought that was a poor race. Palance had looked like a very moderate performer before winning that, and didn't look like a superstar afterwards. So I thought Kamash had a fair bit to prove, and I struggled to look beyond Zamir and Speedy Monster, to be perfectly honest. Bint Havana Grey, down at the bottom, he gets in as a reserve, led into the straight last time before fading, and did show useful form fairly useful form in the UK for Richard Hughes. Was in the frame in all 4 starts. Was well beaten here, but I think possibly the type to need a little bit of time and might do better yet. Bint Havana Grey, so I wouldn't rule that one out altogether, but not many of these made a huge amount of appeal.
No, I would agree with that. Bint Havana Grey will be part of the early speed, I guess, horse number 21. And there's another horse that I think will be part of the speed, that's horse number 2, Alamam. Maybe this one's being overlooked. I thought Alamam was slightly interesting, draws inside, has plenty of early, cost $130,000 from the Texas 2-year-old sale back in 2023. Has a nice US pedigree by Catalina Cruiser, by Tisabel. Ran in a red-hot maiden on the debut as well. Yeah, I understand that Alamam was well beaten, but Saudi Neon won that race. He subsequently went on and finished 7th in the Saudi Derby. The second, Salam Al Khair, has had a big season in Taif this year. And then Alamam last time was a little bit unlucky, I thought, after an awkward beginning. So I would chance the 2 Alamam, each way maybe, if you're looking at the international market, to cause a minor shock. I know that we've had some comments so far on YouTube. Thank you very much for those. If you are watching us on YouTube right now, please whack in the comments and who you like, and we'll get back to you. I know Ed has said welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, it is great to be back. Rory and I were here all of last year. Not the same time, a different time.
No, never the same time, indeed. Yeah.
But it's good to be here with you, Rory, and hopefully we can get a winner in this race.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you mentioned Alamam. He certainly did a lot better for debut when second to Stanley. Or Stanley Street, was it, over a course and distance? Yeah. Rebel Icon was third that day. Rebel Icon won a maiden on his next start and then was fairly highly tried afterwards. So the form has worked out from that race. It's not bad at all. So I apologise for skipping over him. One and 3 are both non-runners, which leaves Alamam rather on his own there. But yeah, he's an interesting one. Changed stable from last season, which was a slight question for me, but he's in good hands.
Yeah, you talked about Rebel Icon there as well. He runs later on the card in race 5, so maybe if Alamam wins, it'll be a slight form boost for that runner. It's an interesting race. We've got some big connections represented here. Obviously, FMQ stables with Alamam, Red stables, Prince Faisal with Zamir, a couple of others, obviously White stable, of course, with Kamash. So it's nice to see these big yards coming out early and trying to win these races at Riyadh.
It is, yes, but it's also an opportunity these Thursdays for the smaller stables.
Yes.
To get on the board as well. So it's a nice mix between the big yards, and there's plenty of trainers here with maybe only 2 or 3 horses in their care who might fancy their chances of upsetting the apple cart.
Absolutely. There are a couple of ex-English trained runners in here that we should briefly touch on. Horse number 7, George's Rascal, used to be with George Scott, is subsequently 0 from 2 in Saudi since joining New Connections. Horse number 8 as well, used to be with Richard Spencer, that is Give It Up. Sold for 8,000 guineas and is now obviously trained in Saudi. Yeah,
that's got ability. Give It Up. It tended to race too freely to get home in its races over further in the UK, but wore blinkers in its most recent start. That's an angle that Richard Spencer uses quite well. But Give It Up is too free again to get home. May benefit that one from dropping back in trip, but essentially just wants to learn to settle a little bit better. George's Rascal's been very well beaten in 2 starts here, but did show a bit of form in the UK and might be one of those that took a year to acclimatise.
Yeah, so it's an interesting race here. We've got plenty of different horses to watch and maybe put in your Saudi tracker for the future and the rest of this Riyadh season. I'm going to be with horse 2, Alamam. Who are you going to be with?
I'm going to be with Speedy Monster. But yeah, you find one that's well drawn as well in Alamam after the first race.
Yeah.
Stall 2 gives him a big shout, so he's one I'm very worried about.
Perfect. Let's head over to the form guy, the guy who had the winner in the first race, Mr. Callum Helliwell. Who do you like?
Unbelievably had the winner in the first race. That will not happen again. Unbelievable scenes here in the parade ring. I was as shocked as anyone else. Cracksman with winners in Saudi Arabia. Who would have thought it? We love to see it. I'm going to go with Zamir in this one. I think he will have to be very smart to win here, but Jimmy just had a little twinkle in his eye when he talks about these horses aren't meant to be precocious, but he seemed quite precocious. The draw of stall 15 is a bit of a negative, but that's going to be my selection, Zamir. Alex Fussy, it's over to you. Call me another winner.
Thanks, Callum. I will try my very best to do just that as runners load forwards here for race 2. The international betting has hotted up a bit. It's getting tight at the top now. Zamir 13-8 and Speedy Monster at 15-8. So they've got considerably closer. Kamash at 6s and Alamam steady at 7-1. There's been a little bit of support for Bint Havana Grey at bigger prices. That reserve that got in at 12s from 14s. There is Alamam just about to go up to the stalls, just looking a little awkward on approach. Khalid Al Mamoni trying to encourage this one forwards. couple of others slotting into their places. Here goes Kamash, who's got that wide draw, 17. A little bit less of a concern, some of those wider draws here, because it's a smaller field, isn't it? They're not actually posted quite that far deep as the number would indicate. Last few into places then. Going in there is George's Rascal and Bint Havana Grey. Going to be the last one in and slides forward. It's ready to go. Again, a long hold. Just about ready. Still 11 issues in there. That's Speedy Monster. We're good now. They're off. Jumped away. 1,200 meters is the trip again for these 3-year-olds. Not the best of breaks, actually, from Speedy Monster in these early strides. Down on the inside, 1 or 2 trying to push forward include Mutajadil, who probably just got the overall advantage. Also, Alamam not too far from the pace, and wider Bint Havana Grey is slightly deeper but prominent as well. Down on the inside as they work down the back straight, 1 or 2 lit up here, looking into midfield to find George's Rascal now. Also in mid-division and improving a bit is Arkan. Towards the outside of horses is Hezraf, who's trying to get involved. Speedy Monster is rather deep on the course, and Zamir at the moment up on the inside, but well back and firmly ridden is Zamir as they turn in. It'll be Alamam who leads them into the straight then, working close to home. Alamam a couple of lengths advantage. Bint Havana Grey is in second. Bak Alarab is trying to run on the blue and white. Then Speedy Monster down the outside. But Alamam has the advantage. It's still 3 lengths at the moment. In second position is Bak Alarab, who's trying hard to try and get back this leader, but is not going to do so. Alamam does it nicely. Beats Bak Alarab into second place, and third will go the way of Bint Havana Grey. A good selection there from Tom. Alamam has gone on to win race 2 in good fashion. Was able to put the stall 2 position to good use by jumping and being in the front wave. And then was able to quicken it up around the turn and dart clear 4-5 lengths on that home turn. And got to an unassailable advantage. 1:13.52 the winner's time here. And Alamam, who was second last time, very much first today. Looks like it could be a decent prospect as well. Bak Alarab second and was 3.5 lengths behind in second place. Then Bint Havana Grey, again another fair enough effort from her, and she saw some each way support, didn't she, internationally, so that's been rewarded. A little gap then, it's going to be Speedy Monster who will take 4th money. The order of finish 2, 4, 21 and 17.
Well, Tom Collins sometimes this game is very easy. You pick the horse who had the low draw, was coming into this race in good form, and it never looked in doubt with Al-Maham, who has done that really, really well. Al-Maham, I should say, if I pronounce it correctly. FMQ, interesting team to follow, I always think. They spend a lot of money at the sales. They work in America, in England, over in Saudi as well. They buy locally too. It's well worth noting these horses because sometimes they can find a smart one. I remember they had a very, very good horse in Taif last season who looked to be Saudi Cup bound, but then had a few niggly injuries and some little issues as he came in. But another very good jockey to watch out for, Khalid Al-Mimoni, who is on board on this occasion, has ridden with ultimate confidence and has got this horse home in front well, with the white gloves too, giving shades of a very famous French rider who has recently retired, who used to wear those white gloves too. Nice looking individual here, probably better looking than the horse we saw in the last race. Look how strong Al-Maham is here. A really, really strong individual. There's a little bit of blood on the mouth, but that's not too much of a concern. I think he might have just bitten his tongue just a little bit. But certainly a very, very good looking individual here. Probably a better looking horse now the jockey was on him than when he was just going around the parade ring. We see all the FMQ team here looking over the moon with the victory as well. Congratulations to all of them, and congratulations to Khalid Al-Mimoni. I'm going to have a word with Khalid and see if he speaks any English. I'm not sure. I spoke to my wonderful, intrepid cameraman Mustafa, and he says, I don't know, which tends to be a positive. So if Mustafa doesn't know, we'll have a look. He's just going to come round and join us now. He's just congratulating with the team. Getting a lovely shot of the back end of this horse. This is a strong horse, one for the notebooks for sure. Only the third start, and hopefully he can go forward in the right direction. A pure sprinter, definitely a 1200 metre horse, and certainly one to keep on the right side of. Khalid, any English? He's giving me the shake, but he said no, which sounds very English to me. He's getting on, and he'll just weigh in correctly here, and we'll just make sure he comes in all correctly. Connection will be over the moon with that. Gentlemen in the studio, Tom Collins, that's the winner for you. Was it quite 40-1, was it?
Still 7-1. I mean, we've got a winner on the board each. Time for Rory the next race, I'm sure, and then we've got the full house after 3 races. Interesting race there. Obviously being on the speed helped, being towards the inside helped, but when we watch this from the start, and you'll see the footage in a second in one of the replays, Al-Maham got blindsided in the first stride, and he did very well to muster that early speed and get up into that vanguard.
Yeah, we were seeing that again because it looked like he was really well positioned.
Yeah.
Once I got a handle on them after a furlong, he was sat in behind the 3 who were blazing speed. We just see the replay again now. Yeah, not brilliantly away from stall 2, and then the horse in stall 1.
Yeah.
That's George's Rascal, comes across him briefly, so he could easily have lost his position there. But he's been pushed forward to get into that gap between runners, and from now on it's reasonably plain sailing for him. But yes, it seems if you start watching the race now, you go, well, that was fairly straightforward. It wasn't. It took a bit of riding in the first 100 yards of the race to get a track position, which is so crucial here.
Absolutely, yeah. He overcame a little bit of adversity to find himself into this nice spot, and Khalid Al-Mimoni just always looked confident from here on in. Obviously, being on the shoulder of the leader's a nice position anyway at Riyadh. But even at this point, he's already taken over the advantage, and it was a case of, is there going to be a closer? Speedy Monster on the outside, shaped like he was moving into the race, but he was so wide. But
he's worked so hard. It's okay to be wide on the track, but you don't want to be working around horses through the bend, because then you're doing an awful lot of work, and it's difficult to keep that momentum in the straight. So he's worked himself into about 5th position, but he took an effort to get there, and he was just sort of plugging on at one pace afterwards. We had fairly cheap speed there from Bintavana Bray, and Arcane dropped out of it to finish last in the end. Bintavana Bray showed speed last time, led into the straight before fading, lasted a little bit longer here, and she's got, as we said, she had ability in the UK. She was in the frame 4 times for Richard Hughes, and just taking a wee bit of time to acclimatise here. She's up to winning races on this effort. That was likeable from her, and she kept going, which she wasn't able to do last time out. But the run clearly needed last time out. I think we saw in the early stages there that Zamir just didn't have the know-how earlier on, got behind, and has just sort of plugged on through horses. But I thought wasn't given anything like a hard time, which is what you want to do. This is a long-term prospect. You don't want to give them a bad experience on debut. And once it was clear that Zamir wasn't going to get involved, he's just been allowed to come home in his own time. He'll do much better somewhere down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pedigree suggests not only will he improve as he gets older and gets more experience, but also when he gets a longer trip. So maybe we'll see Zamir in better light over a mile in the future, maybe towards the latter part of this season. I thought Al-Maham was very impressive, to be honest. I understand this is probably not the strongest of races, but you know, this horse has the pedigree, has the connections to definitely improve and go on to bigger and better things.
Yes, I mean, I like the way he stretches out to the line there and sticks his head out, so he's got a good attitude as well. So, yeah, it's difficult to work out what level he's at on this race. You know, there's no good yardstick in this contest that you can base that run off. But he ran very well last time out on his second start. That form is easy enough to put a figure on. He's just built on that to win a fairly weak race here.
Absolutely. Well, Speedy Monster was fourth, rated 79. Maybe Speedy Monster didn't run to 79, but still, you know, that's a relatively high level considering what we've seen. But that being said, Bint Havana Grey wouldn't be a 79 horse, and she.
No, but Bint Havana Grey, if you want to get back to her UK form, she'd be the one that has clearly given her running among the placed horses, and you know. She's had enough runs now that you could probably put a figure on her. I don't think the front two in the market have run to what they were expected to for different reasons. One
last question before we move on to race 3. 2 divisions of the maiden just there. Which one would you say is stronger, having watched them both?
I think the second one was a stronger. I mean, you know, it might not have enormous depth, but there's certainly 2 or 3 horses you want to take out of that contest. Whereas I think the first mostly exposed horses. At least the front two were going in the right direction, but yeah, it looked a weaker of the 2 divisions.
Perfect. Race 3 is up next, another maiden, this time for the older horses, 1,200 metres. Alex, take it away with the runners and riders, please.
This field then, we've got quite a few exposed sorts in here, that is for sure. Number 1 is Al Rahi, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 2, Askari, Asil Al Shahani takes the ride, 0 from 13, that one. Number 3 doesn't go, that's an absentee. So the next is the 4, Golden Soul, Tharp Altim Yad. And then the 5, Kingdom of Dreams, Turkey Alofi, a Saudi debut for that one. The 6 is Runaholic, 4 was Wanas, 0 from 19. The 7, Sabah Al Maidan, that's Abdullah Al Credis. And the 8 is Sakar Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 9, Saudi Magic, Hamid Aldaham. And the 10, the full Bronte, a British bred, Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. The 11 is Vitabo, that's Mohammed Said, and 12 War Courage, very exposed, 0 from 35, that individual. 13, Yes Mo, 0 from 4 is that one's record. The 14, Blue Ode Ayad Al Tarisi. As we head over this page, you'll also find the 15 on there, Celestial Star, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 16, also in the field, Cute Chloe. 17, Unagi, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, and 18, Bebe Ali Al-Mimoni. 19, the final runner in here, that's Basharat Rayan Al-Taresh. No reserves here getting a chance apart from the 19, and the other one being out is the number 3 on the card, Jubawi Delight. Right, that's the runners and riders for race 3. Let's head back to Callum in the paddock.
Horse number 1 is your favourite here, Al Rahi, coming around this parade ring, looking in good shape. Just got a little bit worked up in the really early on. Just showed a little bit of inexperience there. One of the lads who was leading him up lost a trainer. The horse got a bit spooked, but they've managed to get him settled back down now. And if you look at him as a model, he's the one that you immediately think, wow, that is a proper horse here. He's a big, strong individual. Big strength in behind, a lovely shoulder on him as well. Just check out the shoulder on the boy. He's a good looking individual. This son of, I can't remember who, but American Pharaoh is who he's by. That's exactly who sires him, the son of American Pharaoh. Another big American pedigree going for Jimmy Jerkins here in a race where a lot of these horses look very exposed. Let's have a look at something else in this field who caught my eye. Number 17, the grey in this field with the yellow colours and the red stripe is Unagi. We've seen Unagi plenty of times in the past here in Saudi Arabia, but this is a horse who caught my eye immediately, just looked very comfortable within himself. No issues for me. Certainly a positive outlook. I'm a sucker for a dapple grey, so it's no surprise that I picked Unagi here. Plenty exposed, but a lot of these horses are plenty exposed, so it wouldn't put me off completely. We do have a white stable runner in behind, horse number 19, Basharat here. The white stable, interesting time for this team. They've had quite a quiet time in compared to what they did last season. They were champion owner last season. Camille Ospina was champion jockey. Now, put that in perspective, this season, Camille Ospina isn't even riding today, over this day, and the team isn't really flying on the track either. Basharat, I don't think will end that dry spell.
Interesting. Doesn't like Basharat. Is that a positive or negative for us?
Well, I've always interested to hear what Callum has to say, but I don't necessarily agree with some of his bold statements. So yeah, interesting that he's against Basharat, and of course, you know, he can point to the fact that even if he doesn't have a winner for the next 2 weeks, he'll still be ahead because he's had a 50-1 winner in the opener. So he'll be lording that over us for a while, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, yeah. It's extremely tough to come up with these long shot winners. So very well done, Callum, even though I give you a bit of flack every now and again. Should we talk about Basharat then? He's the current second favourite in the market. He's 11-4 with the international firms. Obviously represents the white stable. He's by Good Magic, a fantastic sire who was a brilliant racehorse for Chad Brown. Finished 6th on the debut and then got a little bit better last time out where he had an awkward start and a wide trip. Gets in as a reserve today. Likely, I believe, to be drawn in stall 5, so gets a nice draw. Must have a huge chance, I thought.
I thought so. He was my pick in the race. He swerved at the start when 6th and looked and got in a bad track position from what was a wide draw in the first place. And I thought he did pretty well to finish 6th behind Al Rahaj. With Unagi was also in that contest. I thought he would learn plenty from the experience from last season and go forward. I'd certainly fancy his chances to turn the tables on Unagi, who does have bits and pieces of form but isn't progressing. And I thought the Basharat was the type to go forward this season. As you said, drawn in stall 5, we believe, with the non-runner Dubawi Delight coming out from that position. And as we've seen in early races, if you've got the know-how, then that low draw can be very beneficial. And I would put his swerving out of the stalls down to pure greenness. Horses first time out, they do tend to go towards where there's daylight, and that's what he did, which didn't help his chances.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. We're going to get back to Callum very quickly for another word.
On me. Yeah, the runners are making their way out into the parade ring here. They're coming out onto the course. The interesting thing for me, number 4, Golden Soul, was probably my big paddock eye catch for me. Just heading onto the course now with the noseband on, making his way down to the start. Only had the 2 starts, but for me, certainly the best looking horse in this field. Horse number 4, Golden Soul here. Looking forward to see how he gets on under Saab Al-Timyat, who claims a whopping 3 kilos in this race as well. Remember, we can now see jockey claim, thanks to everybody at the Jockey Club for getting that together on our race card. So we know Golden Soul will be claiming the 3 kilos with the jockey on board, and hopefully that will give him every chance. Although the draw of 10 might not be ideal, as we've seen low draws to the 4 so far.
Yeah, interesting runner, Golden Soul, currently 7-1 in the international markets in here. He was unplaced twice last year over the 1600 and 1800, and obviously drops down in distance now. Did you think that was a positive or a negative for him?
Well, he certainly didn't improve for 1800. I thought he shaped up pretty well on debut. Didn't go forward next time out, but then was off the track from December. So he didn't race again last season after that, so maybe had an issue on the second start. It was, as you said, a mile first time out. This is maybe sharper than ideal based on pedigree, but I thought he looked promising enough first time up. I put him in the virtual notebook, as it were, but I was disappointed with his performance over 1800. But that's a funny old trip, the 1800. I think it's the run to the bend means that races tend to pan out differently there. Well, so just looking at our pictures there, Basharat is taking a real grip to post. He's proving very hard to settle, which definitely would be a concern for those who've got involved. Yeah,
you'd certainly like to see it. Well, you can just see there, he's just easing off a little bit. He's obviously very fresh and green. Hopefully he hasn't overexerted himself before they actually start the race.
Listen, the key is how they are at the post rather than how they are heading off. And I think horses can change enormously. Horses can go down really gently and look like they're in control and suddenly start getting on their toes and sweating at the start. And that's a massive negative. Whereas I've seen horses look like they're going to get above themselves in the paddock because they're impatient to get on with it. But when they actually do get a little bit of that, the wind out of them, as it were, going to the post, they calm down again. And I would often take that as a big positive. So we'll see how he is behind the stalls.
Absolutely. We have a wide range of horse in this race. We've got plenty who are thoroughly exposed, and we've got some unexposed types. Obviously, this maiden's for older horses, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds. Would you generally side towards the unexposed types, where you're thinking maybe why haven't they made the track as often as others, or would you go for a horse that's had plenty of chances and struggle to break through?
Yeah, it's an interest in a match between those horses, it often pays to side with the horse with experience, because, as you said, there's often a reason why these horses haven't. They're usually bred to race at 2 and 3.
Yep.
So if they haven't seen the race course, or they've had very limited runs at this stage, there's usually a physical reason for it, and horses can be very backward. So horses who appeal on pedigree but haven't raced, or have maybe only raced once, they're often not the ones to be with in these races. For whatever reason, they might just need experience to find their way, and some of them come good and some of them don't. And then you're dealing with horses who've got the ability to win a race like this, but tend to be inconsistent, or maybe not the most willing in the finish. And if you're looking for horses to hit the frame and give you a run for your money, those are the horses to be with, but they tend to win less often as well. So it's a trade-off, isn't it?
Yes, we just see in shot right now, that's Al Rahi. He is the favourite on the international market for Jimmy Jerkins and the Red Stables. We got to pick up this footage last time, and just look at that advantage he built up in the early stages. He showed loads of early speed. He was drawn wide that day. He managed to get across. He's drawn wide again today in stall 17. He looks like he's going to be part of the pace angle. He gets very tired late on. Is that a concern?
It is a concern. What's most concerning about Al Rahi for me, and it's not necessarily, I don't want to suggest it as an absolute negative, all his runs thus far have been in Taif. He raced in Taif last summer, but didn't race at all in Riyadh. And he gives the impression that he's a horse who's been very hard to train, because he made his debut, I think, in 2022. He ran once in Taif and then was off for a while, and then we saw him again. Last season, we saw him again not that long ago. He should come on for the run, but he's never strung 2 runs together. So that's the concern about his well-being.
So who's your selection going to be here?
Well, I'm going to go for Basharat. He's the one I went with. As you can see at the post, he's calmed down a little bit from what he was earlier on. I'm just hoping he was getting a little bit of getting rid of a bit of excess steam as he left the parade ring. I think he's the most solid on paper, and that drawn stall 5 would be pretty much ideal.
I agree with you. I'm also going to be with horse number 19, Basharat. Hopefully White Stable can get a winner on the board. Callum, who are you with?
I'm majorly against you both here, lads. I'm really sorry. Majorly against you both. I saw him in the parade ring. He didn't do much for me. But the jockey trying to get on board, he had to dismount halfway around the parade ring. He came out to the chute. They couldn't mount him in the chute. Once they got on him, he shot down the post out of any sense of control. Yes, he's majorly settled down there, but how much petrol has he used getting down to post? I'd be very concerned with the way he's just really been very gassy getting down there, and that was a bit of a negative for me, and I just think he would have used too much fuel. I'm going to go for my paddock pick here, Golden Soul. Just looked really, really good in the paddock, dropping back in trip today. Hopefully, if a horse like Al Rahi gets his way in front and just dominates and sets a really strong tempo, the fact that this horse has been running over further might suit. So Golden Soul, the good-looking runner in the parade ring for me. Al Rahi, certainly a good-looking horse if you are with the international market favourite. No negative. Once the stable lad had his shoes back on, we were flying. We were perfectly set up and we were ready to go. So certainly no concern for him. But it's been low draws to the 4 all day today, so don't be surprised if any of those horses drawn low get involved. The horse coming out of stall 1, Saudi Magic, a rare Canadian bred runner here in Saudi Arabia. Looking forward to seeing how he goes. I'm trying to make sure what's going on here is the fact that they're just slowly making sure this loading process is okay. Those horses in the middle of the circle are just getting their tack adjusted. Now, it's something that's certainly not a negative here at all in Saudi Arabia. Anyone who's ridden a horse knows that once you get the girth on and get involved, a lot of them either breathe in or breathe out. And certainly if they do suck back in, you need to tighten that girth on the way down to the start. They don't just canter down there to warm up. It's all about the jockey getting a feeling for what's going on when on board these horses. So you'll just see a couple getting brought into the middle for a tack adjustment. Not a negative, but it is a negative if they go behind that tape that you see drawn across at the back of the circle. If a horse does that, that means they're getting checked by the vet. It is sometimes happens and it is a bit of a rare occurrence, but if they do get checked by the vet, it's a huge chance they're not going to go and race. So my selection in this race is Golden Soul. The 2 boys are going for horse number 19, Basharat. Alex Fussy, call them home.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, loading up here then underway. As you can see, those horses that were in the inner circle are about to rejoin as they start this loading up process. I know how they feel. I'm always trying to hold my breath and suck in as well. Race 3, 1,200 metres, 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds in action here. The favourite Al Rahi international betting 2-1, 11-4 Basharat. The second favourite, 13-2 Golden Soul, a little bit of money there. Cute Chloe could be another player here. Haven't mentioned her too much, have we, in the build-up, but she has got some placed efforts, and the draw is really the thing that could put her into the argument. Stall 8. She's one of very few runners in this field that are drawn low that actually feature in terms of form and betting. So she's definitely another one that could well be into the mix. So the last few will take their positions. There is Cute Chloe, in fact, just going forwards. One of the next in will be Kingdom of Dreams. And that should leave us with about 4 or 5 to go. A War of Courage, long-standing maiden, still yet to go in. Ascari coming up as well. Basharat about to be popped in. Golden Soul and also Al Rahi remain waiting. Basharat, who's been a dividing character, hasn't she, with our pundits before the off. Last 2 to their places. Al Rahi and Golden Soul together. And they go in. Set to go. They're off. Jumped away here. Once again, 1,200 metres the distance for this 4 to 5-year-old maiden. The best of beginnings down to the inside for Yes Mo, who's going to have to catch up a bit of ground, but it's a smart start made by Basharat, who's already got able to the running rail and cleared them. So Basharat shows the way. Golden Soul is right up there in between horses. Al Rahi wider is also in a prominent position, and Cute Chloe's coming between them. So top of the betting, already holding the front 4 positions here. They race right away. War of Courage is next in the order, trying to give some chase, and then comes the full Bronte, but they're not going to play a part, most of these, as they come towards the top of the home run. It is Basharat, who is now starting to try and kick on. It's a couple of lengths advantage over Cute Chloe, and they're being followed through by Golden Soul. Al Rahi appears to have not much left to give, and Basharat is scampering clear. Basharat, heading inside the last couple of 100 metres, has a 5-6 length advantage here over Golden Soul, and Cute Chloe back in third. Go collect already if you're a supporter of Basharat. Has absolutely dotted up, jumped, cleared them, and won easily. Beat Golden Soul into second place. Cute Chloe finished in third.
Absolutely bolt up, proving me entirely wrong with a 7 1/4 length victory here in our third contest. This maiden, this horse has absolutely dominated. A good run from Golden Soul in second, and a good shout from Alex Sussie's selection there in third as well. But the boys in the studio were absolutely right. This horse has built on the debut and has ended a bit of a dry spell for the White Stable with a victory here, and a very, very good 7 1/4 length victory, with 3.5 clear of Cute Chloe and 2 1/4 clear of Celestial Star there in behind as well. But if you were on the winner, you knew from a long way out you were going to get victory. Golden Soul has done nothing wrong in second, and I think this horse will win a race sooner rather than later, an equally unexposed type. But this is, as Tom mentioned earlier on, this is a lesson for the unexposed horses here. In these older maidens, you want horses that haven't had too many runs under their belts, who might have a bit of improvement in them. Most of the time, most of these horses, like Unagi and some of those great names in behind, they've been there, done that, and not got the t-shirt, and it's highly unlikely that they're going to get their heads in front in this company again. They need a handicap. Off level weights, these unexposed runners are just too dangerous. And Basharat, horse number 19, sneaks in the race and comes home in front. Very well done to all involved. And lads in the studio, a very, very well done to you. That's 3 races in. We've managed to find 3 winners. What a team we are.
Yeah, we're absolutely flying. What a way to start. Obviously, we're back in Riyadh now for the first time this season, and we started really with a bang. I thought Basharat was very good from the outset, to be honest. Jumped on terms, moved through into a prominent position from the good inside stall and just kicked off that home turn. Never really looked in danger. I would love to give a little bit of stick here to Callum Rory, but he did put up the second each way. So
he did, yeah. So he's wiping his face with that. But yeah, there's a nice performance from Basharat. We were talking about this off air. I'm never worried about a horse who sort of behaves badly and a little bit aggressive, is a bit of a brat. It doesn't worry me. If they're clearly panicking a little bit, getting above themselves, sweating, and they're not looking forward to the race, but where they're saying, I want to get on with things, as long as they don't take that to extremes, as long as they don't start pulling hard in the race itself, I don't always take it as a negative in the prelims. I used to when I started paddock watching in the first place, but I ended up missing too many winners because I'd see a horse just behave like an absolute pig and go, well, I can't have that. And you're not marking them on manners, you're marking them on the likelihood of them running well. And this horse, he was badly mannered. If he was your kid, you'd be taking him home and having a word with him. But he did all the right things in the race itself.
Yeah, exactly. She broke nicely. She wasn't the quickest from the stalls. Her gate speed wasn't, it wasn't incredible, but it was there. She was always in a prominent position. And then Riyadh Al-Tuais just moved her up into a crucial spot, being up with the pace. We've already seen that to be a big advantage today. One off the rail and then managed to get across to the rail, kick on the home turn. All four of the favourites were bang there in the early stages. If you like the jolly, Al Rahi, he was the widest of all. Look, I don't necessarily think being wide is a negative like you, but it's definitely not a positive right now. I think
but the reation he was wide, he was stuck in stall 17, but wasn't into position as quickly as the three others. It's all the right horses coming to the fore earlier on, but he was the one who had to work a little bit to get into his position.
Which is a little bit strange because last time out he was so quick away and managed to get across in the first couple of strides, but maybe today just wasn't the day for Al Rahi. Back to you, Callum.
Yeah, thanks very much, team. I've just had a good look at the horse in the winner's enclosure here, and I'm absolutely blown away by how good this this filly by Good Magic is. She's a really good individual here, and she's built on that debut performance. The White Stable are here. I'm going to endeavour to get some interviews from the White Stable this season and just find out the tactics and what's going on with such a large team of horses after they did have an arguably quite quiet season in type. So looking forward to finding out plenty more about these horses. Let's just have a look at this filly individually in the parade ring here. She's just coming out here, but we'll have a good look at the way she's striding out, because what I love about horses after they finish is if they walk out well. Now you remember, in the parade ring, she was a real nightmare for her handlers. She gave them a real tough task. But now, she's totally calmed down. Obviously, she's run a race, but watch the way she walks out. She's really using herself as she walks. She certainly doesn't look tired. It wouldn't be a surprise if we saw her in only a few weeks' time. Congratulations to everyone with the White Stable, and well done for the winner here. And if you're back, Basharat, go and collect. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, she's walking away beautifully from the race. You can see at this part where they're just turning into the home straight. She's the one that's firmly, in control of the race. She switches leads really beautifully around the home turn, and she kicks clear of the three protagonists. I thought Golden Soul ran perfectly fine in second in the white cap and white noseband, as well as Cute Chloe in third with the big white blaze. Yes,
I thought, as you said, Golden Soul probably not an out-and-out 6 furlong performer. So that was promising, given that he started out at a mile, just couldn't raise the same sort of late gallop as the winner could. And I'd be happy enough going forward with Golden Soul. And as you said, we got a big run from the third. And unlike the first race, the right horses came to the fore pretty quickly in this contest, which always helps because things can get messy if a few of the outsiders get to the front and then begin to struggle from halfway.
Absolutely. We just saw it from the start there. There were a couple of horses that took a bump in the beginning. There were Celestial Star, who was drawn in 2, and Yes Mo, who was drawn in 3 in the pink silks towards the bottom of your shot. To be fair to Yes Mo, and I only just saw this at the end of that footage there, Yes Mo actually made some late ground, only rated 35, hadn't shown anything in 4 outings, and was a 40-1 shot in the international market. So that horse has probably exceeded expectation. That being said, aside from the 4 market protagonists who are top 4 in the race right now, I don't know if there was too much depth in this field.
No, I don't think so. And sometimes you can look at these races and you'll get horses who are ridden to pick up the pieces and sort of stay on past them late in the day.
Exactly.
But often you've got to look at where the pack is going, whether they're staying the race out or not. And sometimes when they've chased the pace, those horses begin to fall back late on, and horses can make late headway and look promising when actually they haven't done any more than the pack that they've run down late on.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But look, one last word on Al Rahi then. We talked about the position he found himself in the early stages. I thought he really weakened out of contention quite badly in the latter part. You can see he's under pressure here in 4th in the red and white silks with the red blinkers. He's maybe 3 or 4 lengths behind the leader turning in. as you go further and further down the home straight, he's really fading and weakening. I'd be a little bit concerned following him moving forward.
Definitely. I mean, he's got a profile where he's had breaks between all his races thus far, and that suggests a bit of a physical problem. He's clearly got lots of ability. You saw that from most of the race last time out, but for whatever reason, physically isn't able to keep that gallop up. And I suspect that when he can't get to the lead, he's going to be pretty soft in a finish. Clearly has the raw ability to win races, but raw ability on its own isn't enough. You need to be able to build that. You need to get the strength in your frame to see a race out as well. And if you can't race any more than once every 6 months or so, then you're never really going to build that up.
Yeah, I think he's probably better suited to 1,000 metres as well, which is unfortunate.
We've seen a few horses here. You'd love to see. You'd love to see straight 1,000 metre races here at Riyadh, but minimum trip is 6, and there's a few who are sort of screaming out for shorter.
Yeah, if Jimmy Jerkins can find the key with him, then he's done an excellent job. Al Rahi on the outside there. One last word then on Basharat, who was very impressive throughout the race. I thought hit the line really powerfully. Maybe longer trips in time?
Yeah, listen, my worry going forward, and it's a standard thing with horses in these colours, that they often can be very highly tried after winning maidens. So it's all about picking the right races afterwards, and you might see this horse a little bit out of her depth next time, maybe in a cup contest or you know, a non-winners of one would be very suitable. But the White Stable do tend to pitch them in quite deep and let them learn from experience.
Absolutely, but they do tend to find themselves in the winner's circle plenty often.
They do indeed,
you know?
oh yes.
They're super prolific. So, you know, White Stable have already had a winner. We've had 3 already from 3 races between us 2 and Callum in the paddock. Maybe White Stable will make it 2 from 2 in the next race because they have the favourite Mota Basil, another maiden, guys, that we're looking at here over the 1,200 metres. This time, however, it's for the 3-year-old only. So not looking at older horses, but it is for the local breds. Mota Basil is the current 7-4 favourite on the international market. And Alex will run us through the runners and riders.
This field then for the local bred maiden.
Thank you.
Number 1 is Akho Batla. That's the mount of Youssef Al Hussein. Number 2, Al Hambati, Norwef Al Mudiani. 3, Al Mosameh. That one, Mohammed Al Tamimi. Number 4, Hamza Ahmed Al Shra. 5, Ibn Marcuz, Abdulaziz Al Aish takes off Kilo as well. 6, Ibn Mefla, Rahid Al Faroz. 7, Cans. That's Salman Al Rashid at the top of the next page. Number 8 is Calaf, Alexis Moreno. 9, Lay Ayun Nasser, Thab Al Timyat. And 10 is Lucas, that's Ali Al Bimoni. The 11, the aforementioned Mota Basil, that's Rayan Al Taraish. With the 12, Mumrasht, that's Abdullah Al Saidi. Over the page we will go, and that'll bring us to number 13, Mutakdem Lil Kia, that's Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 14, Najd Abdallah, Ahmed Al Tiyar. 15, Professional, Fala Al Dahasi. 16, Salma Allah, that's Rakan Al Ubaid. 17 is Shab Nara, Mohammed Suleiman. And 18, Hod Huraya, that's Muhammad Al Nasser. So that's the 18 runners. They all stand their ground, which means it's just the reserves that will not go here as we head back to the gents in the studio prior to race 4.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yeah, an interesting race. It looks like the international markets have come down on just 3 horses in here. The rest are 10-1 bar. So maybe we're looking at a big discrepancy between talents in this race. White Stable, they have the favourite in Mota Basil. Red Stable have Hamza in here as well. Alex Moreno's on the 3rd favourite, Calaf. Which one of those 3 immediately jumps off the page to you?
According to my notes,
always good to go off.
Mota Basil is the one who just shades it from Hamza. But this is a really hard race. You're basically rating this race on the fact that you've got some big stables represented and a degree of promise. It's difficult to put numbers on this. There's a lot of unraced horses, a lot of horses who've raced who haven't shown an awful lot, a lot of very small stables involved. This could be one for Callum. He might be able to pick a bit of a flyer from the parade ring among those who don't look particularly interesting on paper, because it's difficult to know exactly what we have. But yes, of the 3 that you mentioned were 3 who got positives here, but essentially Hamza's well-related, represents top connections. That's what you're going on
exactly.
When you're at top of the market.
Yeah, it's the same with Hamza and Mota Basil. Both of these horses are first-time starters, so we are guessing a little bit. Callum will provide some crucial evidence about how they look and handling the preliminaries. Let's go to Callum right now.
Thanks, team. Yeah, it's a cracking day here, and this is a really interesting race. And we're looking at a few good-looking individuals here. The first one is horse number 1, one of the more exposed runners in the race. This is Ako Batla, who comes here in just really good shape. A lovely looking individual here, just a good looking mover, a very good walker, a little bit keen in the parade ring, but I could not get over the way this horse is shining in his coat, looking very, very well prepared. Handlers look totally calm. They're looking at, they're loving being on camera actually, the guys that are holding on to this horse, who are having a good time. But Aku Batla, certainly a good looking individual. Let's try and focus on horse number 9, Karlaf. Here, this is one of the market leaders here, and the reason being has got plenty of experience, but also a good run last time. Sorry, I meant number 8. Horse number 8, Karlaf, who's just come to us now in the golden colours with this pink saddlecloth aboard. Looks like he's handling this very, very well. Pretty much doesn't even know he's in a race. And look at this from a physical perspective, completely different to what we just saw. This is a thick, chunky boy here. Karlaf here, horse number 8, a really good-looking individual, big and strong. Look at the shoulder on him, and the back end too. The hindquarters in good shape. The front is looking good too. It's got those 4 yellow bandages on, so you will not miss this one when it runs. A good effort last time to finish 3rd as well. Horse number 11 is just coming to us now too. That's a nice looking type as well. I'll tell you what, we're looking at some good horses here. The White Stable have got this runner here. This is your favourite, Moto Basil. Just taking it all in stride. This is a horse making debut today, I'm pretty sure. Yes, making debut today, and certainly is taking everything in stride as well. Horse number 13 getting a little bit worked up in behind us, but let's focus on this favourite here. Horse number 11, gorgeous chestnut individual, looks very, very calm and relaxed without the whole process here, taking it all in. If you take a look at the stride, not quite as extended as we saw with the last filly that won last time out. We're looking at a horse which is much more short coupled, powerful individual, clearly fit and ready to go. There'll be no doubt that this horse will take all the beating here, especially coming out of a low draw as well.
Thank you very much, Callum. One quick question for you though. As you're outside and we're in this lovely studio, I had a little glimpse out the window. It looks like there's a bit of a tailwind in the home straight. Is it breezy out there?
Yes, they're still in the parade ring here. Just having a look at a couple more of these as they go around. It's horse number 5. Oh, is it? Sorry, I was just working. I am listening, guys, I promise. I've got about 7 million people trying to talk to me. Did you see the professionalism there? Straight in there. It is a bit breezy. It's a tailwind down the straight, though, so I'm saying it's not going to be too tough on these coming home. We saw that in our last race when the leader from front went all the way through to the lead and never struggled. Boys, back in the studio, I promise I will listen next time.
I'll let you off because you had the 50-1 winner, but that is the only reason. That is the only reason. Okay, let's talk about a couple of these then. Obviously, we've mentioned the 3 market leaders in brief mentions, but let's talk about them a little bit more in depth for what we can. Obviously, 2 of them are first-time starters. Moto Basil, so horse number 11, the current favourite, 7-4, represents the White Stable. We've just seen them be successful. This horse is by Commend. We've seen plenty of good Commend progeny on this racetrack. Tariq Anaya's got a fair few of them, and he's had some success. Out of a mare called Ethra, who actually cost $350,000 back in 2019. So the pedigree is relatively strong, but you tend to find this quite often with White Stable horses.
Yes, I mean, they're well sourced, aren't they? So you don't get too many that aren't interesting on paper. The Dame Ethra is a half-sister to a high-class and fairly prolific mare called You and I Forever, who's been imported to Saudi Arabia as a sire. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he's still with us, though, judging by what I've seen of the offspring. But yes, yeah, so that's a decent family. And I thought, stall 4, a stable that gets them ready first time out, a race lacking depth. Ticks plenty of boxes.
Yeah, a lot to like. I agree with all of that. Horse number 4, Hamza, the current second favourite at 9-4, represents the Red Stable. Ali Al-Qatani, the trainer. The pedigree of this horse is interesting. It's probably not as strong as what we see from Moto Basil, but the sire was a fantastic horse. Not this time. Used to be trained by Dale Romans over in the US, so has lots of dirt pedigree. He only had 4 outings though. He's been a good sire so far, but his main standing point was that Grade 3 Iroquois win.
Yeah, what I thought was interesting about this family, as you said, the dam side of it isn't particularly classy, but it's very prolific and tough. So the dam had plenty of racing. and she has produced several winners, including a horse called Frosted Departure, who's won 8 times, I believe. None of those graded contests, but there's 3 or 4 of that family who've won plenty of races and have shown their ability to race season after season as well. So if you wanted a horse who was going to be around for a bit and take its racing well, that pedigree is promising. For all it's not, it's not a stellar pedigree, but it is a tough pedigree.
Absolutely. Hamza will break from stall 11, so has a little bit to overcome, unlike Motabasil, who breaks from the inside. Hamza we just saw going down to post really nicely there. Before we move on to Calaf really quickly, thank you very much, guys, for putting your comments in the YouTube comments section. Please put them in English if you possibly can, otherwise we won't be able to read them out. But hello, Faiz, thank you very much for commenting. Okay, let's talk about Calaf then. He's the horse ridden by Alex Moreno in here. Has some form as well, had 2 starts so far. Definite promise, I thought, in both of those outings, but has subsequently moved trainer and owner, so new connections here. Yeah,
that's the question for me. Owner trained now, was with Ahmed Al-Shaya last season, 3rd to Fondra in a 1 mile open in December was a very good run for a horse who didn't need to be in that deep at all. I thought it was very good, but beaten 6 lengths that day, but still a good performance on paper. But yeah, the change of stable is a question mark, and it's not like there's an awful lot of stats we can dig out about Hamad Al-Mari, so we're guessing a little bit about his capabilities as a trainer. But Calaf has got decent form in the book and a decent draw in stall 3.
Let's see Calaf in action then, as we see a bit of footage from last time. Different silks here. We'll see the caption in 2 seconds. The eventual winners on the outside, Fonda. Calaf there with the big white noseband in the black and white silks. Obviously today races in yellow and black. On the wrong lead is what I can see here, and usually that happens when a horse is either immature, which Calaf may be because only had 2 starts, but also when the horse is tired. Just takes a while to switch leads and actually doesn't do it at all in the race. That would be a minor concern for me, just lacking that kind of professionalism in the latter part. That being said, faces 2 first-timers today who could have the same kind of characteristic.
Yeah, and of course he was against experienced horses in that open race. Those open races are actually sometimes good spots for inexperienced maidens because they tend to be smaller fields, you tend to have room to race, you don't get knocked around, you could end up having a fairly good experience out of it despite being beaten, whereas sometimes running in a 20-runner maiden first time, even if it's not a quality race, can be a bad experience.
Absolutely. So aside from the 3 market leaders, who we'll briefly touch on again in a second, it looks a race where there's a lot of finding out missions going on with the others. There probably lacks depth in this field again. I'm going to be pretty unoriginal and go with Motabasil, horse number 11, and hope for another winner. What about yourself?
Yeah, it's a selection purely on a case of seeing who ticks the most boxes, and there's not an awful lot of information on show here, but I was with you as well. Motabasil has a decent draw, has a good pedigree. So it works for me.
Perfect. Hopefully we can be celebrating another winner here in the studio. Callum, are you going to be with us this time, or are you going to be against us again?
You know me too well. I'm going to be against you. Against you again here. Calaf for me. Alex Moreno in the plate. A horse that was a very decent enough performer last time out. Got a little bit lost, I thought, down the home straight. I think back here, first time up this season, has every single chance to do the business on this occasion. And I just think a little bit more streetwise than some of the other rivals in this race. We talked about unexposed horses in races where you've got bags and bags of experience to lean on. But in a situation like this, where there are horses with very little experience, I'm going for the one who could be a little bit streetwise. And I thought Calaf in the parade ring, my goodness, what a strong individual, just big, powerful type, very, very American looking, and that for me is what you need on these rocket fast dirt surfaces here. Now we all know that racing in America, they race on a very fast dirt surface. Now this surface here in Riyadh is quick still, but not quite as quick as you see in the US. Jimmy Jerkins famously told me last year in Taif that the ground over there is cuppy. It's almost so deep it's like you're running on heavy ground on turf, so his horses will tend to do better here at Riyadh. So hopefully Jimmy Jerkins will be in the winner's enclosure sooner rather than later. We know Ed Rafield will be watching, and I'm sure he'll be keen to get that horse involved too. And it's not just Ed that watches, it's the whole family that gets involved when Jimmy Jerkins has a runner. So looking forward to seeing how they get on throughout this season. The selection for me is definitely going to be Calaf. I know the boys boys like the White Sable runner. I think it's worth mentioning horse number 4 here, Hamza, who comes here on debut. A good-looking individual, but came into the parade ring a little bit late. I think was messing around in the pre-parade just a little bit. But the selections are myself going for Calaf and the boys with Motabasil. Alex Fussy, are you with us or are you against us?
Well, it's a tricky one, really, isn't it, here to assess, Callum, really. We've got not a lot to go on, which makes it very difficult. Motabasil, the 13-to-8 favourite internationally, so quite strong and steady at the top. Hamza at 9-4 and Calaf 5-2 just in behind. So there's not a great deal separating the three principals here. Umrasht at 10-1 the next in, but that one's been a little bit on the weak side, was as short as 9s at one stage, and it's 16s and bigger the rest of them. So there's quite a bit of the field at significantly bigger prices. Again, draw could play a part here, that's for sure, and Motabasil in 4. Very handily placed, this favourite. Hamza a little bit wider in 11, which would be perhaps a small concern. We're getting there with regards to the loading. Not too many more left here. Akko Batlar is just waiting out the back, and also Alan Barty yet to go in. And Motabasil, who's coming up. So we pan round to the front of the gates here. Last couple of them to take their positions. Those that are in the stalls appear to be quite calm and settled at the moment. There's the handlers getting behind Motabasil. Moving into stall number 4 with a push. Last squeeze does the job. Waiting for action here. Gate 14 not filled. And that's the 13 horse, Mutakdam Lil Kia. What's happening with that one then? Away from the others. They're off. They have gone without the 13, been withdrawn. Mutakdem Lil Kia doesn't go, so the rest of them jump in to their strides. And talking of strides, Murasht on the inside got an excellent start, was away quickly by 2 or 3 lengths. Also Motabasil not too far from the pace there. White with the red stripes on the sleeves and the green cap prominent. Next wave of runners includes Professional. A little bit deeper on the race course, Al May is trying to get involved, and here comes Calaf as well, latching on just in behind. Back in behind these as well, Alham Barty's just down the order, trying to get through on the inside of rivals as they take this turn. Rasht has the advantage and is going along powerfully up top. About 3 lengths the leader. Motabasil in second place and strongly ridden. Then comes Calaf in 3rd position. Behind those, Shabnara and also Hudhorea. But as they work their way inside the final 200, this leader then is getting a bit weary. Murasht is trying to be caught by Motabasil, who is trying to edge nearer, but it's still Murasht who has the advantage and is fending off Motabasil to the line. Murasht has won. Beat Motabasil into second place, the pair pulling clear. It'll be close for 30, but Marcou's one of those running on, and Akko Batlar was in company. Victory for number 12 here, in the hands of Abdullah Al-Saidi. It's Murasht who's won, and is off the mark at the 4th attempt. Has managed to see off Motabasil, who was getting nearer at a time, but eventually the winner found the extra. Was holding at bay inside the last 100. And has clocked a winning time of 1:13.33. 2 1/4 lengths, the distance between first and second. Motabasil a clear second as well. They pulled a long way ahead this front 2, and in truth they actually dominated the race from the outset to finish. Ibn Marcus has been confirmed as 3rd, 13 lengths back in 3rd place, so a heck of a distance between 2nd and 3rd, and was just 3rd ahead of Akko Batlar, just a nose separating that pair. All in all, that makes the order for race 4 12, 11, 5 and 1.
your winner of race number 4 here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and it's as much about the horse as it is about the jockey, because Abdullah Al Said is your winning rider, and this is a young man you want to be on the right side of. Before Taif, at the beginning of the season, this man had ridden 22 winners. Now, this season, he's 4th in the Jockeys Championship. He's been riding doubles and trebles all over Taif, and he comes here in really, really good form. And it's well worth noting, he has a 3-kilo claim. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, he has a 3-kilo claim. He is a jockey to follow all season, and you saw it with his wherewithal from the start. This lad hit the lid and just went. Rashad is a serious, serious player. Hopefully we'll grab a word with the jockey, could just see how many connections there are here as well. So perfectly timed and really, really well ridden. Horse is still very, very keen here. Make sure everybody stays safe. Comes around, still got very warm as well. A horse with some experience. This is the 4th start from Rashad. Probably not one that you'll be going crazy about. Has won a race. The 2nd is the one you want to put in your notebooks, because they finished an absolute mile clear of everything else. And hopefully we're going to try and grab a word with the jockey and see if he speaks any English, making sure we'll know sooner rather than later. But the horse is proving rather difficult to untack, so we'll just go here, and I'll do this horrible thing where I ask them whether they speak English. Abdullah, English? See, I got a shake of the head there as well. I'll keep trying, and I will get it eventually. Don't you worry about me. But boys in the studio, unlucky there. You had a 2nd, but you probably had the horse we're all putting in the notebook.
Yeah, I thought Motta Basil ran a great race, to be fair. In 2nd, it looked like at some point that he was going to go by the eventual winner and front runner throughout the whole race, Rashid. But yeah, he had more to give the leader and managed to fend him off.
It was quite a clever ride, because he's just sitting still on the winner off the home bend and get him to fill up again.
Yeah.
I thought that was a clever ride. At this stage, I thought he might get a little bit tired and our selection was going to come past him. But once the runner-up drifts 5 or 6 horses wide, you could tell he was struggling to pick up, and the winner's actually gone on again to win by 2 1/4 lengths, with the front pair coming a long way clear. You see he's hanging off a true line late in the day, but we see that often enough here. It's not. I wouldn't take it as a negative, and he's done everything right through the race.
So you see him, he breaks from stall 1. I mean, he was like a rocket ship out of the stall.
He was very good,
the front, and at this point, he's already got a 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths advantage over the rest of the field. Our selection, Motta Basil, jumped okay from stall 4, managed to get into 2nd place right now, but was 3 lengths behind the winner. I don't like saying this, but it feels like this race was kind of won at the start, gaining that early advantage and able to have that lead, that margin over the eventual runner-up coming into the straight, seemed to be the defining factor. Of the others, not many got involved, to be honest.
No,
Carlaff was 3rd at this point, but
I think after a furlong, the first 4 were from stalls 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And that helps that the horse in stall 1 bounced out and got to the front. It means you get less chance of congestion there, whereas if stall 1 doesn't get out and then tries to come forward, there's a chance that you're going to get horses squeezed out.
Yeah.
But the way he's gone to the front has actually helped create a clear path for the chasers. But we didn't get a chance to talk much about him pre-race, but he had 3 starts last year. He improved from his debut to finish 5th to Mirwas in a course and distance maiden. That was quite good form. It was an above average maiden. And then he was thrown into a non-winners of 3 for his final start, which is a tough old ask for him. It didn't show improvement there, but in fairness, it's never easy. If you're a maiden and you're finishing 5th in a maiden and you're going straight into non-winners of 3, you're meeting some good horses. But he's able to use the experience he gained last season, particularly at the start there with that good break, and he's seen it through to the line. And again, he's showcased his young rider. He had 7 winners last season, but he's trebled that already this year and is going great guns and riding, as you see, in this occasion with a huge amount of confidence.
Yeah, the apprentice last year that everyone followed was Tariq Al Mansour, and I'm sure he'll have a fantastic season this year as well. But Abdullah Al Saidi is obviously a guy to follow right now. He's had 20 winners already. He's currently 4th in the jockey standings behind Adel Al Faredi, Camilo Ospina and Mohamed Al Daham, all of whom have either a reputation that goes before them or the connections to back them. So he's doing exceptionally well, and you can see his poise and power in the saddle as well. Getting this horse to settle early on was key, and in the latter stages, putting the race to bed, albeit the switch of hands there with the whip was probably not ideal given the horse was hanging.
Yes, yeah, and he pulls it through right at the end there. But he was far enough clear that the fact that he was hanging towards the end of the track didn't become an issue. We'll give him a pass on that. The little wave of the whip at the line as well shows a jockey who believes in himself. Yeah. It's good to see him riding like this. And I also like to see in Saudi Arabia the promising riders will pick up more rides. You know, stables are more than happy not just to go for the big names. If you're riding well, you get rides here.
Yeah, exactly. And a 3 kilogram allowance for his inexperience is well worth it. He's obviously a very talented rider, and I'm sure we'll see him have plenty more success, maybe later on the card today, but definitely this week and the preceding weeks that we're going to be here. One quick word on Hamza, who was a little bit disappointing throughout the race, the Red Stable first-time starter. Maybe just wasn't ready or geared up first time up, but was caught wide at a crucial stage from that stall in gate 11. Wasn't ideal.
Yeah, well, we're used to the Red Stable horses needing a run. I know that we had Mark Francis working for us through the summer, and he said that they tend to be a lot more ready than they can be. But normally we'd expect them to gain an awful lot more from their first experience than White Stable runners.
Exactly. We're on to race 5 already. It's absolutely flying by today. 1400 metre contest, non-winners of 2 event. Alex, runners and riders, please.
Cheers, Tom. Yeah, a few recognisable names in the lineup here this time. 3-year-old only restricted win event. Number 1 is Albsha, the mount of Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 2, Ala Yabarek, that's Rayan Al-Tarash. 3, Asadna, Mohammed Al-Daham. 1 win from 7 goes. The same record as the 4, Rebel Icon, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. The 5 is Al-Kafu, Abdulaziz Al-Furedi. And the 6, Al-Nouri, that's Mirkan Al-Tamimi. A 7, Verkan, Khalid Al-Mimoni, top of the next page with Cause of Destruction. Number 8, Thab Al-Timyat. The 9, Fadwat Ayunik, that's Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. The 10, Lahab, Naif Al-Anazi, is booked for the ride. Number 11, Matt Nook, Fahad Al-Faredi. And 12, Manuek, that's Alex Moreno. 13, Mostak Mila, heads the final set of runners. 4 was Wanas. 14, Night of Desire, Abdullah Al-Kredis. 15, Rich Mac, that's Asil Al-Sharani. 16, Thabshir, Jimmy Carrion does the steering. 17, a violin concerto, that's Eddie Castro. And 18, Yaflan, Abdullah Al-Saidi. That's the 18 of them, who are all standing their ground. No changes to report here in race 5 as we cross back to Callum.
Runners in the parade ring ahead of our next contest today. Let's look at horse number 1. This is a cracking race, and this horse here, Albshaw. I love Albshaw. A proper horse that we're seeing here in Riyadh on a Thursday. A horse of his quality on a Thursday. If this horse runs to his best level, he's the one they all have to beat, and he looks it, doesn't he? What a gorgeous individual. Looks great in his coat, looks fit and ready to go. Not the biggest, but certainly one to watch. In behind, we have horse number 2, Ali Yabarek. I remember when this horse won on second start, I was really tempted by him. He ran in a tough race after that, but there's no doubt he is another good horse, much stronger in behind. You can see the back end, his hindquarters, full of power, a good strong walk as well. 2 handlers on, but very, very relaxed. Let's look at another one though. Horse number 14 is what I'm fascinated by here. This is a 1-time, 1-winner start. Really looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Horse number 14 in this field, whose name completely escapes me, is Night of Desire. Now, this is another one that caught my eye in the parade ring. I was looking forward to seeing how he would look when he was in the parade ring, because his record is 1 from 1, and is in colours that we've seen carried to success here by 2-year-olds last season. So these connections know what they're doing. And here is Night of Desire. Really nice type here, out by Night of Thunder, a stallion who's done so incredibly well recently. Has just the 1 ear plug in. Quite an interesting look there. You'd both see horses with 2 ear plugs in, but he's either dumped one off, or he's, well, you can see he's probably got 1 in, because you can just see he's getting a little bit worked up with my cameraman next to him. So we'll make sure we'll give him plenty of space. But Night of Desire has the record in here, the only horse looking to stay unbeaten.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, it's nice to have a race here full of horses that have won before. Obviously, some of them haven't, and we will talk about a couple of those. But this is a race where we've seen previous winners come back for a non-winners of 2. It's kind of that next stepping stone, isn't it, on the way to going forward to either cup races, open races, or even into handicaps.
Indeed, yeah, and these obviously are a lot more competitive than the maidens tend to be. Although, you know, every now and again you just end up with a red hot maiden, don't you?
Yep.
But yeah, you expect things to be stepping up a gear when you head into non-winners of 2 territory.
Exactly, and we've got a short price favourite in this race on the international markets, and that is horse number 1, Albsha, for Abdul Alafi. This horse is 5-4, very short price on the internationals. Do you see why? I understand that he's the highest rated in the race, he's probably going to be part of the speed, but does he have enough to warrant such a commanding role in the betting?
No, I think there are 2 questions with Albsha. Firstly, you've got to believe that last time out run. Finished second to Nonsense in the Taif Sprint Championship, but that was a big step up on what he'd been doing prior to that. And there is a slight question that race fell apart a little bit. The front 2 dominated. He was only 5th in his prep race for that contest. The winning time wasn't exceptional, I didn't think, on that day. So although that should have been a really good race, I think it fell apart a little bit, although I'd still respect the winner Nonsense as a horse who's clearly going places. And a draw on Stole 18 is a tricky one from what we've seen so far, to say the least.
Yeah, exactly. Abdul Alafi is going to have to be keen on the button as soon as the gates are pulled to try and get towards the front and cross over. If he gets situated wide, it's no bad thing necessarily, but it's definitely not a positive. One more thing about Albsha, which interests me. Obviously, this race is over 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres. Going through his form, he's only ever once gone further than 1,200 metres, and that race was on his second outing. He finished 10th of 12 behind Al Motterhead, and he got very tired late. I think he's a speed bull. Probably wants the 1,000, but you don't have it here. So handles the 1,200. I'd be worried about him in the last 200 metres of this race. Even if he's able to, you know, get that early lead and command the race early, I still think he'll be vulnerable.
Yeah, and listen, you look at races like this and you see his rating of 90 and you think, well, he might just have a class edge here. But he wouldn't have been a 90 rated horse before last time out. That's the thing. He would have been roughly on a par with about 5 or 6 others here. So you really have to believe he improved massively last time out to want to be with them at short odds.
Absolutely. That's Albsha covered. We'll talk about a few more after we speak to Callum.
Thanks, guys. Horses in the parade ring heading out onto the track ahead of our next race here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Just a quick note, horse number 11 and horse number 13 both getting worked up in the parade ring. So horse number 11 was Matt Nuke getting worked up in the prelims, and Mustak Mela went right up on 2 legs when the crowd wasn't going forward. I think you can give Mustak Mela a bit of a pass on that. He had no chance really. Everything sort of stopped in front of him, and I think he was a little bit concerned there. So hopefully all those connections will not be too concerned, but if I was to give a negative, it would be Matt Nuke in the parade ring here. Had a quick chat with Eddie Castro before he went out aboard horse number 17, Violin Concerto, a horse by stallion Mendelssohn. Hopefully he'll kick on as a stallion going forward. Had quite a quiet start, but the Mendelssohns were certainly ones to watch. Violin Concerto looks very well in the parade ring, and Eddie Castro, a jockey who was obviously such a big name in the USA, he's really trying to bring that form now to the Riyadh season after a slightly successful time at the beginning of the season and at the end of Taif. He's just beginning to come to the boil here. Had a quiet year last year. Hopefully he can get going this season and be a real jockey of note for owners who often have good horses.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Callum, for that overview there of a few horses before the race here. Great to hear that you spoke to Eddie Castro as well. He's had a good start to the season, and hopefully we can see him have plenty more success. Last year was a bit sporadic when it came to Castro winners, but he's obviously a fantastic rider. We saw him to great effect in the US for a number of years. He's on board Violin Concerto in this race, 9-2 in the market, first-time starter. Interesting debutant, good pedigree, prolific connections. Blinkers and tongue tie first up. Now, would you say that's negative, or would you just say it's the course of action here in Saudi sometimes?
Yeah, it can be, and certainly you're more likely to see this. If you saw this at home in the UK or Ireland, you'd be massively worried about a horse wearing blinkers and a tongue tie. If it was in the US, it wouldn't bother you at all, and for a horse with a US pedigree to have the gear straight away. I say a US pedigree. Actually, the dam raced in the UK and was exported to the US. She was useful. She wasn't the easiest in the world. She eventually won a handicap at Leicester of a mark of 80, but she was capable in listed company. She didn't always help herself. Quite a keen sort of, if I remember correctly, Nimui. But yeah, so in calling it a US pedigree, it's worth bearing in mind that the dam was actually exported from the UK. But yeah, the headgear isn't a concern given that it's a much more normal thing here.
Absolutely. We're just going to look at a form clue now. Albsha, Callum's selection, and the market leader on the international market right now. We can pick him up here. He's in third place in the white and blue silks, blue cap, horse with the noseband. Moving through the race nicely. Wasn't able to get to the lead, obviously, but this was a very good race in comparison to the event we're seeing today. Finished the event off okay, albeit wasn't exactly flying at the death.
No, he's essentially plugging on.
Yeah.
The winner went clear with one other and clearly had the beating of that from 3 furlongs out and has been very impressive nonsense. And I think there's a little hint of everything else sort of picking up the pieces. And Albsha may be best placed of the others. Agreed. The way the race panned out. So I'm not saying for a second that Albsha can't win this race, but if I was pricing it up, I'd have a couple of questions there, and I'd be a little more generous with my chalk.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said there. He could easily win the race, but at the price, if you're looking at the international market, he wouldn't be for me or Rory. However, Callum is obviously going with Albsha. Let's talk about a couple of others quickly then. Horse number 2, Ala Yabarek for the white stable. Riyadh Al-Tawaish on board. Currently 11-2 in the international market. Had the 3 runs, grinded out victory in a 1600 metre maiden. Was down the field in a cup race last time. Distance questions, or are you fine with the 1400 here? 1400
should be okay. So it's only a furlong difference from what's arguably his best trip. Was a mile maiden winner in December, and as you said, like a lot from this stable, was promoted to much tougher company, running the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Cup in January. I thought that Al Yabarak was the type to improve again, and you don't look at the form figures with horses from this stable. You have to look at that in conjunction with the kind of races they're running in, and I thought. I'll tell you what I thought about it. I thought he had a mark that you'd want to go into handicaps with. Yeah. I thought 75 might end up being generous with him, but it's not the modus operandi of this stable, really, to do that.
No. We'll throw back to Callum quickly for final thoughts, and then we'll give our selections.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is the race of the day for me. An absolute cracking contest. I'm sticking with Albsha, horse number 1 here. This is a horse that should be running on a Saturday. In this type of company, he has to be the one that you go for. Albsha, for me, horse number 1.
Thank you very much, Callum. Best of luck in this race. Who are you with in this?
I'm going to take a chance on Ali Yabarak. He's definitely better than the rating needs to be to win this race.
Perfect. Could be another winner for the White Stable, second on the day, and they were unlucky in the last race with the runner-up. I'm going to go a little bit left field here with Burkhan for the FMQ Stables, who owned me a winner early on today, so hopefully we go 2 from 2 with the FMQs. This horse is 10-1 on the international market right now, which is a fair price. He's the second highest rated in the race. He's yet to win. That is a negative. He's facing horses who've won before, and it does take some kind of mentality to get the head in front. But I don't think it's necessarily due to the fact that he hasn't wanted to win, more who he's been running against. He's been beaten by some very nice types, including Salam Al-Khair, who's had a great start to the season for Lucas Gaitan. So I think Burkhan's maybe slightly underestimated, but drawn in 13 would be a little worry for me.
It is tricky, but as you said, that when he was beaten by Salam Al-Khair, that came in the Saudi Broadcasting Authority's Cup. So you're able to get placed in a cup race. You should be able to be competitive in a race like this, shouldn't you?
Exactly. The wind is picking up outside, as we can see from the footage, and we're going to go over to Alex Fussy for the calling of race number 5.
Many thanks, Tom. Yeah, runners circling here. They will load very shortly prior to this 5th of the day. Don't forget a restricted win event, so no more than 1 victory per horse in this race. Albsha 5-4 remains that price on the international betting. Violin Concerto at 9-2 got the better of the draw of those top 2 in the market. Currently steady away at 9-2. Bit of money for Ala Yabarik into 5s from 11-2. And coming out of stall 6, that should be a positive without doubt. Mostak Mila is much wider in terms of stall position, out in 17, but it's currently 17-2, 9-1 for Burkhan, and it's 11s bigger the rest of the field. Although Night of Desire, who Callum initially said caught the eye in the paddock, 25s from 33, so probably caught the attentions of 1 or 2 others as well. That individual jump from stall 7, so it's well positioned on the draw front. That is Tabshir just going forwards. Stall number 14 for that Colts. Not yet registered a victory. 0 from 4. Striped jacket of Manuek goes in. Lex Moreno. Lahab going forwards as well. Got a handful still to go. Sadna, definitely a player into the mix here as well at 8-1. The Aldaham team. There's Ala Yabarek. Pushed into stall number 6. And here comes Violin Concerto, the black-coloured jacket, Eddie Castro, into stall number 8. Albshire is still out the back as well there, right on cue in shot. We'll move up to stall number 18, the final one. And is there. All aboard. And they're off. Jumped away. The distance here is 1,400 metres for this restricted win contest. Starter caught them in a pretty level line, looking for Abshire on the outside. Right into mid-pack at the moment. We'll slowly try and work across and join up with the main group. Fadwat Ayunik was away alertly down on the inside, and Yaflan is also there, the yellow and blue combination, and probably just has the advantage. Night of Desire alertly into proceedings, and Asadna not too far from the pace. They're being followed then by Cause of Destruction, who's racing currently in 5th position, and Burkan is next on the outside but being encouraged along. Lahab is following. Red and white jacket right down on the inside of horses are now trying to get there. Albshire is still posted deep, is up on the outside of Ala Yabarek as they work their way back towards the top of the straight. And Night of Desire has come around the outside going powerfully here and has hit the front. Night of Desire goes on the turn, moving up into 2nd place now in behind and giving quite close chase here as a couple of others try to close. That's Cause of Destruction, and that runner's now taking off and over. A bit of a change up top late in the piece. Causes of Destruction going on and starting to go away. In 2nd place at the moment is Night of Desire, but that runner being tackled by Lahab for minor honours, but they're chasing for places only. Cause of Destruction living up to the name and tearing the field apart. Beat Lahab into 2nd, close enough for 3rd. Al-Kafu was one of those running on in between horses. The judge will be needed there. Victory for number 8, Cause of Destruction, and that's a massive upset really. Thab Altimyap does the steering. This individual, you're going to be looking around about 40-1 or that region on the international markets. But it was a really taking turn of speed around that home turn that shot this one into the lead and has gone on to win by a good handful of lengths. 1:27.07 your winner's time over this 1,400 metres distance. And it was a handful. It was 5 lengths the winning margin. Lahab has finished in 2nd. Night of Desire has managed to scramble home for 3rd. And then Al-Kafu, who was the one that we said was staying on quite well. But Night of Desire took it up and then was quickly passed. And the one that did the passing was Cause of Destruction. A nice winner here of race 5 and an upset in the process. The order of finish, 8, 10, 14 and 5.
Well, who saw that coming? What a surprise we had here in what I would believe is the feature race here in King Abdulaziz Racecourse on this Thursday afternoon / evening. Cause of Destruction ran last week. Made his debut in Saudi Arabia last week and finished stone last. Ran no race at all, but has completely turned it around here, dominating and winning by 5 lengths here from Lahab and Knight of Desire, who ran a good race for a long way. Worth mentioning, though, that this jockey is Saab Al-Timyat aboard the winner, and Saab is another who's claiming 3 kilos in the plate. Low draw, claiming apprentice, a very, very talented rider nonetheless. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask if he speaks any English, and he's probably going to turn me down, but it won't stop me trying, because I love to be a trier. And we'll wait and see. Plenty of connections here with this Cause of Destruction, who has run a big, big race. Saab celebrating here with winning connections as well, and a few other jockeys coming out to celebrate alongside Saab as well. Plenty of people really enjoying this success for a horse that has stepped up massively from his last effort. Saab is just taking the saddle off now as well, and we're going to find out whether Saab speaks any English. Saab, any English? He shakes his head again, and he looked to me as if I had just grown a second head. So no luck with me and Saab, but let's talk about the horse as he heads away from us. Certainly a horse that's improved dramatically from his last start. Whether this was a weaker contest and he got the luck of the draw, it's all about low draws coming to the fore here and winning here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse today. So it's certainly helped him, and the young jockey aboard has helped as well, but certainly a good effort from our winner. Boys, no luck finding that one.
Very, very tough horse to find. You were telling me that this horse was an interesting pedigree, was formerly with a trainer in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know, to be honest, I didn't dig too deep because it ran last week and finished last of 16. But that was in an open race, and I suddenly thought afterwards, that'd be weird if that was its debut. So I've dug it out. It was bred by Yeomanstown Stud, sold for 95,000 guineas as a yearling, and the buyer was Manor House Farm. So I'm guessing that went into training with Hugo Palmer. It was never entered in a race in the UK and was resold for 7,000 guineas at Tattersalls in May this year to come here to Saudi Arabia. And that immediately looks 7,000 well spent.
Yeah, picks up 12,000 Saudi Riyal for winning this race. And, you know, he missed the kick as well, so it wasn't exactly plain sailing. He was able to find a really nice spot behind the 3 leaders here. You can just see the white and red silks. It mainly looks white on this overhead shot. Currently in 4th on the inside of Asadna. And he just bears out, manages to find a gap and kick clear. He was 40-1 into the international market. I'm not surprised he was.
Well, it doesn't even look a generous price, because all you had to go on, we didn't even have the pedigree on the race card. You just had that one run to go on. Obviously, the winner of that race last week is Progressive, and a horse is going places Arabian Pleasure. But you know, you see a horse finishes last, and turns out a week later you don't expect to see much more of it. But yeah, the Dam She's Ranger was a bred by Tally Ho Stud, Irish bred, but ran in France. And was a multiple winner. 1 or 2 of the offspring have cost a few bob at the sales, but clearly he's had his issues not to get to the racetrack. But he's also got plenty of raw ability, and he's shown that last week's run was no indication of how good he is, clearing right away from them here in a race that had a little bit of depth. I mean, you know, you look at this, and the favourite was rated 90. We said that was maybe a little bit suspect, but you had Burkham, your selection, had a rating of 86. There are a few horses rated in the 70s who look like they were fairly treated on that, so he's run to a high level here.
Yeah, he has, and he's done it nicely as well. He was always in a good position, kicked clear off the home turn, and as you can see, he just went past the front runner, Knight of Desire, who eventually finishes 3rd in the yellow silks, and the runner-up in 2nd, Lahab, who was another one who was overlooked in the market. It was 33-1. My note going into the race, obviously before we saw the race, was 0 from 6 and needs further about Lahab.
He ran in that race last week as well, finished 9th behind Arabian Pleasure.
What a piece of form.
Arabian Pleasure suddenly looking a very good horse. Yeah, he was highly tried. I saw Lahab finish 2nd to a horse called Yadar on his debut here last season. I thought he looked promising. Again, he was then put into tougher races rather than staying in maidens. Was 4th in a course and distance open won by Yofikuk Allah, who's a useful horse. And then maybe struggled a little bit after that. But yeah, this is a return to form. And the 3rd Desire, as I mentioned, Knight of Desire, looked like getting loose when she went to the front before the home bend. This was her debut in Saudi Arabia, but She was a maiden winner at Chelmsford for Marco Botti back in February of last year, and she was placed in a handicap at Wolves when last seen in June. So she brought a level of form, and she was still unexposed as well. So you begin to understand this. Not the horses we expect filling the frame, but you can dig a little bit deeper and find more.
Absolutely, Night Desire, at least shaped like she's a future winner. As you say, that UK form was relatively strong. She was only rated 66, but she was a previous winner. I like the fact that she showed lots of early speed in the race, and maybe a drop down to 1200 could be key for her.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, the fourth home there was also a big price. That was Al Kafou, a horse that I couldn't have had for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. We're going to head to Callum for the pre-parade ring right now.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Thought I'd come to a little bit of a different spot to normal. Yes, guys, I thought I'd come to a little bit of a different spot to normal and come and have a look in the pre-parade ring. Follow me, Mustafa. We're just going to have a look at what goes on in this pre-parade, because obviously you see all the horses coming around, getting into the correct order so they go out in number order, something I really like here in Saudi Arabia. But you can just see the numbered saddling boxes. Everything is so well prepared here in Saudi Arabia. Even the saddling boxes are numbered. And here we're just seeing horse number 7, which is Jcsa, just getting a little bit worked up in these prelims. And that's why it's so important to come down here, especially for these 2-year-old races, because you'll see horses, if they're getting a little bit worked up, they're getting a little bit concerned about what's going on off the track, that would be a bit of a negative for me. So Jcsa, we've already seen, just getting a little bit worked up. You'll also see there's plenty of horses around changing positions, everyone trying to work into the right order. It's a very simple thing, but it makes life so much easier for people watching the racing, people like me in the parade ring. I always know who's coming up behind. Very different than some other racing jurisdictions. Horse number 5, another one who's just taking it all in to his stride. That's Haflar here, this interesting runner here, this colt, this filly, I should say. Am I getting it right? No, it is a filly. I will get there in the end. Haflar, the filly, horse number 5, just getting a little bit worked up. And we can see we're still trying to get into order. We're waiting for horse number 3, Asaktom, to come out as well. They're probably going to wait until that horse gets in order too. But it's all much calmer here in the pre-parade. Not quite as intense out there in the parade ring. And because we've got a little bit of a longer gap before this next race, we give enough time for these horses to get settled. Mr. Alex Fussy, we've seen them in the pre-parade. Tell us who the runners and riders are.
I will do just that, Callum. Let's have a look at the field then for race 6, the local bred fillies maiden. As you quite rightly pointed out, lots of inexperience on show this time, and those prelims will be crucial. Number 1, Al Masat Al Shraq, that's the mount of Fala Al Dahasi. Number 2, Al Reem Al Mahatha, Asil Al Shahani. Number 3 is Asdakom, one of the newcomers in the field. Al Kamis will do the steering there. 4, Boabat Al Riyadh, that's the mount of Alex Moreno. 5 is Hafla, Fawaz Wanas. 6, Hafa Zamani, that's Mohammed Al Habib. Then we go over to number 7, Hey Jap, one of those that was a bit edgy in the pre-parade, that's Eddie Castro. And 8 is Hilwat Farah, Al Shara booked for the ride. Number 9 is Jasmine, Rayan Al Taresh with the 10. Maestrat Omniati, Turkey Alofi will steer. The 11 is Misfeya, that's Abdullah Al Kredis. And the 12, Motarefa, Mohammed Al Hubay. 13, Munirata Al Riyad, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. And 14 is Naum Al Saudia, that's Mohammed Al Daham. 15, Nasra Thakbar, Fahad Al Faradi. 16, Al Fahab, that's the international favourite at the moment, Norwef Al Mudiani. 17, Ayuni, Sultan Al Mimoni. 18, Rayat Al Fuz, Abdullah Al Saudi. 9, Hamza Saad. And 20, Wood Yourself, that's Abdulaziz Al Aish. And those two you see over the page. No reserves here, so right away 21, 24 they are out, 20 of them going, and this is going to be a tough one to find the winner, gents.
Absolutely, thank you very much, Alex. Yeah, 2-year-old fillies maiden over the 1400 metres. It's an interesting race. Obviously, 7 furlongs, 1400 metres is an intermediate trip between sprints and mile. You tend to see lots of horses who potentially want the mile, but there isn't a spot for them to run in, or sprinters stretching up to see if they handle the distance. So we've got a wide array of horses in here. The market's come down on 3 different runners to dominate this. Horse number 9, Jasmine. Horse number 7, Hey Jut. But the favourite right now is horse number 16, Al Thahab. First-time starter for the Red Stable and trainer Sami El Harabi.
Yeah, I think we need to get Callum's view on this, because again, the assumption the market's making is that Red Stable runners are going to be forward. They were in Taif, but the horses they run at Riyadh tend to be a different sort, and they're not always wound up for debut. So it'd be interesting if Callum reckons that's ready. Again, as I have an unraced mare from quite a prolific but not brilliant US family. So again, you see what they're looking for. They're looking for horses that are going to be tough and win races, not necessarily looking for absolute superstars, but you know the kind of part of the market that you can actually deal with there, and you can get a bit of value. Horses who we're going to take the racing, they're going to see the racetrack, and hopefully they'll find their niche.
Absolutely. It looks like the market's really going towards those first-time starters, because both Jasmine and Hey Jut, the second and third favourites, as well as the favourite right now, all making their debut. We're going to get back to Callum now. He's found someone to talk to.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm joined by David McKinnon here, who's Chief Executive here, or Chief Racecourse Officer. I want to make sure I get that right here in the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. We've moved from Taif to Riyadh. Talk to me about that change.
Yeah, so we've had amazing seasons at Taif, very successful with upgraded races, fantastic race quality and fantastic field sizes, and some wonderful horse performance on the Arabian side and the thoroughbred side. So we finished about 4 weeks ago, and the horses have now come up to Riyadh, and we're now started racing here last weekend in Riyadh, and yeah, it's a delight to be back racing. The weather's now cooled down here, so we're in good shape.
Those upgrades that you mentioned, especially for the purebred Arabians, really positive, because it's really putting Saudi on the worldwide purebred Arabian map.
Yeah, I mean, just the simple fact that the Group 3 King Faisal Cup is the first Group 3 on Arabian side on dirt ever. Fact, history. So it's amazing that's the case, and the performances in the listed race beforehand with the 2 big horses as such will hopefully put us in good shape for future upgrades as well. So yeah, the performance of the track is amazing as we continue to grow the sport here in the kingdom.
And we're seeing those performances spread all over, especially the Middle East, with Talal Al-Kaladir, Afsan Al-Kaladir, both doing themselves proud, both in Saudi, and then Talal going and absolutely bolting it in Dubai.
Exactly, yeah, amazing horses, and it's a pleasure for us to have them in the kingdom, and they can then showcase their talents, across the GCC countries, and hopefully a bit wider in the future as well.
And just regarding upgrades for thoroughbred races, there must be some in the pipeline as well, which you must be really excited about.
Yeah, I mean, the quality is improving all the time, which is fantastic, and our race program here in Riyadh this season is reflected of that, with various sort of changes, handicap ratings, going up to reflect the fact the horses are getting better as well. And we hopefully have some positive news on some upgrades in the future as well.
And as well as the future, turf coming in December the 7th, so much earlier than we saw last season, where it came in almost late January. Almost double the amount of turf races, even over double the amount of turf races to look forward to. It's a game changer for the programme as well.
Exactly, yeah, and it's great, and great credit to the team for getting out there and up and running. So that the seed went in about 2.5 weeks ago. You'll see behind us now it's greened up, which is lovely, and we'll be racing there 7th of December, which will be about 5 weeks earlier than last year, and really gives us a great opportunity to develop the turf programme and help with the auction we've got coming up, the Yearlings auction coming up, and then potentially importing horses. So it's a real step change, positive approach for us to be able to do that for this season.
I thought it must also be great for some of those local horses that we saw last season thriving on turf, who arguably struggled on the dirt.
Yeah, it gives another opportunity for them, and then there'll be more prep races for the Saudi Cup turf races as well, Arabian side as well. So it's all part of the development of the race programme, and great credit to the teams involved of developing that from a technical point of view and delivering it. So fantastic.
Thank you very much, David. I know you were so keen to talk to me just only moments ago, and we're going to be following you all the way through this season. So thank you for taking the time to join us.
That's a pleasure. We've got some great stories to tell, and we're very proud of what we're doing here and continue building. So delighted to help out.
And hopefully we can tell some of those stories too. Boys in the studio, it's been class hearing from David. It's time to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, let's talk about this race then. Race number 6 for the fillies over the 1,400 metres. We've already briefly touched on the international favourite, which is Al Thahab. Let's talk about the other 2 first-time starters who are being well found in the market. Right there on screen is horse number 9, Jasmine, for the White Stable. Rian Al-Tuwaish on board, currently 9-4. I thought this horse was very interesting from a pedigree aspect by Viano Rosso, who we saw in the Breeders' Cup Classic, so obviously distance won't be a problem for Jasmine. And the Dam, Forever Discreet, was a pretty good Aussie mare as well. So this horse caught my eye.
Yeah, the Dam won the Morfettville Guineas. Now, I'm not sure exactly how strong the Morfettville Guineas is in Australia, and there has been a lot of talk recently about the bloated nature of the group race calendar there. But yeah, you've got to have a fair degree of ability to win a race with that kind of title. And Jasmine, yeah, was of immediate interest to me because of that. Dronestall 2 as well, and we're getting to the stage now where you need to have the pedigree, the likelihood of being fit, and the draw to go with it today.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like fitness will probably be not a foregone conclusion, but likely with a white stable first time.
Exactly.
So, yeah, Jasmine definitely stands out. Let's move on to the third favourite then, Hey Jat. Eddie Castro rides for Shala Aladiani, owned by Prince Sultan bin Mishal. This horse, again, a nice pedigree, probably not as good as Jasmine's, in my opinion. Blinkers go on, tongue tie first up. I mean, they're kind of going for everything with the headgear.
They are, yeah. We touched on that before. Horses with that US pedigree. I think trainers here tend to look at the siblings who've been successful, and this is a Flashy Bull half sister to 3 winners in the States. And if the siblings are winning with headgear first time out, why not follow the same sort of plan? And I think that makes perfect sense.
Let's go back to Callum then, right now in the paddock.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, looking to focus on a horse here who might be going slightly under the radar. Horse number 14, Nayim Al Saudia. Really, really gorgeous individual here, making debut. Another one by Frozen Power. Now, most of Frozen Powers you see will be really dashing grades. This is not the type at all, but certainly quite a leggy individual. Maybe today won't be the day. Doesn't look hard fit, but of all the horses that really caught my eye, a tall, leggy type will probably do better over further in the future. Looks well strong enough to do the business today though, but maybe might just need this run. A good type though, one that certainly caught my eye in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, this is an interesting race. I don't want to do that horrible throwing to you, is there any others that catch your eye? But there are 3 at the top of the market that are well clear of the rest, and the others seem a little bit much for muchness.
Yeah, there's not. I mean, you could go through them. There's not an awful lot of positives to hang on to. I suppose number 2, Al Rimotair, is out of a local bred 7 furlong winner. So, course and distance winner, the Dam was. Gaith Al Gaith has had 15 winners this season. So there's a couple of positives there, but it's not a fantastic pedigree, to be honest. You'd much rather be with these races open to local and imported horses. You see a nice US pedigree that tends to come to the fore.
Yeah, exactly. And that horse, Alreem Almathea, is drawn in stall 19 as well. So we'll either have to be very professional to get across or hope to try and bear across into a nice position in midfield. There are a couple of other firsters in here that interest me. Horse number 4, Bawabat Al Riyadh, hasn't really attracted any support in the market. 33 to 1 in the international market right now. Maybe that's due to connections, but I thought the pedigree was a little bit interesting.
Yeah, pedigree is quite interesting. The Dam ran 4 times, was unplaced all 4, but her Dam, Natalie Jane, was imported to Saudi Arabia after her racing career in the UK and has done well here. She was 3rd in the Lancashire Oaks. She was a very tough and genuine filly, Natalie Jane, and she's got plenty of winning offspring here as well. So although the Dam wasn't one of her superstars, I thought you always tend to hark back to the second Dam and see what she's produced. And Natalie Jane, definitely one of the better broodmares here in the last decade or so. The sire, Jcsa, was a real top-end handicapper, very, very tough 7 furlong performer. And again, if you're looking for something with to handle this distance, you want either the sire or the Dam to be a specialist ideally, and Jcsa was a real 7 furlong horse.
Exactly. So I thought it was definitely an interesting horse. She was an interesting horse in this lineup. Obviously, she's a big price, and maybe today won't be the day.
Slightly unfashionable stable, I suppose, and that tends to be what the market reacts to.
Absolutely. Let's talk about one with previous form then. Horse number 15, Nazrat Tharkba, had the 3 runs. Okay, the last 2 haven't been great, but on debut showed some ability, and the last 2 runs have both been in opens. And we've seen with the previous race, a horse come out of an open who finished last, comes back and wins. Maybe the 15, who we are watching be a little bit recalcitrant.
She's being a madam.
Maybe she can outperform her odds though.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you look at the form figures and they go 3-0-0, and you think, well, that's just gone the wrong way from its debut, but essentially in too deep in those 2 runs. And if you're slightly out of your depth here, you can disappear in races. Yeah. It's very easy. But she was 3rd to Mitulea on debut. If she comes back to that form, she's a big player here. She's drawn in stall 17, which is hardly ideal, but she's got the experience at least to help her out with that, and she's one you can't ignore completely. You probably wouldn't be mad keen to see the way she's behaving pre-race, but as we said with an earlier winner, these fillies can misbehave when the fitter they are. Sometimes the more difficult they can be pre-race, and it's often a sign, as long as they're not being reluctant to go down, then the fact that they're playing up can actually be seen as a positive.
Absolutely. We did see the favourite there on Alpha Hub in the Red Stable Silks also play up a little bit while Nawaf Ahmadiani was trying to get on board, but once he was on board, she seemed absolutely fine. Another horse to mention, maybe horse number 18, Riyadh Al Fuz. Gets the informed rider on board, Abdullah Al Saidi. Had the 4 starts. Last time we've seen in the Taif Cup, so it was probably out of her.
Yeah, just threw that one out. Again, that was too deep. Previously, 3rd of 18 in a 1 mile fillies maiden in September. Again, returning to that, dropping back slightly in trip, returning to that sort of form. A decent draw in stall 6. The know-how to go with it and the fitness. The one benefit you have of a horse coming from a recent run in a race that was too tough for it is you know at least that you've seen it and it's fit, and that's something I'll take as a positive for Riyadh Al Fuz, who's not readily ruled out in a race where you can't nail your colours too strongly to the mast.
Exactly, yeah. She's rated 64. She's currently 10-1 in the international market. One more horse to throw at you here, Rory. Horse number 14. This horse has been overlooked in the market, currently 25-1, but look, first-time starter by Frozen Power, probably a bit of an unfashionable stable. Callum's pick, so we've already seen Callum have a long shot winner today. The only interesting point I had here, maybe you've got another one, is that Mohammed Aldaham's on board.
Yeah, I got a bit confused looking at this because I think the information you get through the website gives you the wrong data for the dam, Elmer's Gypsy Rose. She was a 4-time winner, and this filly is a half-sister to a 2-time US winner called Naughty Boy, with a good name. So she's got a decent enough pedigree to go with. If you looked at the mare that the data is for, you'd know that this couldn't be her daughter, because the filly whose form is shown there is from last season. But Elmer Gypsy's Rose has produced winners. So Naomi Al Saudia has to be of some sort of interest. For all stall 14 is probably not ideal for a newcomer.
Yeah, maybe the price is due to the fact that the trainer hasn't had a winner since July 2023. Okay, Rory, where are we looking here with your selection?
Wow, no, see, I got to nail it. See,
Come on, you've got to do it.
You always decide. You decide the day before, essentially. I like to leave it hanging, and sometimes that can see me tie myself up in knots. Jasmine, I'm afraid it's a dull one. We haven't seen her, but she's well drawn. She should be forward. She's got quite a precocious pedigree as well.
Yeah, I'm also with Jasmine, horse number 9 for the White Stable. First time out, the daughter of Vino Rosso. Hopefully she can make a winning start. Callum, who are you with?
Yeah, I'm not going to be with you guys again. I think why fix something that's already broken is my suggestion here. I'm really torn between horse number 14, Naeem Al Sodia, who looked gorgeous in the prelims, and horse number 18, Riyadh Al Fuz as well. I think that horse is a really nice looking individual. You see, can't miss those silks. We've seen those silks to plenty of success during our time in Saudi Arabia. Got the bright red noseband on as well. Looking forward to see how this gets on. We've also got Abdullah Al Saidi on board too, which can only be seen as a positive, having seen him with his success last time. I won't pick 2 selections, I will only stick with 1, and I'm going to go with my gut here on 14, Naeem Al Sodia, who will be jumping out of stall 14. I'm here to give you paddock selections, not necessarily the ones that will win on paper, but really caught my eye in the parade ring. Alex, hopefully you can call this one home to a well-earned victory. Horse number 14, Naeem Al Sodia.
Well, we will try our best again, Callum, for you. And the market is really catching light with this individual now. And plenty of support for her. She's into 18s from 25s and perhaps even a touch bigger earlier on. So Naeem Al Saudia coming for the support here, the 14 horse. Favourite is Jasmine at 2-1. So it's replaced Al Fahab. They've flopped over at 9-4. Second in now that runner with Hey Jat at 9-2. Munirat Al Riyadh is at 10-1, and Riyadh Al Fuz, another one who's been talked about quite positively, is currently at 10-1 and has got still 6. I think definitely will be an interesting runner in here, a likely player come the finish. There's the 10. That is Mesrat Omniyati going in. There's Callum's fancy, Naeem Al Saudi, who looked good in the prelims. Moves into stall number 14, has got that wider berth to try and tackle and overcome. Not seen much action, have we, from those drawn out wide so far today, as we reach the halfway point of the card. Favourites here, Jasmine the 9, stall 2 if you're following her. So good position there. Al Thahab in stall 10. So not terrible, but not ideal for the chief market rival. That's Hatha Zamani, who's about to move into stall number 13. Nazra Thakbar going in as well, gate 17, very wide. Haflar coming up. Jcsa is also about to move in. Another one of the newcomers. There's several in this race, isn't there? Still got a good handful to go in. Looks as though we've got a loose one, have we? Jcsa is galloping off in the wrong direction. So that's the 20. Jcsa, who's heading in the wrong direction, but the outriders have caught that runner now. So we will see what happens next with regards to the 20. Probably not going to go. The rest of them are going in quite quickly. That's Jasmine, just gone forwards. Al Thahab is still out the back as well. And also Hayjat yet to go forwards. Goggles just being adjusted there from Eddie Castro. Reminder, Hayjat was a bit upset in the pre-parade ring, but has been very well behaved since. Now there is the 20, the one that got loose. Heading back towards the starting stalls is that runner. There's the jockey. Just gone through shot. Abdulaziz Aleish is waiting to see what next. These other two runners are held up at the moment, aren't they? They're just waiting for the next moves. So it looks as though they're going to take a turn with Hayjat. More money now for Jasmine before the off, right down to 15-8 here, the favourite. So continues to be strong. 9-4, bit of weakness in Al Thahab, and also Hayjat, who's at 5s, drifting out from 9-2. Al-Reem Al-Motha, number 2 on the card, has just been clipped in a couple of points as well. 14s now for that individual. The Algaith stable. Still Al-Shahani in the saddle. Will jump from stall 19 though, so I'm sure I'd be too keen on the debutante's chances from that position. Looks as though we've got 3 still out the back, bar this Jcsa, who's heading back over. And there's another one now. That's the 4. Borobat Al Riyadh. And that's been withdrawn. So the 4 has gone. That one's adrift. The 20's coming back. And the 7, 12 and 16 are still there as well. So Otarifa still waiting to go forwards. Bit of chaos here before race 6. There's the 20. Jcsa, who's been delaying proceedings. But has gone in now, so that one is running. And that'll mean Hayjat, Al Thahab, and also Motarifa still to go forwards. So they're all coming up now, en masse. It's going to be Al Thahab who requires the final pushings. Looking mad keen. Oh, and now rearing up in the gates is Jcsa. We've finally got that one in. getting them away quickly might be a good move here. So we wait. Don't forget, no number 4. They stand well. Now about Al Riyadh, the withdrawn horse, and the rest of them are off. They're off and racing. Well, loads of them missed the kick. Not good starts for Al Rim. Al Moth are out wide, and also a bad beginning for Ayuni. Down on the inside, Tajib has also slow to go, and Jcsa has blown the start as well, which is not entirely surprising given the antics beforehand. Jasmine, however, got a good beginning and is right up there with Al Fahab, and another one is Jcsa. So top of the betting, already coming right to the fore in the race. Naeem Al Saudi is laying up with them, light blue cap on the outside, not too far from the speed. Al Masat Al Shraq is on the inside next in the order. Then back in behind them, Rayat Al Fuz is just trying to latch on, and with that one for company is Miss Faya as they work their way around the home turn. Haflar is just about next in the field, and down the order Munirat Al Riyadh, and with that runner is Astak Hom as they turn in them around the outside. Al Fahab has now moved past Jasmine. Jcsa is trying to stick with them. The front 3 continue to scamper right away. They're 5-6 lengths in advance of the rest, who are headed by Rayat Al Fuz, heading towards the last 300. Up on the rail, Al Fahab has the advantage, but Jcsa is now putting in a big late bid and is staying on powerfully. Al Fahab trying to see off Jcsa. There's only a half length between them. 1 or 2 still running on, including Rayat Al Fuz. Jcsa tries to get past Al Fahab. Rayat Al Fuz is still finishing off. Jcsa's taken a time, but is edged past and has got there. Jcsa up in time to win it. Close for second. Rayat Al Fuz picked up well to join Al Fahab. They were clear of Haflar and also Jasmine. So victory for number 7, Jcsa, and it took a bit of time, slowly chipping away and getting past. Has gone on to score in the hands of Eddie Castro, the flashy bull filly, on her debut. Al Fahab, in fairness to her, she was tough as well. She wasn't lying down without the scrap all the way to the line. It's got quite close for second place because Rayat Al Fuz has picked up very well up against that far running rail, with the front 3 pulling away. A 1:30.01 the winner has clocked here. Jcsa. Rayat Al Fuz might get second place, you know, here on the bob. Just looking at them across the line, not official yet. And it looks as though Haflal might get 4th. Yeah, Rayat Al Fuz is second. So half a length down. Jcsa takes it. Rayat Al Fuz up the inside for second place, which will mean Al Fahab will finish another head back in 3rd. Just waiting on confirmation for your 4th. And that's the 5. 5 has been confirmed as 4th. That is Hafler, who finished off quite nicely for Forwas Wanas. That was race 6 on the card, and your order of finish was 7, 18, 16 and 5.
Castro, we told you early on, he's been just ticking over nicely and just boiling up to a good point, and he's guided Jcsa to victory in an absolute thriller. What a contest we saw here with Jcsa coming through right at the death. And he's coming along and joining us now. And you know what he does. Ladies and gentlemen, he speaks English. He's not very comfortable. He doesn't want to talk to me, but I will grab him nonetheless. Don't you worry about that. Let's get a good look at this unraced Jcsa here. A 2-year-old looks very, very good. The first, second and third all being unraced, finishing a mile clear of the rest. I imagine they are all going to be horses worth following. And this jockey is a man worth following too. Eddie Castro coming back in with success here. A man who had quite a quiet year last year, but it just looks to be ticking over nicely. And with plenty of connections, both young and old, here to greet the winner in too. So the saddle will just come off here. Good chance to have a look at Jcsa, who again we mentioned in the pre-parade got looked very green and got a little bit overexcited. Went up on 2 legs, but settled down once in the parade ring and looked quite comfortable all the way around. And really, really enjoyed that victory. We'll wait for Eddie to weigh in, and once he weighs in, we will grab him. He's just handing over sticks and getting girth sorted and everything. He's looking at me like he doesn't want it, but he's going to get an interview nonetheless. We do not back down here on the English-speaking broadcast. Just make sure the weighed in goes correctly. Waiting for 58.4. Eddie, well done, that man. Congratulations. He looks like a very nice horse.
Well, thank you. I have a pretty nice race. Good fight in the stretch. And, well, I think in the last meter, she responded good and beat all the feeling. But very, very nice race.
Yeah, you went off very fast, but this horse kept finding for pressure. Must have been exciting first time.
Yeah, it's a first time. A little big ring, and I think that she's responding last meter, you know, because the horse never stopped. He kept fighting together.
And you seem to be keeping fighting as well. A quiet year last year, but plenty of success so far this year.
Yeah, thank you. This is a race, you know. Thank you very much.
And with regards to riding for this stable and these owners, are you their #1 jockey, or is there other people coming in? Because we've seen Wigberto ride in these colours as well.
Yeah, he's a couple rider. Thank God he gave his chance. I had to get all the chance he can, most he can, you know.
You get your chances and you've taken them. Well done.
All right, thank you.
Eddie Castro there going away with a victory, and I think another jockey we need to follow. Guys in the studio, 1, 2, 3, all unraced, probably all worth going into that notebook.
Yes, thank you very much, Callum. Great to hear from Eddie Castro. If you didn't know about Eddie before, he used to ride in the US. He had over 2,500 winners over there at numerous different tracks, including Grade 1 winners, Grade 2, etc. He was a mainstay over in the US before rerouting to Saudi Arabia, basically. He had a couple of stop-offs in between. He's a guy who's obviously got experience. He's a very, very good pilot. He knows dirt inside and out, and he kind of proved that here by crucially sitting off the front 2 in the early stages and kind of taking that box seat role.
Yeah, often, you know, when they're going, they did go pretty hard here, to be perfectly honest, and they got the field stretched out, and not many of the also runs ever really got a look in. But if you're able to just take a lead, knowing that there's no traffic around you, that can help you see things out. And Eddie was able to fill his mouth up, and then Jcsa saw things out strongly. Whether you get a different result if you ran this again, certainly Jasmine has gone too hard on the front end, just getting pressure. You know, essentially the two big local stables going against each other there, with Al Hathab as well, and they probably took each other out of their comfort zones. You can see plenty of them struggling already at this stage. Only 4 horses after a furlong and a half in with only 4 with any great chance of winning. One of them's come from well off the pace. In fairness, you could see that was moving up from a fairly early stage. Riyadh Al Fuz, that's run a big race to finish second in the end, but just there sort of scraping paint and coming through late in the day to pick up the pieces. But the winner's probably the best horse in the race. Yeah. You can mark up the third and fifth because of the pace they went early on. It's a wee bit disappointing though from Jasmine that she dropped away as quickly as she did, though. Better than the bare result in fifth, but whether you'd want to be siding with a fairly short odds is another matter, of course.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. I will say about Jasmine that she did briefly miss the kick, and she was
rushed up,
kind of rousted and rushed up, maybe inefficiently ridden. Obviously, with that desire to try and get to the front and get a nice, clean passage through, but she paid for it in the latter stages. You can see that the eventual runner-up, Riyadh Al Fuz, finished really well at the inside and would have got the job done in a couple more strides. Was in 4th at this part of the race, but kind of was ridden perfectly for the way the race panned out.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, you can look at the end of this race and say the fast finisher must be unlucky, but actually the 3 who were in front off her at this stage. We're beating each other up a little bit, and she's picked up the pieces. She clearly has to be fairly useful to do that, but sometimes you can get carried away by a really fast finisher like that, and I think things have panned out in the race quite nicely for the second. For all, she's had to weave through a little bit. Yeah,
I absolutely agree with that. The third place finisher there in the red silks was Al-Fahab. I would be veering on the side of supporting this horse next time if they all went against each other. I actually think Nawaf Al-Madiani probably went for home a little bit too soon, tackled Jasmine thinking that horse was the main rival. Obviously they got embroiled in that battle. He saw off Jasmine relatively cozily coming in, on the home turn, but just wasn't able to kind of fend off those latter finishes in the race. But at the same time, due to the slight inefficiency in the ride, going too soon, and that petrol tank just running out.
I think if you're looking at, if we had the sectionals published for this, you'd definitely be giving an upgrade to the third there. He's run really well.
Absolutely. Okay, that's 6 races done. We've got another 6 to come. Moving on to race 7 now. It's a fillies maiden for the 2-year-olds over 1,400 metres. Alex Fussy, please run us through the runners and riders.
Thanks, Tom. Well, it won't take me long. Just the 4 of them here. Very unusual in this fillies maiden. 1,400 metres the trip on the dirt, of course. Number 1, Al-Jumania, Khalid Al-Mimoni, newcomer. Number 2 is Halat. That's the mount of Abdullah Al-Saudi, taking off 3. And number 3, La Solitaire, Fawaz Wanas. And number 4 is Saroon Yasser Al-Bakawi, who also takes off the 3. Currently, international betting, Halat 5-6, Saroon 11-4, La Solitaire at 4-1, and Al-Jumania at 8. That's where we stand for the field of 4 in race 7.
Thank you very much, Alex. Just the 4 runners. You don't usually see that, especially in a maiden over here. For the 2-year-olds over the 1,400, as we've talked about, this is an intermediate trip between sprinting and miling and routing. Therefore, Red Stable got the favourite in here. Halat had the 1 run. Do you think the market's come down on the right horse?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. I mean, we know that you've got fitness on side with Halat, given that she ran last Friday. She's only been off the track for 6 days. So, you know, she's had a recent run, but sometimes backing up that quickly isn't always a positive. And horses often end up in races that wouldn't necessarily be ideal for them here in Saudi Arabia because of the nature of the calendar. You've got to run where you have opportunities. So Halat may well have come on a lot for the race. We saw the first winner was beaten out of sight last week and came out and won in our opener. So there's no reason why Halat can't do that. She's got quite a nice pedigree as well. The Damn Iron Lady raced in the UK for William Muir. But she was beaten 27 lengths here last week. So to be odds on having been beaten that far, essentially is a bit of a judgment on the others. And I do think the way the markets are set up here, the market makers are looking at the big stables and immediately putting them in short. Yeah, Red Stable, Sami Al-Harabi, we've seen this combination have good success. We've seen them have great success away from each other. And obviously this rider, Abdullah Al-Said, he's already had a winner on the card and looks the most promising young apprentice riding at the moment. So I can certainly see why the market has shifted towards Halat. I won't give my selection already, but I do think Halat is the right favourite, maybe a little bit too short. But this is a race where we just don't know too much about any of these horses. Exactly. There are mixed messages in the pedigrees of the others, but there are positives to take from a couple of them. So it's La Solitaire and Al-Jumana you're looking at and trying to dig out the positives from the negatives and seeing whether they're liable to need the run. But the paddock will be really important here as well with us. Absolutely, yeah. We'll talk about these fillies in due course, but for now, we're going over to Callum.
Thanks, gents. Yeah, it's a fascinating contest with just the 4 taking part. The first one we'll look at is Al-Jumana. Probably not the biggest eye catcher for me, really in the winter coat here. Certainly doesn't look particularly ready to go. I'd be looking for a horse more in the summer coat than what I'm seeing right now. Al-Jumana is making debut under Khalid Al-Mimoni, who certainly knows how to his way around Riyadh. There's no doubt about it, but probably not the paddock eye catcher for me. Let's go in behind to horse number 2, Halat here. This is the horse who's getting all the attention in the international markets here. A horse who I thought ran a pretty poor race last time on debut, but no doubt could come on from that. Showed bright early speed and started well, has the tongue strap on. Maybe that was a good way to start, and hopefully she can build on that. In behind for me is the paddock eye catcher. This is number 3, La Solitaire, a horse who also makes debut here. Just looks really nice, quite babyish. She's not particularly tall and leggy, but she's strong, she's powerful, and you can see how fit she looks as well. Remember when we mentioned horse number 14 in the last race? I said that's a horse for the future, probably not ready to go now. She is 100% ready to go now. Will probably be my eye catcher in this one and will already be my selection for this race. But that takes nothing away from horse number 4, which is Saroon here, who will have making the 3rd start of her career. Now you'd think with her 3rd start she'd be a little bit fitter, but for me she's not quite as fit as what we saw with our previous horse number 3. She certainly doesn't look bad, and she's got a strong walk about her. She's taking a keen grip around the parade ring with those blinkers on, but for me I'm really tempted to go with horse number 3. La Solitaire will be the one I'm playing with in this Forerunner Fillies contest.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, La Solitaire, an interesting horse in this race by Tapiture out of a dam called Van Rosenberg. This filly was sold for just $10,000 at Keenan last year. The pedigree hints at promise, but the trainer's just 1 from 43 this season. What did you make of La Solitaire?
I got 1 for 44 for the trainer this season, which is not the kind of thing I normally write down, but I did. I thought she was interesting on paper. She's a half-sister to a couple of winners, Icy Baby and Soul Set Free, have both won in the States. Her dam didn't take much racing, but she won her only start at Ellis Park. And I thought there were positives to take from that pedigree. Yeah, the worry for me going into is a stable with a 1 from 44 record this season. You wouldn't expect newcomers to be winning. I have a feeling the stable's only winner this year was a newcomer, though.
I think so as well.
Yeah, so that's a positive there. That if you're able to get newcomers, and this filly did look well in the parade ring. We have Calvin's word for it. We saw them going past as well. She was the standout, I thought, looks wise. So I'm reasonably keen on her because the jolly is plenty short enough.
Absolutely, and Fawaz Wanas takes the ride. We're going to go back to Callum now.
Yeah. Thank you very much here, joined by Keith Otterson, the man of the moment here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Keith, I'm not going to lie, as a clerk of the course, how have you found things so far?
So far, so good, thanks, Callum. That's the standard answer to what's going on. Yeah, we're just into the second weekend now. We had just over 500 runners last weekend over the 3 days, and touch wood, so far, so good. The track's behaving well, and everybody's quite happy.
Yeah, we're working on the dirt, and we've seen quite a few low draws come to the fore here. Is there a draw bias here, or is it just the quality's coming low?
It must be from the gate. There's no favoured position from the gate. That doesn't seem to historically be a bias. You can win from out wide at any trip. You can win up. You can win on the speed. You can win from off the pace. I think the Saudi Cups have shown that this year. Senya Buscador was drawn 4. The Japanese horse that was second, he was drawn 11. So they were both late closers. Wherever you come from, Mishrif, when he won, he was drawn out wide in 12. So it doesn't seem to be, talking to the jockeys, that they're not concerned wherever they're drawn, even if it's 1,200 metres or 2,000.
And we talk about the Saudi Cup. What a wonderful weekend it was last year. I thought it really stepped up a gear again.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was great fun. I mean, it's great fun to be here. It's such a valuable thing. Very exciting. Super international with the participants from Japan, Europe, the US, and hopefully we can build on that. And then you see the horses coming out of it, going to Dubai, and then even running a Breeders' Cup like Forever Young, who won the Saudi Derby, went on to be placed in the Kentucky Derby, and he's got a very good chance in the Classic this year. So good form coming from the Saudi Cup races, yeah.
Yeah, it's great that all those international runners are coming. And talking about international runners, hopefully there'll be some more with even more turf racing appearing on the scene this season.
Well, that's just it. Not so much around Saudi Cup, but in the build-up to it, we've managed to extend the turf season this year. We'll be starting at the beginning of December. We've gone from just around 26 races up to sort of mid-40s now. So we've increased by percentage-wise nearly 70% of races, and we're looking to do that more in the future so that we can hopefully start turf racing when we start dirt racing in October, and really expand that turf program to give opportunities to the existing turf horses, and also those owners who want to bring horses in from Europe potentially, to give them a good opportunity and a good program of turf races going forward.
And I'm no grass expert at all. I wouldn't call myself any sort of clerk of any course, but you can see when you come in that grass is growing in far quicker than it did last year.
Can you? I'm glad to hear that. It's got a few weeks to go, but we've got some very good people who know what they're doing here. It's difficult to regrow a turf course every year in desert conditions, and we're hopefully looking towards going for an all-year-round track so that we can just turn it up for the season when it starts in October, and like I said, lengthen that season and have sort of 70, 80 turf races. Make it a really important part of the whole program here in Riyadh. Yeah.
And for our viewers at home, that would be a dream, to be able to balance dirt and turf racing. You'd be one of the few tracks in the world that could do it on a constant day-to-day basis.
Yeah, we would. We'd be able to expand it. We'd still have a majority of dirt racing, and you've seen the way this track's set up. I mean, and the way racing has grown in Saudi or here at Riyadh over many years. The emphasis really is on dirt racing. But we're percentage-wise, we won't be able to even it up, but we'll have a very meaningful turf program in seasons to come.
And finally, for you, as the clerk of the course, how fun has it been being the clerk of a dirt course now?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's every day is a school day. So you're learning all the time. But there's some great people here. I mean, Bob Blackburn, who's director of tracks. Bob's from Oklahoma originally, lives in Texas. If Bob doesn't know what's going on, it's not down to me. He knows everything about it. He's got a great team behind him, and he's very kind enough to give me a little bit of knowledge along the way.
Yeah, there was a great bit on social media with Bob talking about the horses training on the track before racing on it as well, and trying to find that perfect cushion balance.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's a master at it, whether he's on a machine or he's directing the guys. And a huge refurbishment program went ahead this year. And, the track's riding beautifully. It's a very kind. And that cushion, we've got about 90 to 100 mil cushion on top of the base, which goes down a further sort of 8 inches there. So he completely refurbished that and added an awful lot to it. He's done a great job.
We were very fortunate enough to have an audience with Prince Bandar last season. And we talked about how the safety element of this dirt track is streets ahead of what they have over in the USA and in other racing jurisdictions. The amount of injuries we see are so low. What is that actually down to?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, the competitiveness of racing here, a lot of the races aren't that competitive, so they're not running at huge speeds. I mean, they're running quite quick tonight, or the winners are, but you'll see the other horses tail off. But everybody needs a run before they fall into their slot. I couldn't really comment on the American side of things, but touch wood, this is a nice track. I think the dimensions of the track is hugely important. Both straights are 500 metres long and the bends are 500 metres long. It's an enormous track, so I think it's quite kind for the horses to run around.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to join us. Hopefully it continues in good vein like we've seen so far this season. Hopefully everyone at home can find some winners on the dirt, and on December the 7th we'll be on the turf as well.
Thank you very much, Callum and Keith. Fantastic interview there, and great to hear there's going to be more turf racing here at King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh. I love the turf racing here. I don't know about yourself.
Yeah, I do. I really like the turf racing. It's a very different track to the dirt, and you need to be able to take a good position generally there. Well, you do tend to on the dirt as well, but the way the races pan out can be different. And then they will swing across the track on the straight as well, which makes it slightly interesting there.
Absolutely. So we've talked about La Solitaire in good detail, horse number 3. Let's briefly talk about the others. We'll go back to Halat really quickly. It cost 24,000 guineas, showed good early speed on the debut before weakening quickly. It's a full sister to 2 horses currently racing in England, but they've got a combined record of 1 from 28. I know you don't like the price of this horse. Halat's going to be my selection, but I understand your point of view here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if I had to price it up, I'd put Halat in as marginal favourite, given that, and again, a lot of this is notional. You're guessing a lot. You just gotta make a market that adds up to the right figures. But there are positives and negatives there. It represents powerful connections, is fit after the run, did show speed. And it may well be Al Germana, for example, is a half sister to Wise Eagle, who stays 2.5 miles. Running the Gold Cup at Ascot. But Wise Eagle's also a bit of a throwout in that family. Is the only one who's really shown that kind of form at that sort of distance. So it says he's by Phoenix Reach as well. He's not. He's by Phoenix of Spain, I believe. Yes. So that would be a very different pedigree. Phoenix Reach, which would suggest lots and lots of stamina. Phoenix of Spain, slightly different. So Al Germana is quite interesting there, but may well need further if if she's taking after the best member of that family. Yeah, we mentioned Saroon as well. That wasn't a bad race. It's a similar story to Halat. Fairly well beaten last week, beaten 18 lengths in the end, but it is a run under the belt at a track that does test fitness.
Absolutely, yeah. Saroon is the most experienced runner in the race with just 2 starts, so all of these are open to improvement. I thought Saroon lacked the early gears. The reason why I'm going with Halat, I understand the price is very short. This wouldn't be a race that I would really get involved in anyway from a betting perspective. But I just thought because Halat showed that early speed, Saroon didn't really show many early gears. The 2 debutants could be slowly away. Halat could dominate. Who are you with?
I'm going to go with La Solitaire, but I completely understand your point of view.
Perfect. So we've covered 2 of the 4 runners there. Callum's also with La Solitaire. Alex, please call home race number 7.
Thanks, gents. Yeah, runners loading up here for the 7th of the card. It's 4-5 at the moment for Halat before we get sent away. Solitaire seen a little bit of support. 3s from 4s. Saroon at 3-1. And Al Jumana, the outsider, at 10-1. Been quite weak, that runner, in terms of the betting. There is Saroon going forward, stall number 2. So 2 in and 2 to go. It'll be Halat to stall 4. Al Jumana to stall number 1. They're about to go in. Halat just a little on toes. No problems for Al Jumana. And Halat is now there. We are ready. They're off. The 4 of them sent away. They go 1,400 metres in this fillies maiden. And market leader Halat very well into stride, quickly crossing over to show the way. Perhaps a little bit on the free-going side. Might have tried to keep a tight grip. On the outer is La Solitaire. White jacket with the brown stripe. And then between horses, Al Jumana, very pale silks. And at the back of the field, Saroon, Jcsa Al-Bakawi, just encouraging along a couple of lengths off them. So Halat under a tight grip. Up on the inside running round, now being joined by Al Jumana, who comes in between horses for Khalid Al-Mimoni. On the outer, the 3 wide path is La Solitaire and Forwas Wanas, and dropping right away Saroon. Halat could be in a little bit of bother here because Al Jumana and also La Solitaire have both gone past and both quickly moved away. Halat now under firm driving, starting to go up and down on the spot here as Al Jumana levels on in with the advantage here of 2 lengths. In second spot is La Solitaire. Halat might even be passed by Saroon at the back of the field as they work their way into the last couple of 100 metres. Al Jumana is away and gone. The advantage now is 7-8. In fact, Al Jumana is powering further away. The only one really finishing off with any sort of effort. Al Jumana, Khalid Al-Mimoni strike and win readily. Second place will go the way of La Solitaire. Saroon does get up for 3rd, and Halat bitterly disappointing last of the 4. So Khalid Al-Mimoni does it again. Couple up for him today. This individual has won nicely, very nicely actually. Al Jumana, the outsider of the field, was able to breeze clear. Did seem to finish the race off where the others were very much going up and down on the spot, or in some cases not really going anywhere very quick. 1:28.68 was the winner's time. Knocked here by Al Jumana, beating La Solitaire by, 13 3/4 lengths. So a massive winning margin. La Solitaire second, another 3 1/4 back to Saroon in 3rd. And you'll be waiting quite a while to see Halat complete in 4th. 1, 3, 4 and 2, the order of finish in race 7.
Al Jamana has taken a victory here in race number 7 in absolutely stunning style. Really, really impressive victory for this filly on debut. And I think you really have to mark up this performance, because not only has she won, she's won despite not looking really good in her coat. There are many, many horses out there that looked better in their coats than before, but Khalid Al Mimoni has guided this filly to victory in very impressive style. Trained by Abdul Al Manif, who does speak some English, so we will grab the trainer after this race as well. But well done, Khalid Al Mimoni at the double. Got the flare strip on this filly as well, just to let her breathe a little bit easier. It's a tool not allowed to be used in the UK, but is used in Saudi Arabia and America. I'm going to hopefully find Abdul Al Manif. I've got to work out where he is. I'm getting guided. I'm getting pointed in one direction, and I'm going to try and ask him and find him. Mainly, let's look at this filly to start with, because she does look good. She'll grow into her frame. Abdullah, Abdullah, pleasure to meet you. How are you?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Really nice filly on debut.
Yeah, actually, she's a nice filly. She's a little bit fat, and that was my concern. She showed some ability during workouts, but I wasn't confident enough. She wasn't fit yet, but I saw it's like a smooth and not like a crowded race. So I took the advantage for her to actually get a good education, and plus she showed that ability during the workout, and she approved, and she overcome the challenge in terms of fitness and the condition.
I was about to say that might boost her performance, because she won despite being a bit fat. So well done her.
Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely well done to her, and definitely will give her a good treat. So I'm happy. She's a very good filly. We brought her from Breeze Up Guinness, UK. I have a very good experience with that sales, and I'm going home. I'm going to the UK tomorrow for the in-training sale. Yeah, and I'm very loyal to UK, to be honest. I have done my bachelor degree there. So,
where did you get your degree?
In Southampton.
Southampton, boo! But well done, fantastic. Have you got your eyes on any horses at the Horses in Training sale?
We are still, our agent's still doing the assignments, and there is some due diligence going on, so we'll see what we can find. But again, I always have a good experience with that auction in general. Breeze, own training. I have one Dark Angel horse will run on Saturday, which we brought from Book 3 last year. So we hope that he shows that ability, like the filly, or inshallah he should be better, to be honest.
Yeah, very excited. Looking forward to that Dark Angel colt we'll see on Saturday. Thank you very much, Abdul.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What a wonderful interview there with Abdul Al Manif. He's got a Dark Angel colt running on Saturday. He won't be here. He'll be at the sales at Newmarket, looking for some future stars at the Horses in Training sales.
Fantastic interview, very well done, Callum, and Abdullah Al Manif, brilliant interview, great English, and we learned plenty as well there. It's fantastic he's going to the sales. There have been quite a few Saudi trainers and connections, obviously using agents, at the TAPS Book 1, Book 2, Book 3 and Book 4 sales recently. So yes. I feel like, albeit they go to the US and try to find those dirt pedigrees, they're definitely trying to increase the imported UK Irish horses.
Yeah, and listen, we saw great results from UK imports last season, including horses who maybe didn't make the grades on turf. Bred for the turf, didn't make the grade on turf, and have done actually really well on dirt out here. And if you've got the eye for them, you can get some real bargains.
Absolutely. One horse that I always remember when I think about UK horses over here is Uncle Fathama Al Dahani in the Sheikh Abdullah Al Malak Al Sabah Silks. It's had great success so far. This race was interesting. Obviously, only 4 runners, so a small field to look at. There was no surprise that Halat made the early speed. I thought Abdullah Al Saidi probably should have let her go a little bit, but I mean, she was beaten.
I think in retrospect, I think if you let her go, she'd have been beaten just as far. Sure. If you thought she was good enough to win that, then yes, she's fighting her rider in the early stages, and she's not utilising her speed. But to be honest, once again, she's shown speed very briefly. She's running on her nerves, it appears, and she hasn't seen a race out as she didn't last week. And the 2 newcomers who had sort of mixed pedigrees have ended up going through this race quite nicely and dominated. I say they've dominated as a pair, to be honest. Al Jamana's ended up coming well clear, but it looked like a nice match here off the bend with La Solitaire moving up on the outside. But it's Al Jamana who's got that. He's got that interesting pedigree. You know, Wise Eagle is, as I said, an absolute standout. The Dam Best Be Careful was ran plenty in Ireland. Johnny Feen owned and trained, but she was nothing special. She's thrown an unusual horse in Wise Eagle, who was second in the Zagaro Stakes last season and ran in the Ascot Gold Cup and was down the field there. But yeah, he was a massively progressive stayer a couple of seasons ago. But this filly's sister, her 1 year older sister, has run 10 times without winning, has rated 57 in the UK. Yeah. Adam Nichol, who has Wise Eagle, also has her, obviously hoping Lightning will strike twice. She was placed over 1.5 miles in fairly lowly company, but this is a good performance over 7 furlongs for a horse who you thought would stay further as well, being by Phoenix of Spain, not Phoenix Reach, as you may see in your race card. But yeah, this was a pretty good performance first time out.
Absolutely. She was the slowest away of all 4. The quickest away was actually Saroon, who showed no early speed, much like last time up, and was basically outpaced throughout the whole race, plugging on in the latter stages just to pass Hala. These 4 horses have finished in reverse order in the market.
Yeah.
Al Jumana was the outsider at 8-1, eventually won the race. La Solitaire was the second. Biggest price on the board at 4-1, finished second. Saroon was third, and Halat was last. I think moving forward, Halat is probably a no bet in any race until we start to see her finishing off her races better. Saroon either needs a trip or is just hopelessly one-paced. La Solitaire is an interesting one for me because she showed lots of natural speed throughout the mid part of the race, but she did finish very tired. I'd be looking to see her over the 1200 next time, potentially. I feel like she'd be better suited there, whereas Al Jumana could easily handle this 1400 or go further.
Yeah, it's difficult in a race that falls apart to be absolutely adamant about what the horse's distance requirements are and whether they finished in the place they were by default or on merit. But the time of the race wasn't bad for a small field where the leader stopped fairly quickly. The time was good.
It was, yeah, 128 and change. In the previous 2-year-old fillies maiden, they went 130 and change, and that race was run at a much harsher clip in the early stages. Now, sometimes you can get races where that happens and the pace completely falls apart and the sectionals just tail off in the latter part. But there were a few closes in that race and the pace still managed to
I think
half hold up.
The complicating factor there potentially is the wind. It is quite breezy out there. There's a tailwind in the straight. But if there's a tailwind in the straight, then you're actually going against the wind early on. So if you're going really fast into the headwind, then the tailwind is of less use to you because you're tired by that stage anyway. If you don't go so fast early on and you're saving it, then the tailwind is of more benefit in the straight. So the way the race is run becomes very important and it becomes harder to analyse times.
Absolutely. We're on to race 8 now. It's an Arabian Horses Maiden. It's an interesting race over the 1400 metres. Alex, who are the runners, please?
Well, a field of 13 this time, Tom, so considerably more runners than in our previous race, number 12 being the absentee. Number 1 is Mujnad, AF Mujnad, the mount of Hamza Sad, 2 Alpha Mega. That's Norway for Alpha Ruse. Number 3, Barzan Al Rayla, Abdullah Al Kredis. Number 4, Kafu Al Dam, that's Abdullah Al Utabi. Number 5 is Ainid Al Zamilia, Khalid Al Mimodi. And 6, Horan Al Zaim, top end of the betting, that runner at the moment. Faisal Al Sanan will be steering. We go over the page and will be headed by number 7, Kara Al Sabia, Abdullah Al Seri. Number 8 is Nimir Saud, Muhammad Al Nasser. Number 9, Rabah Guda, Asir Al Sharani. Number 10 is Rayaf Al Khair, Sultan Al Mimodi. Then the 11, which is Safa Al Bra. 12 is gone, so 13 next, that's Hudhud, ES Hudhud, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. And 14, Samara Al Order rounds out the field for Khalid Al Azmi, who takes off the 3. Quite a short price favourite here then, Horan Al Zaim, 11 to 10 at the moment the price in the international markets. It's 5s bar the 1. Are we for and against this hot shot this time, gents?
Yeah, very short price favourite, Horan Al Zaim. This isn't a race where I thought I was going to see a short price favourite. I understand that the draw is good for the 6 horse here, and obviously that run last time was pretty promising. It was a massive career best, rated the highest at 75. So I can certainly see the angle, but 11 to 10 is very short. 11
to 10 is short, and I didn't think it was a standout in this race as well. And my worry with Horan Al Zaim is that standout run came last December.
Yeah.
So there's been a big gap since that. Perhaps that was the plan. Perhaps that was a case of getting a bit of experience. You know, that was a step up on 2 previous efforts, but it's believable. I believe the piece of form. And the question is whether the plan was to immediately give him a break after that and bring it back for the Riyadh season this year. A lot of trainers don't want to run at Taif at all, so the fact that horses run at Taif doesn't bother me. But the question is whether they're fit enough to do themselves justice on the return. And if they weren't running in February and March, I get a little bit concerned. But March maybe not so much, because the racing in March is almost a standalone.
Yeah.
But if they didn't race after the turn of the year, it's a little bit of a worry for me.
Yeah, he's one of the most unexposed horses in the race. There are 2 first-time starters in here, but of those with experience, he is the second most unexposed horse. He's a 5-year-old. He has the cheap pieces on. Look, I wouldn't want to be taking a short price about anything, so I could certainly advise looking elsewhere.
Well, in terms of age, you must look at Arabian races differently. Yeah, I mean we do have races for sort of 3-year-olds here, and they just seem like complete babies.
Yeah.
I'd want to be at least 5 before I'm thinking a horse is capable of running to the best. And we're seeing a lot of horses only really peaking at 7 and 8 as Arabians. So
it was more that he's only had the 3 starts as a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
That's the major point. You said there that he hasn't raced since December, which I would also say was probably a little bit of a question mark more than a negative. But you'd like to see him out either at the end of last season or earlier this season. Let's talk about a couple of the others then. Horse number 8, Nimir Saoud, Tunisian bred in here. Don't know much about Tunisian pedigrees, I have to admit. But this horse has had the 6 outings, ran okay in a couple of them, placing twice, also wears the cheap pieces.
Yeah, I was inclined to forgive the most recent run, which came in not a 75 handicap, over 1.5 miles at Taif. That's quite an extreme trip there, because the surface is very deep, and although it's a tight enough track, 1.5 miles can really stretch them. So I put a line through that, and he was placed twice prior to that over the 1600 and over 2000. So I thought there were positives there. 69 doesn't have a huge amount of fine, has £6 to fine with a favourite, but you know that Nimir Saoud is fit and is running to his mark at the moment, so those are positives.
Yeah, I quite like this horse. I think 5-1 in the international market right now is a perfectly fair price on him. You kind of know what to expect, and he'll be plugging on when others are coring enough in the latter stage of the race. The third favourite in the international market right now is horse number 5, Enid Al-Zamila. Only had the 4 outings, shaped a great promise at the start of this horse's career with a 2nd place finish, but it's tailed off a touch recently. That being said...
Well, we say recently, yes.
Yeah, it's been a long time since seen, and also that last time we did see the 5 was in the Sprint Championship, so it was a much better race than this.
Yeah, which was March last year, and that's a big absence to overcome. Placed on his first couple of starts back in March 2022, and showed more than enough ability to win a race like this. But yeah, an absence for over a year is always a big negative.
Over to Callum now, please, to look at some of these horses.
Thanks very much, Tom. Yes, looking forward to this Arabian contest. One of the riders I'm really keen to talk to is Victor Gutierrez, who has come here. Victor, firstly, are you okay? How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you very much. Saif Al-Bara in this race, good chance?
It's the first time I ride on this horse, so I don't know, but maybe good in chance or no chance. But
Maybe a little bit of a chance. And Al-Mabia tomorrow, very exciting horse, very talented.
So first the horse is the good condition, so tomorrow it happen the good loss or inshallah.
Inshallah, hopefully. And you have ridden Al-Mabia before?
Yes.
And you rode him in some very big races last year?
Yes, the winner before the years before, 7 Cup.
He's certainly a very good horse, and hopefully you have every chance in that. Very good luck today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go have a look at some of the horses who are in the parade ring. They are just coming by us now. Purebred Arabians on the scene at this moment in time, so a little bit harder to judge them physically. Let's have a look at horse number 3. Jumps out to me immediately as the chestnut just coming past. This is Barzan Al Rayla, who is just coming by now. Big, strong individual type who's just coming past. Looks good to me. Again, these purebred Arabians, they lose their condition quite often. They lose their condition quite often, so it's good to see one that looks fit and ready to go, because they can blow up just a little bit. My poor cameraman's nearly gone flying about 3 times. I'm having to be a guide and a reporter here. They said men can't multitask. They lied. One of the horses I'm really keen on is horse number 10, Rhea Al-Kir. Probably a harder race than he's run in before, but he's one of the few horses that comes into this race in form. Let's have a look at this horse here with the yellow and black diamond. It was absolute stunner here. This is horse number 7 on your race card, Kara Al Sabia. Big, strong type we're looking at here. Big, rotund type. Probably is carrying a bit of condition, but I absolutely adore these big, strong individuals. Great in the hindquarters, extremely short couples, almost quite cobby in the way that he looks. So looking forward to see how he gets on. He's either going to be very, very fast, boys, or very, very slow. I'll come back when I find horse number 10. You can come back to me then, lads.
Thank you very much, Callum. Difficult race. We can see them in the prelims. Obviously, Arabian horses look different to thoroughbred horses. And if you're not used to watching our English-speaking broadcast on the Jcsa Racing channel on YouTube, or just Arabian horses in general, it's pretty tough, in my eye, to see which Arabian horses look good and which don't.
Yes.
So it's valuable to have Callum down there.
It is, yeah. And they come in, you know, there is this definition of what an Arabian should look like. But in reality, in these races, you get all shapes and sizes. They do tend to be smaller as a rule, but we've seen some very butty, muscly horses doing really well last season. When they tend to be sort of finer built, a little bit smaller. But I've seen them in all sorts of shapes and sizes here. So the paddock again comes in very handy.
Yeah, so we've talked about 3 of these horses so far. We've talked about horse number 6, Horan Al Zaim, who is your favourite, horse number 8, Nimir Saud, and horse number 5, Enid Al Zamila. Where should we go next? Should we go to horse number 10, Rayaf Al Khair?
Let's go for horse number 9, who's a newcomer. And obviously there's plenty of form in this race, but I actually thought Rabba Gouda was interesting enough by Rams Al Khalidia out of a mare called Rabha Gouda, spelled slightly differently. Not a big fan of very similar names for mothers and sons, but there you go. But his trainer has a decent enough record in races like this. 4 from 39 this season, including 200,000 SAR in the bank already for a smallish trainer who can train first-time out winners as well. I thought Rabha Gouda, from what I could see, you can see a bit of the poverty line there going round, so seems to be fit enough. And pedigrees are really hard to except for the very best Arabian horses, the pedigrees don't tend to give you many clues. But I thought Rabba Gouda looked interesting enough on paper, and was the kind of horse that you'd skip over because it's never run, but might be interesting.
Yeah, very interesting runner and selection. Definitely a selection?
I'm going to make it my selection, yes.
An interesting selection from yourself. 20-1 on the international market could be of interest there. Draws in 14, would that have any bearing?
Well, probably, yes, but again, 20-1 allows you to take a bit of a swing at that. Normally you wouldn't want to be hung out that wide, but this is the first Arabian race we've seen, and they're liable to turn out rather differently.
Absolutely, and to be honest, this horse won't need to be much to factor in the finish here. I mean, Horan Al Zaim's the flag setter, the full bearer with a mark of 75. So, I mean, if Rabba Gouda is a 60 horse, a 70 horse, it should play a part.
What I like to do in these races, rather than looking at what the top rated is, I like to get an idea of what the first 4 or 5 in the ratings are. Especially if a top rated doesn't perform, or you get a sort of suspicious top rated in a race like this, then what's the general level? The general level is mid 60s, isn't it?
Exactly. So you won't need to be a superstar to get close here, and you're looking at a big price. Let's talk about horse number 10. Then we can just see going through shot right now. That is Rayaf Al Khair. Had the 7 outings. Was a solid 3rd last time out. Could go well in this kind of race.
Yeah, obviously in action recently. That was last week when it was 3rd to Warat Al Najd. Prior to that, had finished 2nd over 7 furlongs at Taif in September. That was a 0-60 handicap. So it gives you an idea of the limitations that Rayaf Al Khair has. But this is a horse who is running very much to its mark at the moment. And as we've seen in several races, it doesn't matter how good you're meant to be if you're not running to form. So should run a solid enough race from stall 9. You'd be slightly disappointed in a race like this if a horse rated 58 could win. But if you're judging them just on the last 2 or 3 performances recently, then Rayaf Al Khair comes into the equation.
Absolutely. We've talked about nearly half of the field here. I'll mention one other before we can quickly fly through the rest. Alpha Mega, rated 67, had plenty of chances, the 8 runs so far, placed on a couple of occasions. I saw this horse plenty of times last year, I'm sure you did as well. It just seems a little bit one pace for my liking.
Yeah, I mean, in the frame 4 times at different trips, 7 furlongs up to 10 furlongs, but you know, regularly beating more than beat him in races. This is a change of stable. And you know, there is a possibility that you do get an upturn in form with a change of stable, but yeah, placed in 3 of his last 4 has to be a positive in a race like this. And a rating of 67, as I said, you know, that's kind of if you bear in mind that the top rated has been off the track for the best part of a year, then 67 is almost the standard you need to run to win this race. So Alpha Mega doesn't need to find an awful lot. Stall 10 is not ideal, but not horrific either from what we've seen today.
No, I agreed. Mujnad, horse number 1, has only beaten 3 runners in 2 starts so far, so it's hard to like. That horse is 33 to 1 in the market. What about horses number 3 and 4, Barzan Al Rayla and Kafu Aldam?
Barzan Al Rayla caught the eye once or twice last season, was 6th in a big field in his final start, and that was probably as good as he'd ever done. So if you took the view that he's gradually finding his feet, then you might expect better this season. Again, that was December, so he's coming off a fair absence as well. It wouldn't be a massive surprise if Barzan Al Rayla does better this season. He's only a 4-year-old, and he was young enough to be running in the races he was last season and showed basic ability. He's got the kind of profile that it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see him sort of jump forward 10 pounds or more this season.
Callum, we're coming back to you, mate.
Cheers, boys. Yeah, thank you very much for throwing me back in on this one. Just a couple of updates from the parade ring. Had a chance to talk to the connections of horse number 5, who's Einad Alzamilio. This horse is an interesting runner. Has got plenty of experience, has had the 4 starts and has been steadily going backwards after those recent 2 starts. But connections seem very confident. They came up to me specifically with a camera in my face, a little phone camera in my face, saying, this is going to win. We finished number 1. So well worth keeping an eye on horse number 5, who jumps out of stall 13, but have a real tough mission from there, but one to go with and one to keep an eye out. I love horse number 7. I'm going to call him the Tank. His name isn't actually the Tank on paper. His name is actually Kara Al Sabia, a horse we mentioned in the parade ring. I think an absolutely gorgeous individual. Hopefully he can get his head in front, an absolute barrel of a horse. But if he can do the business, if he runs as good as he looks, I'll be very, very excited. I've also got his stable lads right in front of me as well. They seem very keen on his chances. So hopefully all 5 of us will be cheering him home. See him just coming into shot across from me now. Got that blue noseband on. All power, just absolutely stacked full of power. Hopefully can do the business over the 1400 metres here. Before racing, I did mention to Tom that I really like horse number 10, but having listened to Tom and Rory, 2 men that are far more intelligent than me, I have to admit it might be a bit of a tough ask for horse number 10, who might be finding this a little bit tough. My selection in this race will be horse number 7. Lads, I'm sticking with it. Hopefully it will go well. Horse number 7 is the one for me.
Interesting selection there, horse number 7, Kara Al Sabir. Trainer has never had a winner. 5-year-old debutant, interesting horse in this lineup.
Wow, that is, yeah.
Is that more or less left field than yours?
As far as I can tell, the dam's unraced.
Yep.
Although it's not always easy to tell because they can race elsewhere and you wouldn't see the form. The Yard have had 14 runners this term. None of them have been in the frame.
Yeah.
So it's a big shout, and I'm sure he's getting a big price for it.
Currently 16 to 1. I think Callum's just going for those long shots after that huge success in the first race.
You don't need many to land.
No, well, he's already had one today. 3 horses we quickly haven't touched on before. We'll touch on briefly here, and then we'll go through selections again. Horse number 11, Safe Alibra, 12 to 1. Currently in the international market, Victor Gutierrez is on board. 0 for 6 so far?
Yeah, no closer than 8th in those 6 races. There's a bit of ability there, but it's difficult to make any kind of solid case for it.
Absolutely. Horse number 13, Hood Hood, we saw many times last year. 0 for 15. It looks tough to
yeah,
like.
again, there is ability with Hood Hood. He saves a bit for him. She saves a bit for herself. Which is why she's able to run so often, but she's usually making up the numbers. It doesn't tend to finish last. We'll pick up little scraps here and there, but again, it's hard to see the race that she's going to win.
Yeah, and horse number 14, Samara Alauda, she's 33 to 1 on the international market, and she's 0 from 12 so far. Let's go through selections really briefly. I'm going to be with horse number 8, Nimis Saud. You're going to be with?
I'm going to take a chance on a newcomer, Rabat Gouda, number 9.
Perfect. The favourite in here is horse number 6, Horan Al Zaima, 11 to 10. This is going to be an interesting race, Alex. Please call it home.
Thanks very much indeed, Tom. Yeah, quite a few interesting selections here across the board. Some of them a little left field, so we'll see if any of them pay off as they continue their load. Favourite Horan Al Zaim is 11 to 10. Nimir Saad is 9 to 2, 9 to 1. Raya Fadke, a little bit of support. Barzan Al Rayla also 9s. And in fact, Kafu Aldam has just gone 8s from 10s. So the market's a bit chop and changed as well as we get ready for the start of this race. The last few moving into their places. Looks as though Horan Al Zaim is about to go up. Still waiting for Kafu Al Dam, Mujnad, and another one is Rabah Gouda. And those will be the last couple to their positions as we look over the top of the stalls here. Those wider gates just being filled. Standing by. Flags are up. Handers are ready. And there we go, off and racing. Jumped out here in the 8th of the afternoon. This is an Arabian maiden. We go 1,400 metres. Good start made by Horan Al Zaim. Top end of the betting was away alertly, and also Kafu Al Dam on that one's outside is rushing forwards. Alpha Mega not too far away and will comprise the leading wave of 3. Samara Al-Orda is next in the order, racing back in 4th position at the moment, racing into midfield to find Rabah Gouda. Nimra Saoud is on that one's outside and improving a bit. Stuck quite right as Rabah Gouda around that turning point is just tracking through Hood as they begin the left-handed turn for home. So heading beyond the halfway point, Alpha Mega has come through to take it up. Has gone on here in between rivals. Keeping tabs still is Kafu Al Dam and also Horan Al Zaim. And these three are well clear. They've got a gap of a good 7-8 lengths on anything else in the order. Samara Al-Orda is just heading up the rest of them with Hood for company. And the running on Rayaf Al-Khair is starting to get going. Has this front end gone too hard? Will the closers be able to get to them? Alpha Mega still leads as they work their way inside the last 200. It's a good 4-5 length break as well. Kafu Al Dam is in second, and here is Rayaf Al-Khair, who's the strong on-rushing finisher. The leader, Alpha Mega, is tying up a bit with 150 to go, and here is Rayaf Al-Khair, who's rushed home. Rayaf Al-Khair with a perfectly timed challenge has come on past. Rayaf Al-Khair going on past to win, to beat Alpha Mega, and 3rd position to Kafu Al Dam. Barzan Al Rayla, the next one home. Number 10, Rayaf Al-Khair, Sultan Al Mimoni, with a very well-timed challenge from off the pace. The front lot went hard, and most of them paid for it, didn't they? Although they have filled the places in terms of the win. Rayaf Al-Khair, more conservatively ridden, has been able to weave through and past. Goes on to win in a time of 1:38.31, and 2nd place to Alpha Mega. That was a decent effort, still looking for that first win, of course, after 9 attempts, but continues to hit the crossbar. Was beaten a length and a quarter in the end. Kafu Al Dam finished in 3rd. It was another 8.5 lengths back in 3rd. And then Barzan Al Rayla, who made a bit of late headway. All in all, that means the result for race 8 was 10, 2, 4 and 3.
all about the young jockeys today, because Sultan Al Mimoni, who you might remember from last year, riding a winner at Deauville in the apprentice jockeys final race there to do with racing education, and all the young jockeys went to France. Sultan was superb. All his friends are in the shot as well. Massive crowd here after the victory of this horse, Riyadh Al Khair, who's run an absolute stormer to come home. But Sultan Al Mimoni, who was on board, this young man is incredibly talented. He went to Deauville, he raced against young jockeys from all over the world and absolutely rode them to sleep. One of the best riders you'll see. He's been doing the business in Kuwait as well, and he's clearly shown he's got the ability in the saddle. I had the privilege of speaking to his father, who also has sired a couple of other very talented young jockeys as well in the Al Mimoni family. He says that this man is a jockey to really follow on. Now, the family's had 3 winners today, with Sultan with 1 and Khalid with 2 as well. So well worth following a group of young riders who know what they're doing. And this horse, this Arabian runner here, the horse is clearly in good form. Showed good form last time and showed a very, very, very good victory today. Wonderful. I'm going to see if I can have a word with the jockey as well. Just see if we can get a quick line, because he was so good in Deauville and he did some really, really great work on social media, getting involved with everybody. He was mucking out stables and doing it really well as well. So we'll see if we can grab a quick word. He weighs in at just about 56 kilos. Still got his apprentice claim as well. Well worth watching. Sultan, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
We talk about your ride in France. You went to Deauville and won there.
I also know speak English.
Congratulations, well done. So that was the Sultan Al Mimoni. Doesn't speak much English, but has done very well. His father is still, has he gone missing? His father's probably done. No, there's his dad. We'll go and speak to his father here. We'll go and grab him. Don't team runner, we're going to grab him, we're going to grab him. You must be very proud. Congratulations.
Thank you, my friend.
And your 2 other sons as well, all jockeys.
Yes, this is my son, Sultan Al Mimoni. You know, he's winning Deauville in the cabin Deauville in France. This branch jockey is this my son Sultan. I teach him, and he's good jockey now.
You must be a very good teacher. Well done.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful scenes here as Sultan Al Mimoni guides the horse to victory in our purebred Arabian contest. Race number 8.
Thank you, Alan. Great work there in the paddock. Yeah, it was an interesting race. It didn't really shape out how we anticipated, but we were dead against a short price favourite who really disappointed, eventually finishing last.
Yes, that was disappointing. We also saw Horan Al Zaim show early pace and drop away. He was the other one who'd been off since December. It just shows that, you know, you don't have to necessarily run particularly well at Taif, but it does help to ensure you've got fitness on your side, and that was very much true of the winner. As we said, he had a bit to find on the ratings. Rated at 58. Our favourite was rated 75. And you had other horses that rated sort of 67, 69. So he had a bit to find on paper, but he'd come here in decent form. Second in a 7-furlong not to 60 in September. Third here last week to show that he could handle this track as well. And that, you know, that simple case of being in form and being fit and proven at the track was more important than the promise that 1 or 2 of these had shown earlier in their careers.
Absolutely, and he was only really the only horse to make up any ground. You can see him at the bottom of the screen, red and black silks, just in the middle of the pack, trying to make his move towards the inside where there's a gap. The rest of the protagonists at the end here, the likes of Alpha Mega, who's currently in the lead in your green silks, the eventual third, Cafu Aldam, who is second at this part of the race in the blue and white, they've all been up with the pace. We've seen in previous races today, albeit thoroughbred races, that the horses up on the speed have kind of held sway. Maybe we can mark up Riyadh Al Khair. Now, I understand it's an Arabian horse maiden, it's not the best of events, but having to come from so far back in a race like this is not easy to do.
It's not, and the field sort of broke apart there as well, which made it difficult for most of them. And I think the fact that he was battle-hardened and was coming off a good recent run really helped him to bridge that gap between himself and the pair who'd broken clear. But again, it's the same issue we've had before. You know, who do you end up marking up here? Do you mark up the horse who's gone a bit too hard against the wind and has then found that that they were tying up late in the day, or do you reckon that the horse who's made up all that ground to win is worth extra? He's had plenty of runs. The rating of 58 is You might put him on 60 or thereabouts, but not an awful lot higher than that. And although he's had to make up a lot of ground here, once he was able to get his sights on them, he was in a good position.
Yeah, he was. I'm going to slightly disagree insofar as I think he's a better horse than 60. Look, it's hard to necessarily rate accurately with these Arabian horses. Alpha Mega's rated 67. He eventually finishes second. I think Rayaf Al-Khair is worthy of a rating around that, maybe 65 to 70.
He's going to be getting that after this race, obviously. That's the thing. But I think the second has finished very tired here in the end. If you see his head coming out, Alpha Mega, he'd done plenty on the front end. And as I was saying with the previous race, when you're getting to work early in the race, before you get to that home turn, you're working against the wind.
Yeah.
And although the wind is with you in the straight, when you're tired, having the wind behind you is less of an advantage than it might be. Whereas the winner is sort of full of running at the finish. He's almost been helped by not having space to operate earlier in the race, which has enabled him to finish it off. And I don't think the second really has. You can see from his body language that he's getting very tired in the last half furlong. And again, splits would tell you exactly how much that's true.
Yeah, finished ears pricked at the line there. I'm not trying to contrast opinion here, but my question to you on the basis of that would be, do you think this is a fair track in terms of you can win from anywhere? Because from what we've seen so far, and for much of last year, albeit not the whole season, being up with the pace was a big advantage. Obviously, the class of horse depends on the class of horse, and in Arabians, these aren't real quickeners. So generally, you do want to be up with the speed. I just think coming from so far behind, no matter the win scenario and necessarily how hard they've gone up front early, to make up ground seems relatively difficult.
As a general rule, it is, yes. Yeah. And again, the proof of that is you'll follow certain horses you think have done well to win from where they are in the races, and the proof is whether they actually go on to do better in the future.
Of course. Yeah, we'll only see how good this horse is in the future. It's nice to see a bang and form horse go in again and run a nice race, and obviously win for Sultan Al Mamoni, who didn't have a great year last year in terms of number of winners. But he could have a better season this season. He gets that 2 kilogram claim.
Exactly. He's still young enough. He'd made headlines before that. Sometimes you do have those plateaus where you need to consolidate and then kick on again. We were talking about when jockeys are in form and they're in vogue and they've got lots of confidence, everything goes their way. Once you had a bit of a dry patch, for whatever reason, it's often not the jockey's fault. The question is how you're able to move forward again. And what sets really good jockeys aside is they can hit those walls every now and again and overcome them and go forward again. Oisin Murphy is a really good example of that, and there are various reasons why things might have gone wrong for him over the years, but he's managed to put himself in a position where he can come back. His career has been very well managed by himself and other people as well. But there are lots of talented jockeys people who've been champion apprentices or nearly champion apprentices who just haven't had the right connections the following season. Suddenly will drop to about 20 winners because they haven't got the claim, and then they get a bit lost in the system.
Exactly that. Thank you very much for everyone who's been commenting on our YouTube channel right now. Hello, Ricky. Hello, Faiz. Thank you very much for getting involved. Please do keep commenting. We will reply, and hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. We're on race 9. We're in the latter stage of the card now. Alex, please run us through the runners and riders for this fillies maiden.
Well, indeed, Tom. Yeah, let's have a look at what we've got in store this time. We're going 1,600 metres for the 3-year-olds here. Looking quite wide open as well in terms of betting. One of the favourites at the top here, Edamat Al-Amir, one of the 11-4 joint market leaders. Number 2 is Newiya, that's Fahid Al-Furedi. 3 Al-Anud, Naif Al-Anazi, with the 4 Al-Jamanua, that's Youssef Al-Hussein. 5 Al-Sharika, Hamza Sad, and 6 is Alwa, Alex Moreno. Could definitely be another player. We go on over to Aventurine Al-Arab, number 7, that's Abdu Ella Al-Hussein. And the 8 is Behaviour, Mohammed Al-Hubail. Number 9 is Caroline. Will she be sweet? Al-Gharib gets the ride. 10, Faithful Springs, that's Sultan Al-Mimoni. 11 is Hug a Tree, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 12, Manea, that's Rayan Al-Turaish. 13, Moshakila, Salman Al-Rashid. 14, Oneza, that's Muhammad Al-Nasser. 15, Al-Sayuf, Abdullah Al-Kredis. Number 16 is Salfa, that's Abdullah Al-Utabi. 17, Scare, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 18, Shibira, that's Thab Al-Timyat. 19, Tajib, Fawaz Wanas. And 20 is Tafa, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. The 17 horse, we just mentioned Scare. Well, won't give the field a scare. It's just been scratched. So the 17 has gone. So Algate's stable have taken the Scare out of proceedings. Joint favourites in this one. I think we need some paddock clues with Callum.
Thanks very much, Alex. Yes, it's a tough race, this, because you're looking at horses that are still quite young in their careers who needed this trip stepping up to the 1,600 metres. And the first one we'll look at is horse number 12, who is Manea, who is a very good-looking individual. There's not a lick wrong with her at all, this chestnut filly. She's by Premium Tap. We see a lot of these Premium Tap for the White Stable. Now, I'm not going to lie to you and say she's absolutely stunning, because she isn't. She's a good-looking individual. She's not blown me away in the parade ring, but there are a few of these that look like they've got a little bit more growing to do. So we'll find out more probably at the end of this race. But if I had to pick one in the paddock immediately, she would just be my choice. She's a good enough looking individual. She comes out of stall 1 as well, so you've got the inside draw to play with, which has helped. But we saw in the last race there could be a pace collapse. If they go too fast, they might be struggling late on, and something can come and pick up the pieces. But Manea, certainly in my top shortlist. That is for sure, lads. Who do you like in this one?
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, it's an interesting fillies maiden. I don't think we should go into who we like immediately. I think we should tease the watches.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I mean, often I don't know who I like until very late in the day.
I was thinking on your behalf here. You definitely don't want me to ask you a minute before. Yeah, let's talk about a couple then. So the current favourite in the international markets is horse number 1, Adamat Alamia, for the Red Stable, Jimmy Jerkins. Jimmy's had 2 runners so far today. Both have been well fancied in the international market, and they've been a little bit disappointing. This horse had the 3 starts, 1 good run, 2 not so. Where do you stand on her?
Yeah, I don't really know. Again, another one who's been missing since December, having run her best race on her penultimate start there. The stepped up in debut to be 3rd to Tasfahil in a 7-furlong maiden. That was in November last year. Disappointed next time I was then off. I was inclined to think, right, it was probably an excusable run. There must have been an issue for Jimmy not to run her again. But it's a little bit of a concern. And again, we touched on this idea of horses coming back from December. It was a big negative for 2 reasonably highly rated horses in our previous race. And I think by default, you see James Jerkins and you see the Red Stable colours, and I think your lazy odds compiler immediately sticks that towards the top. I think there are questions there.
And it's by the sire Free Eagle, who obviously ran in the Irish Champion Stakes.
Indeed, yes. We were discussing the difference between Free Eagle and Wise Eagle earlier on off air. Yeah. More of a turf pedigree, obviously, but we see plenty of turf pedigrees doing well on the dirt here.
Absolutely. Horse number 2, interesting as well, especially when it comes to the price of this horse. I actually thought that she would be favourite, to be honest, in this spot.
Ditto.
And away in here, Farhad Al-Faradi already had 1 winner on the card. Gaith Al-Gaith was supposed to have another runner in the race. He's just been scratched to 17. She's had 1 start. It was a very good start, finished 3rd. The thing is, if you don't watch a replay for this horse, you probably don't see the issues that she had to overcome. She had a terribly slow start. She had interference at a crucial stage in the race, yet she galloped all the way to the line, and after the line on the pickup, in greyhound terms, she was in front. So I think she's open to the most improvement here.
I thought she was the most interesting. I made a note of that she's come from well off the pace to get amongst them. Went 3rd to Mokdam on debut, and I've written 1 to notes.
Nice, that's what we like to
hear. Not selection, but likely to be in the forefront of my selections for the race.
Absolutely. One of the other horses who is taking some interest or some money, if you prefer, in the international market, horse number 18, Shibraya, currently 11-4, the joint favourite with horse number 1, Adamat Alamia. I don't really know where to stand on this filly, to be honest. I don't understand why she's so short in the market. She's 0 from 5 so far. Her best form's come over the 1200, 1600 today.
Yeah, that is a bit of a question. I mean, again, I think her place in the market is, first of all, it's the official rating, 70 for Adamat Alamir, as you mentioned. Also rating of 70 for Shibraya, essentially for that improved effort last time out. That's the second time in 5 runs she's been in the money. It's probably a career best, but it's not an absolutely outstanding performance.
No.
But I can see why, again, you've got to price these races up. You're not going to take too much time to do it. A rating of 70 and a good recent run means she's got to be well up there in the betting, but
Yeah.
she didn't massively appeal to me.
Yeah, not me. It seems like with the traders, I presume at least one of them's watching based on market moves. But what happens is they either look at the connections or they look at the official rating, and that's kind of how they make the market. Because if we talk about a couple of the others who are single-figure odds right now, horse number 4, Al Jamanu, is currently 7-1. That horse has a couple of nice runs, but it's rated 65 and represents a relatively powerful stable.
Yeah, I thought this again. If you're looking at best ratings, this one was rated 75 after she made the frame in her first 3 starts. There was one very good. Second to Tack Feet was a particularly promising run. Finished 10th behind Mokdam last time out. I think there's still potentially time for Al Jamanu to get back on track. It's not like, have we got to the very bottom after 6 runs? Maybe we have. But again, the trainer's going well. Nicola Bashlar's got a very good strike rate this season. It's a little bit of a question mark that the form has tailed off a little bit, but I don't want to rule her out entirely, given the promise she showed in her early starts.
She's drawn well in stall 3. I'm going to take a slightly more harsh approach. I'm not the most loyal of followers of horses. I'm going to say that she's regressing, but I could well be wrong. Another horse that's 7-1 is horse number 6, Alwar. Alex Moreno is obviously a positive in the plate. There's no doubt about that. Cheek pieces, hood, tongue tie, all on today.
Yes, that's a bit of a question. Below form last time out as well, which is no doubt why there's a bit of a change of headgear. Pick of her efforts give her a decent chance with a rating of 68. I'd like reasons for that bad run last time.
Callum, did you like Alwar in the paddock?
Yes, Al was a really nice individual, good, strong-looking type. I was a little bit concerned about the draw. One I'm less concerned about the draw with is this horse number 10, who's really, really caught my eye in this contest. This is Faithful Springs. Big, flashy type, strong in behind, looks fit and ready to go, and has plenty of experience, as well as Sultan Al-Mimoni on board, looking for a quick-fire double, which, if he was to win, would give the Al-Mimonis 4 winners in the family, and we're only on race 9.
Don't mind having a sticker.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about a couple of others towards the top of the market then. And this next horse I'm about to mention is very much a case of being priced on connections. It's horse number 12, Manea, white stable representative in here. Had the 3 starts, nice pedigree by Premium Tap out of a Saudi mare. The 3 runs have been okay, finished 4th and 5th on the last 2 occasions. Steps up in trip today.
Yeah, the step up in trip was a big worry for me because it faded late last time over the shorter trip, and I didn't see any reason at all why stepping up to this distance was actually going to suit Manai here. As I said, the runs are okay. But the level of form is nothing special. You know, there are a couple of recent runs and they're okay, but not good enough to win a race like this, unless you thought you were going to get big improvement for a step up to a mile, and that seems very unlikely to me.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw an image there of Alna Weir going down to the start, and this is her debut. She's right on the outside, the grey filly in the white and green silks. This is the race we've already talked about. She was way back early. She had a terrible start, but she makes big late inroads from a terrible position. And this is tough. Deep surface, albeit not as deep as last year. It's tough to make up ground.
It is tough. And it's also tough to make up ground if you're swinging wide like that as well.
Yeah.
I think a lot of horses, particularly here, are able to sort of sneak around the inside, not asking for an effort, sort of drop them out earlier on and just pass horses late. And they can give the impression of being better than they are. But when they're asked for an effort and they produce an effort like she did, over 4 furlongs essentially to get in the frame, they have to be decent. She looks the part as well going to post. She's fully fit now. Yeah, she'd be my favourite.
Yeah, I really like her in this race. She would be one of my stronger fancies on the day. Connections are strong. She's drawn okay in 11, not necessarily the best, but she's judging on that effort, a bit of a closer anyway. I don't think she'll be up with the speed early. And she's by Frosted. We saw that running style just there, closing, hitting the line powerfully. Frosted's progeny just stayed really well. He stayed really well, so I don't think the trip.
He's
will be
super
any
tough
issue.
as well, wasn't he? Yeah,
battler, proper battler. Okay, let's talk about a couple more. Horse number 14, Oneza, 8-1 in the international market. Had the 4 runs, very consistent. 2 4s, 2 5ths. I thought this horse was interesting. 1400 metres, maybe a better trip than the 1600.
Possibly. As I said, I picked up prize money on all 4 maidens. Nice, the kind of horse you want to own. If, you know, they're sort of running it into the frame and paying your bills. That's fine. And 9 lengths, 5th of 20 behind Sakut and Hug a Tree in Feb. does give her a little bit to find here, but her consistency is hard to knock, and stall 5 is a good draw to work from, so I wouldn't be ruling her out.
And one last horse that we should mention, albeit a big price in the international market, is Hug a Tree, horse number 11 for Khalid Al-Mamoni. He had the 2 wins already today, Khalid, so he's looking for the hat-trick. This horse is 0 from 15, has showed some signs of ability, is very experienced. I just don't know whether she's regressing or progressing right now.
She's not an easy one to get a handle on. As I said, she holds on Neza on that run behind Sukut here in February. She's been in and out since. Before she came here, she was placed 3 times for Michael Bell. As you can tell from her name, she was owned by the Gredley family.
Yes.
And she's been runner-up twice in Saudi Arabia, but she's inconsistent. She can throw the odd stinker in, and she did last time out in open company. Obviously, this is an easier task. She's got the form to be involved, but as you said, she's not got the most convincing profile at the moment.
No, one last horse, sorry to mention. I just had a look at my notes and I remembered that horse number 10, Faithful Springs, used to be with Godolphin and Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, ran twice for Charlie Appleby. Was 5th both times in 2023. Was behind a Gay when 5th last time, but a Gay doesn't get into this, was due to be a reserve. Has run into the money a couple of times here. Rating of 61 is probably fair enough, so needs to step up a little bit if she's going to get her head in front. But yeah, she's not badly bred. She's definitely got ability. She'll probably find a race of some sort.
Absolutely, and Sultan Al-Mamoni's just been successful in the previous race, and he takes the ride on Faithful Springs, who is Callum's pick in this race, currently 12-1, or was 12-1 in the international market. We've gone through plenty. I don't know if you wanted to mention any of the long shots. If not, who are you going to side with?
There's nothing else I've got particularly positive comments on, to be perfectly honest. So I'm going to side with Ainawea. Like you, I was very taken by that run. I haven't looked at a huge number of videos, but every now and again you see a run, you think, I want to see what that looks like on video, and you play the replay. And I liked it a lot. I think she had to do an awful lot of work, and a lot of these horses who run on late to pick up places actually don't work very hard. They just run past beaten horses. That wasn't the case with her, and I like her quite a lot.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think Ainawea is definitely the horse to beat in here. I don't know the current price in the international market, but I think she should be towards favourite in this race. She just needs to overcome her middle draw in stall 11, Fahad Al-Faredi, maybe get her in a better position than he managed to.
Yeah, the first 50 yards are going to be important for her, because she wasn't great away last time out.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully she's not too inexperienced to get the job done today. We both like her. To be fair, we haven't been coming down on necessarily the same horses this evening for us this afternoon, but we've kind of had the similar notes about a few that have been there and thereabouts.
The other thing I was going to say about that run last time, of course, it wasn't the maiden race either. There was a non-winners of 3. So it was a fairly strong contest. So
and we've already seen today one horse had their debut. Was it an open race earlier on in the card?
That's right.
Came back to win in a lower grade. So it's an interesting angle, and sometimes these maidens can come up a little bit weak. International favourite now is international favourite is the 18 still.
Yeah,
it's bemusing to me.
She's got a flashy enough pedigree by American Pharaoh out of America called Betsy Ross. That will appeal to international punters, won't it? But yeah, we're not convinced this is a trip.
Yeah, I'm hearing that the 2's now been bet in a way. There's no surprise there. She's definitely the horse to beat. Hopefully she can go close here as we see some tack adjustments to horse number 13.
I think it's fair to say if she gets a reasonable break and she goes into the bend in a good position, she's going to be extremely hard to stop.
Absolutely. She'll be staying on. We've seen today that stamina and speed is the crucial match up there. Tack adjustment on the 13, as I say. Mosca Keeler, that horse is a long shot at 100-1 after 3 no-shows so far. Race number 9, hopefully we can provide a winner of this Fillies Maiden. We've got 3 more races to come, 12 race cards here in Riyadh. If you are enjoying the coverage, please, as I say, whack a like, subscribe to Jcsa Racing, comment in the comment box and we'll try to respond. And also join us tomorrow and Saturday. We'll be back covering all the races, myself, Rory, Callum, Alex tomorrow, and a different commentator on Saturday, Gareth Topham. And we'll be back basically throughout the whole course of the season. Maybe a different crew, but we'll be covering all the races here at King Abdulaziz Racetrack. Horse number 4 there, Al Jamanu, is getting a little bit het up at the start, but we'll hand it over to you, Alex, as they go into the stalls.
Thanks very much, Tom. Yeah, this is getting interesting in terms of the international betting now. 3-1 joints at the moment. Adamat Alamir and also Shibria. And then the one that you both fancied in the studio, Ainawea, is coming for support right down to 7-2 now. So it's very, very close in terms of that top spot in the market. So I think the 2 horse is the one for money. They are loading forwards pretty well so far. First 4 or 5 gone in. That was Tajib just moving forward, still number 2, so got a draw up on the inside. Salfa moves forwards to 16 on that smaller section out wide, as we now see the well-fancied Adamat Alamir going in for the Jerkins team. Forwards to stall number 8, that one. And now coming up, could be a player as well, got the best of the draws in terms of those fancied runners. 13-2 at the moment, international betting, and if able to jump away well on the inside, could be a threat to them all, although lashing out at the moment, kicking out of that rail, and it's going to take a turn. I suspect the vet will just have a double check as well. It'll trot up. Yeah, you can see some instructions being given here. So just going to have to check that one out, having kicked the railings. Still out the back at the moment. A couple of others. Venturin Al Arab and Al Jamanua still to go in as well. In a way, this pick for the gents in the studio, jumping from stall 11, so keep an eye out there if you fancy that runner as well after the promising debut display. Taking another turn, aren't they, with this individual who proving a little bit troublesome. Starter on the radio. Gonna trot in again. Let's hope that is successful. No handlers are going to be required. Still kicking out a bit, but Manea is just about there. So 2 back. Venturin Al Arab. There we go, blue and white colours. Different combo of white and blue. Here is Al Jamania. They move in. And we are ready to go. Race 9. And they're off and racing. Jumped out here. Over 1,600 metres in this 3-year-old only fillies maiden. Good start made by Behaviour. And also a good start made here by Alanud, and that runner's going to come right across to lead. So Alanud going on, managed to get right on past, and will set the early tempo here by a good couple of lengths. Manea not too far away, a nice slot there on the inside, racing in a share of second with Oneza in the light blue colours, reading a bit wider out. A couple of others trying to get involved. Faithful Springs not too far from the speed, and Shibraya on the outside also starting to get into the mix as well. And they were not far from the pace, got up there into the leading wave of 5 or 6 as they work out of the far turn. Al Jumanua is trying to just pick up in behind them. Then Adamat Alamit, who's on the inside of the red colours. Blue and white combination. Venturin Al Arab is not too far from them, and Alwar on the outside is starting to try and get rolling. But they're taking the turn, which will level them into the home straight. It is Ainawea on the inside who just has the advantage here. Is in company with Shibria. 2 of those at the top end of the betting starting to shoot clear. Staying on a bit now is Al Jamanua, has moved into 3rd place on the outside of Manea. As up top here on the inside, it's Ainawea who's just got the advantage and started to quicken away. Fahad Al Faradi getting a good tune out of this one, and is now gone clear by 5 or 6 lengths. Still running on though. Al Jamanua tries to close this gap down. It's Ainawea who still has the advantage though, and is not going to be caught here. Will go on to land race 9. Well fancied and as obliged. Just gone on to beat Al Manjur in 2nd, and 3rd place went the way of Manea. Victory for number 2, quite straightforward. Ainawea has won for Fahad Al Faradi. And the Algaith team, the gents in the studio, fancied this one, didn't they? Both hopping on board. Well done to Tom and Rory. They were keen on the chances, and as Julie stepped up on the debut run, which was stacked full of promise, and has gone on to win in a time of 1:42.03. Quite straightforwards there. And despite the best efforts of Al Jamanua to close, wasn't really getting much closer. 4 lengths between them in the end. Manea hit the frame after the good draw. The stall's position crucial for that one. Finishes in 3rd, and Shibria finishing in 4th place. So again, another race where the top end of the betting have come out on top at the finish. The order here was 2, 4, 12 and 18.
Yeah, I think we've seen a good horse here, team. I think we've seen a very good horse. Noea is your winner. Bifrosted out of Mandolin Lullaby. Only the 2nd career start. She was a massive eye catcher on debut, and she's taken another step forward here for Gaith Al Gaith and Fahad Al Faradi. And I think we've seen quite a nice filly. She's very weak. If you can have a good look at her as she comes in, she's not filled this frame at all. She's a weak individual. She will come on leaps and bounds for this, and I imagine she could probably go a step further if connections were interested in 1800 metre races, which, as we know, is a Saudi Cup trip. Now, that's not me calling her a Saudi Cup horse, but it just gives her that ability to maybe stretch over a different type of trip. Fahad Al Faradi, we mentioned earlier on, one of the best jockeys out here, had a winner earlier on in our card too, so he's at the double. Just a very, very good filly, and a filly I'm really keen to have a look at. It'll be good to see when we take her saddle off. You see, she just got the ribbon on. That means she's going to be checked over by the stewards afterwards. They'll do a blood test with her just to make sure that everything is A-OK. She has won that hugely impressively, but if you look at what she did on debut, it's no surprise. Ridden more positively today by Farhad and gets everything. Let's have a good look at her once the saddle comes off and we can see her, because she's quite long. In fact, you could probably fit a small family of 4 on the back of her. She's that long, but she's a real eye-catching type, and someone I really like the look at. Let's get in nice and close to her here. She'll swing her back end, so let's make sure we're all very careful. But yeah, just a really nice filly. You can see she's so weak, and she's got so much more to fill that frame, and there's so much more potential. I'm really intrigued to see how she gets on. And remember, Fahad Al Faradi, like we mentioned, keeping it in the family. Adel Al Faradi is one of the top jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, currently leading the Jockey Championship, but there's nothing wrong with Farhad. He knows what he's doing as well. Well done, Farhad. Congratulations.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much for taking the time. Now, good ride there. She's a nice horse.
Yes, I am horse, beautiful, and alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah indeed. Congratulations, my friend. Well done. Fahad Al Faradi there, a very good performance by that young rider, and a rider who certainly is almost as good as his brother and will make up for when his brother is not riding and try and get as many winners as he can. Fahad Al Faradi, a name to keep on the right side of, on a filly who we should also keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Callum. A good ride from Farhad there. I don't really love to toot the horn. No, I'm lying. Of course I do. We were right here. This horse should have been favourite. She raced throughout the contest like she was the favourite. She moved into it nicely. She had to deal with a little bit of race riding, let's say, around the home turn.
Yes.
But she finished off the race well and held off the closer.
Yeah, it could have got nasty for her, but what was important was that when she was being pressured from the outside by Shibraya, and Tharbal Timiat. The horses on her inside, if they kept their position, she could have got squeezed out between them. But they weakened, and she was able to get across to the rail. And then it was a sort of a straight fight between them. And she was always looking strong from that point. Yeah, the worrying aspect was basically the first 100 yards. Could she get a position? And luckily, I think this is a case of luck. There was a lot of horses drawn inside her who didn't get forward at all, which meant there was space for her to operate in, to move forward and get into a position in about 5th or 6th place after a furlong. And from that point onwards, I think we were pretty happy with how things were going.
Yeah, I completely agree. She was actually the 3rd slowest away, but she was quickly to find her stride once she broke from the stalls. As you say, the horses drawn inside generally missed the kick or were slowly away or didn't muster the early speed, which enabled her to grab a spot. At this point, you can see her in the 2nd flight there, 4 horses a breadth. The runner on the outside, the eventual favourite, is just leaning in, trying not to cover too much ground. And as you say, fortunately for us and the horse and Farhad, the 2 runners directly inside of Anawea were just kind of petering out.
It was Oneza, the grey and the sort of turquoise colours, who could have caused us real problems if she was able to go forward. She was interesting enough on paper, but she thankfully just backed out of that pocket and made things easier. Otherwise, when you get a bit of bumping, you never really know who's going to come off worst. It sort of goes to the rail and then comes back out again in a ripple effect.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is obviously the other horse who was on the inside of Awanea come around the turn is the white stable horse, who does plug on for 3rd, probably seen to better effect over further. But when the 2 horses kicked off the home turn, Awanea and the favourite Shibraya, they went 5-6 lengths clear of the remainder. Awanea held that margin, albeit she was slightly eroded by the 2nd and 3rd, to the line. Shibraya completely faded out late.
Now, we've had a discussion about how you equate horses who are on the front end doing too much and horses making ground. The great comparison you can make is 2 horses who appear to be going as well as each other off the bend, and they've both gone a bit hard. Look where one of them finishes in relation to the other. The second at this stage is absolutely shattered. Yeah. She is going backwards at a rate of knots at this stage, whereas although we've worked pretty hard to get into that position, and she's entitled to get a little bit tired late on in the way, the fact that she's maintaining her position is a big positive, and you just compare the ground that she's putting between herself and our race favourite Shibraya in the last furlong and a half. That tells the story.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think Shibraya is probably worth a chance.
She doesn't want the trip as well. I mean, she worked hard from a wideish draw. She was wide around the bend, and she worked hard to get there. Then she was beaten in a duel, but also she was stepping up the trip that didn't really look like it was going to suit her. So back at 6 furlongs, and from a kinder draw, she might do all right.
Yeah, exactly. The connections need to find a 1400 metre race there for her. Race 10 now, local bred horses handicap, 0 to 65. Alex, please run us through the runners and riders.
We'll do again, no problem. Race 10 on the way then. Handicap 0 to 65, as we've said. Just the reserves taken out this time, so 20 of them go. Number 1 is Ektekem, the mount of Abdullah Al-Sayadi. Number 2, Fakir Alanea, Mohammed Al-Hubail. Number 3, Motamasek, that's Alex Moreno's ride. The 4 horse is Kurehom Ali Al-Mimoni. 5 is Yasalam Allah. That'll be Abdulaziz Aleish. Number 6 then is Floret Thab Altimyat, and then we go to the 7, Tatul Al-Gaham Abdullah Al-Kamis. Number 8 is Al-Najim Al-Kasib Fahad Al-Faradi. The 9, Mr. Mobhem, in here, the mount of Muhammad Al-Nasa. The 10, Mosharahiba Feras Al-Sunaitan. The 11, Sariveo, that's going to be looking for a first win at the 19th attempt. Number 12, Thud Al 13, Nasa Alanea, Mohammed Al Daham. 14, Wared Hom, 4 was Granas. 15 is Ain Al Ghazal, Mohammed Suleiman. 16 is Al Qadram. 17, Sata for Rakan Al Baid. 18, Al Azma, Abdullah Al Kredis. And then we've got the 19, Hathlan, and the 20, Yala Asikir will be on the next page. There they are. That's the final couple of runners. So the reserves not going here, and the betting, well, wide open. It's 6 to 1 co-favourites of 3 at the moment on the international market. Let's find out who's looking good in the paddock with Cal.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, let's have a look at some of these in the parade ring, and the two that I really like are quite close to each other. So let's start with horse number 6, Florette. Really caught my eye in the prelims. Tall, rangy type, but strong in behind. Looks fit and ready to do the business. You can see no condition on Florette whatsoever. Ready to go. It's often hard to get these dapple greys into shape, but there's no doubt about it. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on. And remember, you've got Saab Al-Timiat on board. He's claiming 3 kilos. Saab has already had a winner today. He will be looking for a quick fire double. Let's go back to horses here. Now, Mustafa, let's look at horse number 8, Al-Najm Al-Khsabar. Sorry, let me get that correct. Al-Najm Al-Kaseb, who is a really, really nice type as well. Look at the back end of this. Look at the back end of horse number 8. This is a real standout. Absolutely gorgeous individual. Really caught the eye in the parade ring. Really going to have a hard job with a wide draw, but for me, definitely the paddock eye catcher in this field. Fit and ready to go is an understatement. The bell has gone, lads. The jockeys will be mounted soon. Horse number 8 and horse number 6 are Callum's paddock eye catchers.
Thank you very much, Callum. Let's talk about those then. Horse number 8 and horse number 6. We'll start with 8 because Al-Najm Al-Kaseb is higher up in the international market. It's 17-2. 3 wins from 27 starts, so far. 7-year-old now. It's drawn in stall 19, which is a little bit of a worry. Was previously with the White Stable, subsequently moved Connections. What do you make of the 8 here?
Yeah, premium tap gelding, so yeah, you can see where that has come from. Was second in a Not the 65 in March here. That was over a longer trip. Probably not the strongest race in the world, won by Saneh Al-Basma, a 12-year-old, gives you an idea of the potential lack of depth in that contest. Was disappointing last time out, but that was off a break and was liable to be needed. I put an X next to it, mostly because of the draw. I think there were positives and negatives there, but stall 19 I thought was going to be tough. Obviously, Callum's trying to throw that back in the ring by saying it's a standout in the parade. Should certainly be much better for a recent run.
Absolutely, and horse number 6, much bigger price. Another good looker according to Callum in the paddock. That's Florette, 33-1.
This is the best horse in the race on old form. Florette won the Taif Flower Festival Cup in 2022, but to be honest, her form has regressed pretty badly since then. The fact that you find herself in a Not to 65, you can make lots of cases for her on bits and pieces of form, makes her look well handicapped, but the bottom line is she's dropping down the handicap because she's not repeating her old form and she's gradually regressing all the time. So if she takes the eye, if she finds any of her old form, she could blow these away, but it's a bit of a question mark. She seems to have lost her enthusiasm.
Absolutely. This is a very, very tricky race.
It is, yes.
Look, people can say that about any race, but this one is super tough. There's 6-1 the field in the international market. If either you, and this goes to Callum as well, if you can find the winner, it's dinner on me. So there's pressure on now. Pressure on. Are you ready for a selection, or should we run through a couple more first?
Yeah, let's run. Okay. Give me whatever you like.
So horse number 4, Correa-Hom, currently one of the joint favourites at 6-1. A horse we know a lot about, drops in grade?
We've seen plenty of Correa-Hom, well handicapped on the pick of his form as well. Won back-to-back races in 2021 over 2,000 metres, hasn't won since. So September, October 2021, he hit his hot form on a long losing run. Plenty of half-decent efforts in there. To be honest, I think he needs at least 2,000 metres, maybe even 2,400. This trip a bit too short. Could be running on late in the day to pick up a place, but for win purposes, I'm going to go elsewhere.
Horse number 14 with a similar name, Waradhom, is also 6-1. We're going to go back to Callum quickly for something going on in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, just a quick update. If you like horse number 17, there are concerns. We used to call this last time the naughty corner, and this is where this horse has found himself in. Horse number 17 on your race cards, which is Sarta here in this field. So if you're a fan of Sarta, you'd be slightly concerned about this horse's chances. They didn't bring it into the parade ring because the vets wanted to have another look, and then it got quite worked up. And remembered, it is windy down here, so there is not a surprise that horses are getting a little bit worked up. We'll make sure Mustafa stays careful and make sure he gives this horse enough space. Mustafa, careful now, careful, because we just don't want to get too involved in this, because if the horse is a little bit spooked, you don't want anyone to get hurt. That's the main thing. People are still the most important part of this broadcast. So we'll keeping an eye on horse number 17, Sarta. We'll let you know any update from vets. They're doing a check now. Rakan Al Abeid is with us as well. He's the jockey on board this runner, and we're just going to make sure this horse coat actually runs. When I get updates, boys, I will tell you, but I'll have to wait until I find out a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Callum. Back to horse number 14, Warrior Hom. 1 from 17 so far, 6-1 in the market. The run last time was pretty strong, I suppose, and maybe that's why this horse is vying for favouritism.
Yeah, that was a back-to-form effort with finishing second to Al Nasser for Corona last time out. That was over 6 furlongs, though, and although Warrior Hom does just about stay a mile, very much a maximum. I think his best form was at 6 and 7. He certainly doesn't stay anything beyond a mile, so the trip is the step up and trip is definitely a worry for him.
I think this last, because you don't know the market for this race.
No.
And you have known them for all the other races, but I'm about to shock you with the other joint favourite in here. Horse number 11, Sarajevo. Now, I don't understand why this mare is joint favourite, to be honest. 0 from 18. I understand that the last run was okay, but she hasn't won a race yet.
No, she hasn't won. She caught the eye running on late last time out, but I think that was over a longer trip and she got outpaced. And she wants further than this. She wants at least 1.25 miles. So it was 1,800 metres last time out, and she got outpaced mid-race and then kept on again. So she did take the eye a little bit, but the drop to a mile would definitely be a negative.
Callum, back to you for any updates, please.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, really interesting down here, and I have to thank everyone involved with the Jockey Club for keeping us really informed there, because what's happened is that horse number 17, Sarta, is down in different colours than he is racing, and that was made clear to the stewards, so everybody is checking. Apparently this horse ran last week. I can't be immediately able to check that, but apparently this horse ran last week, and there was the same issue that happened last week, so that's why we had a delay. That's why Sarta is taking a little bit longer to get down. It's because the colours that he's running in are different to the colours he was declared in. But he will take his chance and he will run. And remember, he's got Rakan Al Abeid in the saddle, a jockey who's well worth his 3-kilo claim.
Thank you very much, Callum. You can see there yellow, red with white sleeves compared to the yellow and black with the blue dashes on the arms. So slightly different colour change there for the 17 if you are following Sata. Big price in the international market at 33-1. A couple of others to briefly mention before we go through our selections. Horse number 12, Thud Al Sharaf, only had the 13 starts, 4-1 victory. Good runner-up effort 2 back. Best efforts come over 2,000, 2,400 metres.
Yeah, again, another who's rarely races at a mile, and I don't think it's the ideal trip. But as we said, with a lot of these races, these horses don't have many opportunities to run, so you don't. Not many trainers are willing to sort of wait another month for a better fit. If the horse is ready to run, they go in these, and they tend to race over a variety of trips.
Absolutely. And horse number 15, Ayan Al Ghazal, similar record, actually identical record. 1 win from 13 starts, finished 4th last time up. Well, new trainer today, I presume?
New trainer, unsurprising, because that half decent run in a not to 70 last time up wasn't last month. It was September 2022, so it's a big absence to overcome, and that's obviously, a horse has been off that long. We saw one horse last year come off a mammoth layoff and win, but generally speaking, when they've been off the track for more than 6 months or so, you have to ask questions, and a 2-year absence is clearly a big worry.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to go with my selection now. I'm going to give you a 10-second warning to give me yours. My pick's going to be horse number 13. Oh. He's not happy. He is not happy. Hey, we just teamed up for a winner.
I know, absolutely.
Horse number 13, Nasir Al Naya. Mohammed Al Daham rides here. These connections do very well with their horses. Only a 4-year-olds are still open to improvement. Had the 14 runs, been super consistent this year without getting the head in front. Don't love the stall in stall 12, but this horse is ready for a victory. And the most recent outing came on turf, so you can put a line straight through that.
And over a shorter trip as well, it was a 6-furlong handicap on the turf. Yeah,
you sticking with it? Same as me?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I'll tell you what I've written. Consistent at 7 furlongs to a mile, making the frame in all 6 starts at that trip last season. Unplaced efforts came either over further or over shorter. On a good mark, I thought, on the form it showed. You'd love to see it in single figures, but there's so many questions over horses running, either out of form, never win races, running at the wrong trip, and I thought this horse was generally mostly positive.
So it's Nasir Al Naya, horse number 13 for both myself and Rory, and horse number 8, Al Najim Al Kaseb for Callum. Best of luck calling this race, Alex. It's a wide open affair.
Cheers, Tom. Yeah, it could be fun and games here, couldn't it? We're still sixes co-favourites of 3 in terms of the international betting. Karehom, Sarajevo, and also Waradhom, all sixes. Thud Al Sharaf 13-2. Moshe Hiba is a 7-1 chance, and Nasser Alanea also sevens, the one that Tom and Rory are teaming up with, and of course that was a fruitful combination, wasn't it, last time around? So let's hope that can strike again. There's the 11. Sarajevo moving in. Stall number 2 at the destination for that runner, and has gone in without any troubles. Mr. Mophem, yellow jacket with the red hoop, moving forwards to stall number 7. A couple of these joint market leaders have got good stalls positions, haven't they? Karehom and Sarajevo, they're both in low numbers, 6s for the 4-horse and stall 2 for the 11. Waradhom has just gone clear favourite before the off, 11-2. We'll jump from 16 though. Not sure I could be having that. Thud Al Sharaf going to be the last one by the looks of it, but at the moment is needing, well, 90% of the stalls team to get this one forwards. Let's have some more hands. Go on. All aboard. Choo choo. Going in the right direction. And just about ready. Set to go. All clear given from behind. And they're off in front. Away we race. Jumped out here over the 1600-metre trip this time. Motamasek got a good start right down towards the inner proceedings, was very alertly away. Not the best on terms of braking from Hathlan at the back of the field. It's already detached by 2 or 3 lengths. They are well fanned out early. There's a right on charge on here. Some of those up there, Moshe Hiba on the outside is prominent. Also right there, Karehom. And Tatul Al-Gaham is another one in the front line. Fakir Alanea trying to get through. Motamasek is still up there as well. Just in behind horses, Mr. Mophem, the yellow and red colours, has got a nice slot. As Tatul Al-Gaham moving through on the inside, just edges out Karehom early. These two then being followed by Mr. Mophem. In 4th position is Moshe Hiba. Back down on the inner, Motamasek is still travelling quite nicely, just in behind this leading line. Fakir Alanea next in the order. Then Nasser Alanea is out wider and just starting to move further forwards here. He's getting involved in proceedings as they work around the turn and come to the top of the straight. So up at the head of proceedings, it's still a little battle between Karehom and Tatul Al-Gaham, but up on their outside now, Motamasek is pulling out to produce the effort. Coming home well, Ektakem is also in there pitching, working close to home. It'll be Motamasek who's just gone on, moved on by about a length. Ektakem is the one giving nearest chase down on the inside, running home. Sarajevo is picking up powerfully from off the speed. Will it be too late? Trying to cling on Motamasek. Here is Sarajevo, got there I think. Right on the line up the inside, a storming late effort to come through and join, if not pass, Motamasek, and Ektakem finished right on that one's outer. Busy finish to race 10, but the 11, Sarajevo, has rushed home through on the inside, and it looks like it's going to be a first career win here in Saudi at the 19th attempt. Really storming late effort. And we have started to see a few horses creeping from off the pace and playing their part so far today, haven't we? And that is official. Sarajevo has won. Gets up by a neck in the end. Easy stuff. 143.18, beating Motamasek and Ektakem, who finish in the places 2nd and 3rd. And Karehom, who was always in the mix, to be honest, was a further 3 lengths back, or just shy of that, 2.5 lengths back in 4th position. All go and all change late on in race 10. The order was 11, 3, 1 and 4.
last win for Sarajevo in race number 10, this local bred horse's handicap. It looked tight on paper and it was tight at the end. And what wonderful scenes we have as well. Plenty of young children leading in this winner for very, very over-the-moon connections. The jockey here, great story about the jockey. It's Sultan Al Rashid is the jockey here. Now, you might not know Sultan, but you will recognize his father. Sultan Al Rashid's father was the gentleman with a big, big beard who landed the Saudi Cup with Senor Buscador. Remember when Senor Buscador, usually American-owned, was rented by his father for an exorbitant amount of money and went on to win the Saudi Cup. Stupendous scenes here at that event earlier this year in really thrilling circumstances. And his son can clearly ride as well. Salwan Al Rashid here is a very, very talented rider on his own back and has got this horse up, Sarajevo, in the dying stride. A really, really good performance for this horse who is breaking the maiden. We'll have a look and see if he speaks English. I'm not sure he does, but we'll give it our best shot and we'll see what he does as we just watch him get all the photos in. Look at the amount of connections that are here if we make sure we're out the way of the photographers. Lovely scenes all round here. Got up right at the line. There were plenty of connections involved all the way throughout this race. Plenty of people cheering on their selections. We'll go and make sure we get him and make sure the saddle comes off and we'll wait till him to get weighed in. Big strong type here. We'll make sure Mustafa, my poor cameraman, nearly got too close there, but he's okay. And we'll now go and try and get the jockey, Salman Al Rashid. Salman, English? Yeah, a quick shake of the head there from Salman Al Rashid, who speaks no English, but well done, congratulations. I don't know what's going on, but I want the sign, give us a sign. There's the sign, we knew it was coming. Hey, well done, Salman. Everybody getting involved. And congratulations to everybody involved. Wonderful scenes here with our winning jockey. Wonderful scene with our winning connection. Doesn't speak any English, but he gave us the sign, and we know what the sign means. That's a winning sign, ladies and gentlemen. Boys in the studio, we couldn't find the winner there, but we did get a good scene in the winner's enclosure.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, this was a horse I didn't like at all going into the race. I'm happy to put my hands up there. Been right about a few, been wrong about this one. Absolutely. First victory from the 19th attempt for this horse. I have to see what happened in the early stages because I don't know where Sarajevo came from necessarily, but wasn't in the vanguard, that's for sure.
No, but this is one where the strong finish from the back of the field has been successful. Yeah, I was a bit negative about Sarajevo, but she has been running pretty well, as my notes say, running respectably, but was behind Al Najm Al Kasib on later starting. That's going back to March. And there was ran well, but got outpaced before staying on for fifth over 1,800 metres. You can see the winner on the left in the second row. The one thing they've done here, there were 8 horses abreast.
Yeah.
They went super hard early on. Sarajevo, you see, sort of lowest of the second line of horses, and essentially that's the proper race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, a few of those who've gone to the front have hung in there for a long time, but they've been racing against each other from a long way out, and that was rather setting things up for something that could finish. And fair play to Salman Al Rashid, who didn't panic at any stage, has just allowed her to find her stride. And then she's finished with a rattle. I think she's the kind of mare, you put the gun to her head too early in a race, she might not like it too much, and he's just nursed her through it, knowing that at some point, when they're going the speed they went up front, they've got to hit a wall, and she's just waited and waited. Behind horses here you see on the bend, not asking for too much, just keeping her in touch, nudging her into the bridle, and then when they straighten up and she's got the rail to race against, he asks her for an effort. He gives her a reminder there. She's moved into about 7th place, but she needs them to stop to win from here, and that's what they've done.
Yeah, it looked like the rail was, well, it's looked all day really that the rail's kind of been the place to be, but in this event when you've had tired horses, you know, situated wide on the track because they
all roll
wide.
off the rail when they get tired here.
That's exactly.
You know, at times sometimes they roll towards the inside rail. Here they always seem to roll wide when they get tired, and that's opened up a gap for her to run through on the inside. Quite a big one in the end.
Yeah.
She needed a clear run. She got it. She needed the line to be where it was a stride earlier, and she wouldn't have got there. But a good ride, a very well judged ride, I think.
A really well judged ride. I think the ride on the third, who in this shot you can see with the white cap just on the rail, 2 back. I thought that ride was brilliant as well by Abdullah Al Saidi, who we've already seen to good effect today. It was kind of a very similar trip for that horse and the winner, actually. They kind of win. That second flight, they went on the rail the whole way.
I would say the one difference there, and I said in the run that I thought it was a good ride on the third, because if you just watch where they were after about 20 yards, the second horse I've written down here, writing down the leaders, was number 1. I've written 3-1-9-2. And then put brackets around 1 because he's immediately taken that gelding back and basically said, I don't want to chase this pace. So he sat in behind them and then came with the run. I thought that was, again, a very good piece of plan B riding.
Absolutely, yeah. He did have to tip out to maybe the 7th path in this part of the
Whereas
race.
I think, ironically, if he'd waited, it would have opened up for him. But
he probably would have been second best, I think, behind the eventual win. It would have been a very tight finish between the 3. But yeah, it was a good race. Obviously, Motomasek is the one horse of the front runners who kind of held out and managed to sustain the effort all the way to the line, eventually finishing second under Alex Moreno, who's still looking for that winner today.
Yeah, this wouldn't be Alex's ideal card, really, but hopefully he won't be waiting too long to break that drought.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of others who ran okay. Correa Hom was up with the pace from an early stage and finished a good 4th. I suppose you can maybe mark him up, but he's had so many attempts.
Yeah. I mean, he's always going to hit the frame in races like this, and some races won't work out for him. He'll finish down the field, and then when things pan out, he'll be sort of there or thereabouts. But he doesn't win too many. He's 2 from 48, 2 from 49 now in his career. Having him up at the pace is probably a good move because he stays further and he will maintain the gallop, but no turn of foot.
And one quick word on Nasir Al-Anaya, our selection.
Ended up being trapped a little bit wide. I thought he was going to come with a run off the bends, but couldn't sustain it really.
No. 2 races to come. Local bred horses maiden coming up next. Race 11. Alex, who are the horses, please?
All right, Tom, let's have a look then. We've got 1,600 metres a trip again. 4-year-olds only in action. First up, number 1. That's A Leak, the mount of Sultan Al Rashid. We've seen the jockey's competence in the saddle already today. Number 2, Maddy, that's Alex Moreno, quite well fancied. The 3, Afhala, that's Mohammed Al Habib. Number 4, Bab Al Hazam, Jimmy Carrion. 5, Bihafs Al Bari, that's the favourite, Mohammed Al Daham. The 6 is Estahus, Mohammed Al Nefsi. Number 7, Hailstone Pride, Ayad Al Turisi. The 8 is Hawa Alele, that's Abdul Wahab Al Mutari. And the 9, Jabal Victor Gutierrez. Number 10, Nawar Abdullah Alofi. With the 11, Sayef Norwef Al Mudyani. Number 12 is Taf Al Badra, that's Rahid Al Farouz. And then we head over the page to the 13, Tabor Abdullah Al Seed. Number 14 is Waj Al Shoei, Thab Al Timyat. The 15, Jala Muhammad Al Nasser. 16 doesn't go, but the 17 does. That's next, Hamza Sad. The 18 is Kalta Abdullah Al Credis. The 19, Tuba Rakan Al Ubaid. 20 and 21 are both absentees. 22 does get a go though. Al Kamar Ali, Khalid Al Mimoni be aboard that one. No 23, no 24. So the 22, the only of the reserves to take part here in race 11, the local bred maiden, as we're heading back into the paddock.
Thanks very much, team. Yes, a couple to really keep an eye on in this race. Plenty of good-looking individuals. I've just seen another one that's caught my eye as well. But the horse that we're going to start with is horse number 11, Sayef. Just looks in really good nick. Lovely shine on the coat. Walking really well, walking really nicely, taking it all in his stride here. Certainly hoping that this bay colt can do the business here. Just looks in really good shape. There's no doubt about it that he was one of the big paddock eye catchers for me. Carrying a wee bit of condition, there's no doubt about it, but certainly doesn't look unfit. A couple horses in behind as well. I was really keen to have a look at 14, Jala, who I remember from last season in Saudi Arabia, looking a little bit promising, and one of the prettiest heads you'll see on course today, this horse number 15. A really gorgeous individual. Got the tongue stuck out, but that's not a concern. We have the tongue strap on there. And another one that just caught my eye in the parade ring. Maybe not perfect in the coat. We're not getting that beautiful shine that we've seen off some of them, but just with a real one that just stuck out to me as they walked in the parade ring. Like, I'm not doing this by form, I'm just doing this by looks, and a couple of these really do stand out and look very nice to me. We saw a horse previously look a little bit fat and unfit and go on and win, so I wouldn't put a line through 15. And if I had to pick one for a short list, 15 would be on it, 11 would be on it, and I'll let you know if any others catch my eye.
Thank you very much, Callum. Two big prices there on the 11 and the 15, but as you say, you're looking at it from a paddock perspective, not a form perspective. Should we have a brief word on both of those horses? They've got contrasting profiles, really. The 11 Saif's only had 2 outings, finished 9th on the debut and then unplaced last time. The 15 Jcsa had 26 outings, yet to win a race. Different profiles.
Yeah, I wasn't keen on Jcsa on paper. Has little bits of form, but essentially poor on balance. That rating of 50 is justified, and was tailed off on return from an absence here last week. We have seen one horse tailed off last week and come back and run a massive race today, but as a rule, you'd have to take that as a negative, particularly given that there weren't many more positive signs in the spring.
Yeah, and the 11 Saif, who we touched on there, has been off for 2 years, so that would be a concern. Back towards the top of the market then, and we'll start with a couple of these horses that are probably going to be drawing a lot of attention for potential winners of this race. Horse number 2 is the current favourite, that's Armadi. 130 on the international market. Had the 12 starts in here, but the majority of these, because it's an older horse, maiden, they've had plenty of outings. The run 2 back was plenty strong enough considering the race like this, but best runs have surely been over further, no? Callum, we're going to go over to you first.
Thanks very much, guys. Samed Al-Dahani has joined us, and I'm so glad to see you firstly. How are you?
I'm good, and you okay?
I am very good, thank you. Very glad to be back here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse.
We are happy, all your groom coming back again, because really I like them, and they know the horses very well. And they're talking very good about the races in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the boys have been on fire. They've had plenty of winners already today. Bihavz Al-Bari in this race, a horse who we saw lots last year.
Yeah, he's a good horse. He's still a maiden. I hope he gradual from this maiden. All the time he don't bother the horses, you know. He's afraid to bother the horses. If he bother the horses, he become a good horse, you know.
One of these strange races where you find yourself in a maiden at this stage, you just don't know who you're going to run into.
yeah, that's true. But I hope he progress a good race, you know, today.
If he doesn't run a good race today, would you be looking at a handicap instead?
He ran a handicap last week. He ran handicap and he came second. And we hope to win the maiden because he's running a handicap now. 1 year he's running a handicap all the time, blesses, and he blesses with a good maiden, you know, all the time.
And he'll be fit enough and ready to go here.
Yeah, I double him 1 week, and he's fit enough to run and do a good job, you know.
And for the rest of the week, any other exciting runners?
Yeah, I have my champion tomorrow. He's running. He ran the last time. His name is Ajwadi, you know him. Yeah, he came fourth in the derby. He ran very bad in Taif the last race because he stayed in the box. First run he stayed in the box. He stayed in the box 7 lengths and he tried to pass all the horses before the band. That's why he make him tired. But we saw some problem with him and we treat him very well. And tomorrow he coming with a good form, you know.
He's a very exciting horse for tomorrow. I have to ask you now, if you have the winner here, would you come into the studio and talk to us at the end of the day?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Perfect. So hopefully you have a winner and we'll come and grab you at the end of the race.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You'll come.
Thank you. That was Samed Al-Dahani there, a really, really exciting trainer who's certainly doing very well here. He's got a good horse here in horse number 5 with Mohammed Al-Daham on board as well. So a good horse, a good jockey, and hopefully in handicap in maiden company, this horse can break the maiden once and for all.
Thank you very much, Callum. Big fan of Samed Al-Dahani, I have to admit.
Yeah,
Let's talk about his horse before we go back to Armadi. Bihavz Al-Bari had the 12 starts, yet to win, but has been consistent recently. I thought if he didn't hang left, which it tends to be his, let's say his wayward characteristic, then he has a great chance in this race.
Yeah, he does. He clearly hasn't come up to expectations. We're seeing him in the slow-mo at the moment, heading down to post. Typically not giving his rider the easiest of times. You see him in the yellow noseband here, finishing second in a 0-65 handicap over 1,800 metres. This is a race won by Tayal Al-Khair. He was ahead of Alik this day. Alik, I think, was 5th on this occasion, and he clearly holds that horse on this piece of form. And he finishes off quite nicely, doesn't he? It's just that you can tell from that interview that his trainer was expecting more of him before that. He thought he was good enough to win a maiden. He's been running in handicaps and running respectably, but you get the impression that there's something more to unlock. It's just a case of whether he's willing to to produce it. This is a very good opportunity, though, in terms of the weakness of the race.
Absolutely, and these connections don't often miss, especially when it comes to races like this. Look, I hope he goes close. I think he will go close. It's just that he does hang left-handed. He has a high head carriage, hence all the sheepskin around his face with the noseband and the cheek pieces. So
easy to spot, of course, which is, you know,
that, and those yellow silks are hard to miss. Back to Almadi then, the other market leader right now. He's by constitution one of my favourite sires. Sire Tis the Law, of course, over in the US. This horse is also 0 from 12, much like Behalf's Albari. Alex Moreno takes the ride. He's yet to have a winner today. Maybe this will be the one.
Could be. He was. I've misspoke there before. It was Almadi who was ahead of Elique on their last race in a race won by Bahez. That was 2 starts back for Almadi. And that was Elique's most recent run. He was below par in a mile and a quarter contest last time out, Almadi, but that third to Bahez is a solid piece of form in the context of this race and makes him a player. Still 17 is not so good there, although we'd always say, you know, Alex Moreno is a great jockey for getting them into position from a wide draw, but it's been tough today for them to get across. Without getting hung out wide.
Absolutely, and this horse, in my opinion, his best run came over 2,000 metres, so I don't know whether Alex is going to be able to muster the early speed from Almadi to get into a good prominent position, and it may be a case of just trying to find a spot closer to the rail further back in the field and hope he can come in that late run. One more to touch on, horse number 10, Nalwar, for the Red Stable, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, Ali Al-Khatani and Abdullah Al-Alfi. This horse only had the 3 outings, more unexposed than the majority of these. I thought but all the runs are pretty solid, albeit last time up. Only finished 9th. Back up in trip is the key with this horse, I think.
Yeah, that might be. The best run was a third over 7 furlongs in July. Hasn't really built on that since. If this was a UK handicap, you'd say he's got the perfect profile. He showed the ability to win a handicap. Then he's had 2 quiet runs, and now he's into the handicap of a decent mark. Or actually, he's in a maiden here. But this might as well be a handicap, given how closely the top horses are grouped together. But yeah, it's a slight concern that he hasn't gone on from that. But as you said, the trip is liable to be his ideal trip. And he's less black marks than a few of these. There are a lot of horses here who have got the ability to win a small race but haven't been doing it and are very exposed. He's unexposed and could have more to come.
I'm going to put you on the spot in a second for a selection. My pick's going to be Almadi. Hopefully Alex Moreno can get this horse into a good position early and then come through late. Don't love the draw, but he's got enough ability. Where are you looking for your pick?
It was a toughie. I kind of went Behalf's Albari, but I put him down as solid for a place, but he's not a horse I'd really want to back to win as favourite. I think Hailstone Pride might be worth a go at a bigger price. Ran okay in the final championship of the racecourse last season. Really sort of slightly out of his pay grade in that, but it was a decent enough performance to finish 5th. 2 runs before that, he put up his best performance of finishing 3rd to Medpass in a 7 furlong maiden. Kind of going the right way, and I thought he might do better this season.
Interesting, 12-1 there, Hailstone Pride. Callum, you can have the final say here. Who do you like?
Thanks, guys. Sayef for me, again, judging these by how good looking they are in the prelims. I thought Sayef was a massive eye catcher, so going to stick with the horse in those lovely square colours there, checkered colours, I should say. I can't get my words out, but Sayef will be the one for me. Behalf's Albari, though, surely from stall 3, this looks like an ideal opportunity, so hopefully he can run a big race too. But yeah, horse number 11 for me, Alex Fussy. They're already loading. Call them home for our penultimate contest.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, well, indeed, Sayef, if you like Callum's pick, currently 25-1 in the international markets. Behalf's Albari is the 7-4 favourite. Almadi 11-4, 5-1 for next, 15-2 Nalwar, 10-1 Alkmaar Ali, who gets in, of course, as the reserve. It's 11s and bigger, the rest of them. So they are going in here for our penultimate event of the day. There's the blue and white of Hawa Alayla. Stall number 12, that one slides into. A leak going forwards, that'll be gate number 8 in the yellow and green. There's the checks of Sayef coming up, Norway Falmudiani on board. 3-horse, Afhala has gone in out wide. Looks like about 5 to go forwards at the moment. Tabor stepping up to stall 1. Next moving in, Calta as well, Ajala, and also Nawir. The last couple to go forwards, and they are doing that right now. Ready for the penultimate race of the day. Standing by. Still a long hold in the order of the day on that front. Still waiting. There we go. Off we race. Jumping out here, a very poor beginning for Tabor, right up the inside, very sluggish to get going. And Nawir is being dropped in and restrained to current tack across towards the inside. Good starts made here by the likes of Saif in the Czech colours, also right up there. Pushing forwards at the moment will be the 12 horse, Taf Al Badra. That one's just about up the inside with the overall advantage. Bihaf Al-Bari got a decent beginning, is alertly up there with Bab Al-Azam in the white and red, then Saif, who's also with them. 2 bar reading wider out, another one to be in the front wave. Ahmadi is following next in the field. We're down to the inside. Coulter back into about 6th position. Next is a further 5 or 6 lengths away. Hailstone Pride is racing up on that one's outer. Back in behind those we find Hawa Aleya and also Tabor, who's made a bit of progress after that poor start, and actually is going quite well, but will need lots of gaps to get involved as they work around the turn and begin the spin towards the top of the straight. Up on the outside of horses now, making a rush up is Ahmadi. Has come right around the outside of the front 4 and has taken it up. Ahmadi goes on. Saif in 2nd place. In behind the Bihaf Al-Bari is trying to respond. No room down on the inside for Taf Al-Badra. Picking up from the back, Coulter just in behind them trying to finish off, but it's Ahmadi who has the advantage here of 3 or 4 lengths, and Coulter is the one to give chase out of the pack, but Ahmadi is sailing away. Ahmadi is stretching clear, and Alex Moreno will get his winner. It is Ahmadi by a good 8 lengths. 2nd place is going to go the way of Coulter. 3rd position goes to Bihaf Al-Bari, and the one running on was Estahus to finish next in the field. Number 2, Ahmadi, has won that rather easily indeed. 12 previous runs, but it was 13th time lucky to take this local bred maiden. And another winner for Tom, who's having a very productive afternoon on the selections front. Victory for Ahmadi then, who has, well, won this, I'd say, in the region of 8 lengths. We're just waiting for the official confirmation on the distance. The time is up, though. 1:41.79 is the winner's time. It was 10 lengths, the winning margin. Coulter in 2nd. Bihaf Al-Bari finishing in 3rd place. And just waiting for 4th, it was Estahus, who was that one, the 6 horse who was running on for an improved display today. But clear sailing for the winner. 2 strong was Ahmadi. 2, 18, 5 and 6 the finishing order in race 11.
Well, Ahmadi have absolutely bolted in 10 lengths clear of Kalta, who finished second, Bihaf Al-Bari in third, and Efterhuz in fourth, with Sayef, the 25-to-1 selection of myself, who ran a very good race for a very long way, finishing in fifth. But it's all about Alex Moreno, a jockey who rides purely on confidence. When he's in the groove, he's very hard to stop. But let's be honest, he didn't have to work too hard for that success here, as Amadi comes in just next to us. Amadi, what a gorgeous individual as well. Tom mentioned the stallion Constitution sire Tis the Law, who's a very, very good horse in his own right. And I think we've got a really strong, big type here. Another one who stood out more when the jockey's on board than he did in the parade ring. Sometimes they just grow a couple of inches, and I think this is one to really watch. Another one, you see the ribbon getting applied. There'll be a test on this horse after racing. But look at just a really gorgeous face, posing for the camera as well. Look at that, look straight down the barrel. That's a model if ever I've seen one. And we will grab a word with Alex after this as well, because this is the jockey who you want to keep on the right side of all season. He rides mainly for the Green Stable, but he's riding for some other tables as well. And Mardi the success on this one. Came across from stall 17, which was some effort as well to do, but he's done it well in the end. He weighs in. I'm sure everything will be absolutely fine. He's a jockey that always makes weight, and he seems pretty over the moon with that. And make sure he hands over his hats and everything. Alex, come on. Wow, very impressive.
Well, thank you, Callum. You know, he is a little heavy, you know, you have to be in the pace with him all the way, but he responded well today, you know.
It was interesting, you came from stall 17, but you didn't rush him up to get in front. He sort of came over at his own speed.
Well, the trainer here, he told me, depends how's the race, you see him. Break, and you see, you discuss how it was the race. So he braked well, I tried to be close to the pace. So after 600, I just try to move early, you know, because he's a kind of heavy horse, so you have to be rushing for early.
He is a big boy. Does he lean right as he goes? You really have to put your right leg on to squeeze him back in.
Yeah. He tries to go outside a little bit, but you know, just well done to everyone.
Well done to everyone. And tomorrow you ride the Taif Sprint Champion over 1,400 metres.
Which one?
I think it's called Naya or Nowhere or something in Green Stable. I was trying to remember the name of. But he won well in Taif, and you ride him over here over 1,400 metres tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Nonsense is in my ear, nonsense. That's why we have great producers, because you and I didn't know what he was called. Nonsense.
Well, I'm not riding this week, riding the Admiral Freddy, but he's well. I hope he can do it. He can win tomorrow.
How come you're not riding?
Well, he was riding first than me, you know, so he was the first jockey for him, and he's with the Gaithal Gate, so Gaithal Gate is his jockey, so.
Right, so Gaithal Gate, doesn't matter the owner, he's always going to get that ride instead.
Yeah, you know, I was waiting my time, I will wait.
You want that ride, don't you, deep down?
So good, I'm winning the good race with him, so I just wish him good luck to everyone, you know.
Exactly, well, you want a good race with him, hopefully he can win a good race next time. Do you have a ride in our last race today, or are you done?
No, I'm just done today, I'm done well, you know.
Go home, get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, buddy.
Well done, well done. Alex Ferreiro there. He's lost the ride on Nonsense, and I'm so sorry to bring that up to him. But hopefully Nonsense will run a big, big race tomorrow. But Alex is going to get a good night's sleep and hopefully get back in the winner's enclosure tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Callum. Talking some nonsense there.
That'll be our regular feature here. Talking nonsense with Callum Halliwell.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And Alex is in good form. Obviously, it will be after riding a winner, but yeah, he's one of the better interviews here. There's no doubt.
He is,
about that.
yeah, and always fun to speak to as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to be honest, there are plenty of jockeys. If you say you must be looking forward to this ride and they're not riding that horse, who wouldn't take it particularly well, but he took it in extremely good humour, and he's always got a cheeky smile, hasn't he?
Absolutely, yes.
Not as cheeky as Callum's.
Well, there is that. Yeah, this is an interesting race, wasn't it? I think stamina came to the fore here. Amadi was drawn right out wide. You can see Alex just trying to coast him up in the early stages. White Cap third from the left at this point of the race. He had the proven stamina. He just didn't want to get caught too far back in the race. Alex was happy to sit wide, and you know, we've seen the rail be the place to be today, but there have been a few that have come out on top that have been wide in the early part. Those two horses that I'm referring to, this one and Almalea earlier, they both won by wide margins.
Yes. Yeah.
So they were much the best horse. Again, we had 4 or 5 in a row for the lead in the early stages. That included the favourite, Behafs Al-Bari, a couple of others outside as well. And the pace didn't really collapse necessarily because Behafs Al-Bari finished third, and obviously Almadi's right up with the speed and he won the race. So It feels like the four
yeah, well, it's always
there.
it's interesting, isn't it? Because once a leading group get away, then the question is who's going to bridge the gap between them. It's often difficult for horses of this standard to do that work on their own.
Yeah.
They ideally need something else to sort of bridge the gap, and then the horses can run on from the back and get into the places. But you can see that some of these have got very badly positioned, including a couple who look to have a chance. Now, where we've got a good mention before the race, completely missed the break from, well, I think partly on purpose. The jockey didn't really want to go forward from stall 19, but ended up getting detached. And the horse in stall 1 on the opposite side also got a shocking start. Tabor really started slowly. Not quite refused to race, but a worryingly slow start from him before sort of running on past a few beaten ones.
Yeah, he made a mid-race move and then faded late on, so he was just inefficiently ridden. But you can't do much when you miss the start like that. You can see it here. Alex is always confident this horse is going to go and win. He stretched clear in the latter stages. It wasn't the best of maidens. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But these kind of races provide a perfect opportunity for horses like Armadi, an older horse, 4 years old, had 13 starts. Well, today was a 13th start, to finally get the win on the board.
Yeah, and a horse who's capable of winning races in terms of physique, in terms of raw ability, but has been doing things wrong in better races. And this is an unforgiving track if you're doing things wrong. And you heard him mention, Callum actually mentioned the fact that he tends to lug a bit to his right. And Alex said, you got to work hard on him. But in a manner of speaking, it probably helped him compared to one or two others that he was drawn wide today, because he might be a difficult one to keep straight amongst horses towards the rail. Whereas if he wanted to drift a little bit to the right from there, Alex rides the track like this all the time, allowed the horse to find its position in the race. He managed to get into a good spot from a wide draw, which not many horses have done today. But he did that on merit, he did that on ability, and then he's found himself in a good position. He slingshot it round the outside of them in the straight, and has looked very good in doing it. The tricky thing here is maybe this will give him confidence and he can kick on from it, but he's going to take a bit of a jump in the weights because he's beaten horses of similar merit to him by a wide margin. So the handicapper's liable to think he's improved 10 or 12 pounds.
So do you think he's currently rated 62? You reckon he's going to go up into the 70s?
I think so, because he's won by this sort of margin.
Right.
You can look at this two ways. You can say, listen, he's thoroughly exposed before this. Or you basically say, well, look, he's beaten too many horses rated 60 odd to keep him in that kind of bracket. And he's got the ability to be competitive in better races, but it will put more emphasis on the things that he does wrong in races if he does take that jump and is in tougher races next time out.
Absolutely, yeah. If he goes up above 70, it's going to be tough for him. But if it's, if he stays below 70, even 70, he can get into those 0-70 handicaps.
Yeah, not a 70 handicap will be absolutely fine for him. But once he's into sort of non-winners of 2 or open races, that would be really tough for him.
Absolutely. We have one race left for you today. It's been a good day of action. We've had the 11 races so far. On to the 12th now, and over to you, Alex.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, let's do it one more time then. Let's have a look at the field for the last. Number 1 is Al Jabot. That's the man of Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 2, Al Nasser Oshkana, Thab Al Timyat. Alham Maghri is number 3. That's Rakan Al Bay. Estokad is number 4. Fahed Al Faradi. 5, Hush. That's Faisal Al Sanan. No number 6. That's a non-runner. So the 7 is next. That's Ibtihali. That's Fala Al-Dahassi. Number 8, Kafu Karim, Norwef Al-Mudiani, is at the top of the next page, followed by the 9, Men Ayla and Forwas Wanas. No number 10, so 11 we go to. That's Mote Teta, that's Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 12, Mot Zaheb, that is Abdullah Al-Kamis, with the 13, Nehruz Al-Anaya, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. 14, Dimat Naj, that's Mohammed Said, and 15 is Etta Al-Hada, Ayad Al-Turisi. No 16, so the 16 doesn't go. We'll be on the next page with this group. 7, after the 15 is Mota Janessa, that's Abdullah Al-Saudi. Number 18, Sakaka, Mohammed Al-Habib. 19, Shukrana, Mohammed Al-Nefzi. Number 20 is Tulsa, Sultan Al-Mimoni. 21 gets a run here, that's Kawash, that's Al-Rashid on board, and then no 22, 23 or 24. So that's the field then for the last of the day. Hush is currently the international favourite at 9-2, a man that we can never hush. We head to Callum in the paddock.
You very much, Alex. Yes, we'll have a look at Hush right now, because for me, a bit of a paddock negative. Mustafa, if you just let him go by, we'll have a look at his back end, because I think that's the most important thing. He's quite strong in front, and everyone just mind the backs. He's very weak behind, and you can just see it almost gives up in behind, and he's not got the most attractive walk. I know he's a dirt horse, so they're not going to walk like Horse of the Year dressage horses, but for me, it's a bit of a negative in the way Hush is in the parade ring. I would be keen to take him on, but as I've mentioned before, a few of my paddock negatives have gone on to win, so what do I really know? The other horse I really want to look at is horse number 17. This is a horse that's a massive positive for me. I really like this fella. One of the strong types in this parade ring. I've got Mustafa literally running to get him, so we'll get a good shot of him, just how good he is. This is Jcsa, who I really like in this race. Just look at the strength of this horse's neck. I know he's got a cob mane, so his mane's been cropped, so he looks a bit cobby, but that's no negative for me. Just an absolutely stunning individual. We mentioned it before, horses that are long. He's not long. Really short coupled, really strong behind, a lovely walk, and is taking it all in his stride. I really like horse 17 in this one, lads. He will be the paddock pick in the lucky last.
Thank you very much, Callum. Maybe you can top and tail the card with two long shots. Obviously, you had your 50-1 paddock pick in the first, and now a 22-1 paddock pick in the last. Jcsa, any word on this horse?
Well, has run. This isn't a terrific contest again, is it? Has a rating of 53, which is too low to be winning most maidens. Was running respectably, finishing just out of the money last season. Was off for a long time between November and last weekend, and finished 8th of 18 behind Wild Out Chrome last week. That wasn't a bad performance off such a layoff. If he comes forward for it, he could get amongst them, and the fact that he's a positive in the paddock, it would certainly give you a little bit of confidence. At the same time, a horse having a second run in a week, having been off the track for a year before that, is often a recipe for a flat run, and I didn't have him amongst my likely winners.
No, me neither, but Abdullah Al-Saidi, who's taken a ride, has shown himself in great
I should say her again. I'm determined to not to misgender my horses this season. She's a filly.
Yeah, it's difficult with this with the race car, but it's a wide open race. You've already talked about it's not been the best race in terms of quality, which I would agree with. The market's come down on Hush. Callum gave us a slight negative review of her in the paddock. The last two runs just haven't been great. I don't really know about Hush, to be honest. The Riyadh form from last year was okay.
Yeah, Riyadh form was okay, as you said. I thought 1.5 miles was too far last time out, so easy enough to make excuses for that poor run. Runner-up in 1 mile maiden, so over this trip last season. If Hush can find that form, then I can see why you want to put it at the head of the market. But you do have to be slightly forgiving. As I said, a poor run over 1.5 miles is not a worry for me last time out, so I'm definitely forgiving that. And Hush is a player from the inside draw.
Horse number 3, Al Zamawi, had the 18 starts, currently 11-2, second favourite in the international market. The run, if you go 5 starts back, was solid, very consistent, albeit the form figures may not necessarily state that recently. I don't think you can write this horse off, despite the fact he's had plenty of chances.
No, again, rating of 62. There aren't many higher rated than this. I think what we've got 66 is Hush's rating. Numbers 3 and 4 both rated 62. The top one's 60. There's nothing much higher than that in the race. One of those who would have been fairly well fancied has come out of it. Number 16, Mohadea. So yeah, this has to be a player. One of his better efforts when 5th to my knife at Taif over this trip in the middle of August. He is capable here. It's just not the kind of profile you want to back at a short price. Not from 16. Clearly is much more likely to finish in the frame than a few of these. Will handle the conditions as well. It's got, as we've seen from the pictures, it's got very windy at the moment, and the inexperienced horses tend to react more negatively to that than those who've been there and done it. Particularly those who you think sometimes don't put it all in. The ones who look after themselves, they're not on edge, as it were. They tend to be fairly relaxed, and when you get extreme conditions, sometimes they end up running better races because they're not bothered by what's happening.
Absolutely. Another horse with a long-standing maiden profile is Ala Jabo, horse number 1. Khalid Amouani rides. He's still looking for that hat-trick today. It would be a very good Thursday if he managed to get it up. This horse had 27 starts, currently 18-1 in the international market.
I think it'll be placed, but again, yeah, not from 27. In the money on 5 of his last 10 starts, and that's, you know, in a race of this nature, that's not to be sniffed at. But at the same time, 27 consecutive losses is not something to get too excited about.
No, exactly that. Moving on to horse number 8, Kafu Karim, currently 6-1 in the international market, taking some money there. Nawaf Ahmadiani rides this horse. A couple of good runs here in the spring, but comes off the layoff now.
Yeah, coming off a layoff, and I ended up selecting one that had been off since March in the previous race, and I've made the point of saying, you know, you want to have fitness fairly assured. I don't mind horses not running particularly well in Taif. If I think they've been running there for fitness. And that's a bit of a concern for Kafu Karim. But yeah, placed over course and distance on 2 of his last 3 starts. Young enough still to potentially improve this season. A rating of 60 puts him right there in terms of the ratings, but the layoff since March is obviously a bit of a concern. The draw is okay in stall yet.
Yeah, absolutely. There are 2 more that are 6-1 that we haven't talked about. Horse number 11, Motata, currently 6-1, as I say. Had the 8 starts, Abdullah Alaufi on board for the Red Stable. I thought this horse was pretty regressive.
I thought this might be have been a half-decent horse last season. Was third behind a horse spelt Kamikaze, but pronounced Kamikaze, as confirmed by the owners, over this course and distance in February. And I thought he'd do all right, but didn't perform in Taif. Now, in saying I don't mind horses running poorly in Taif if I know that they're doing it for fitness, I might just give Mota Etter one more chance, because there definitely is ability there. Rated 54 now, he has been rated as high as 62, and I think he is capable of that in his day. Taif doesn't seem to be his track. I might chance him in a pretty weak race, given that plenty of the others have had more chances and aren't the kind of horses you want to have to win.
When you say might chance him, do you mean that is your selection?
Well, it's 50-50 at this stage.
Okay,
there's a really dark one I might go for as well, but I think I'm quite likely to go for Mota Etter.
Okay, we'll come back to your dark horse after this one other we're going to talk about. Horse number 15, Etta Al Hada. Now, if I was pricing this race up, I would not have this horse at 6-1. I only had the 1 outing so far. I finished 6th. That was 20 months ago.
Yeah.
How's this horse 6-1?
I suspect it's because the assumption is that run, when you see February, listen, I used to write race comments for Timeform, and the one mistake I made occasionally, I really prided myself in getting things right, was occasionally assuming when you saw Feb and you were in December, oh, it's been off since February. Oh no, it's been off since February the previous year. Yeah. And that would catch you out. So yeah, it's been off the track for a while, and not the only one in this race coming off a mammoth layoff.
Talk to me about your dark horse.
My dark horse, right. Ibtihali, have you got a price on Ibtihali there? It must be quite a big price.
What number are we talking?
Number 7.
28-1.
28-1. Generally, I think it was not from 17, I think I can see underneath my writing. But his 8th of 18 last time out at Taif over this trip was as good as he's ever managed. And it might just be that he's a very slow burner who's beginning to run to form. Got a rating of 48. But it is well drawn in stall 5. I could see that, maybe I could see it running well for most of the race and then sort of fading into 7th or 8th. But I don't think it'll be entirely disgraced. I don't think there's enough there for me to make it a selection. But in a race like this, if you get one that runs a half-decent race at a big price, you feel quite good.
Absolutely. So your dark horse is Ibtihali. Your selection is?
My selection is Mota Etter.
Horse number 11 for the Red Stable. My selection is going to be horse number 3, Al Zamawi. Not from 18, but it's solid enough. And I don't want to write this horse off due to the strike rate. It looks a very open and pretty low quality affair. Keep an eye on number 1, Alajaba as well. We both think this horse could run a place at a big price. Tough way to end the card. Alex Fussy, you've got a tough call coming up your way as well.
We'll be loading up for the last very shortly then. Looking forward to the final race of the day. 12th and last race, this local bred maiden. It's been a day full of the maiden action, really, hasn't it? Here over 14 and 1600 metres. We haven't really deviated far from that. Hush remains the international favourite for this concluding contest at 4-1. It is 5s bar this runner. Al Zamawi at 5-1. Mota Etter 11-2. Kafu Karim at 6s. Etta Al Hada 6-1 chance. Estrakad at 7s. and Ela at 9-1, and it's 12s and bigger the rest of the field. Just waiting for a bit of action in terms of the loading. Tulsa was just in the middle for a brief period of time with some adjustments, but we are now going forwards here for the final race of the day. Of course, we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow as well. There is Demat Naj just pushed into line. Nehruz Alanea, also another one to go in early. That's the favourite, Hush, who's got that prime draw. Still number 1. Can't beat that, can you? Plum position for Hush. And if Faisal Al-Sanan can get the jump here from that inside position, you'd expect this runner to feature heavily. Spotted jacket, Al Nasser Oshkana has gone in. Also just moving forwards was Al Zamawi. Still number 14 for that runner, who's been well talked up by Tom, who's done well in terms of his selections today. Motsaheb is forwards. They're still trying to get Hush in, who's actually proving a little bit troublesome, this favourite. Might need an extra pair of hands here. Yeah, they're coming to try and level Hush in. That's worked now, so that's all good with Hush. Is forwards. A little bit tardy with regards to this load for the last of the day, unusually so. There's still a good half of the field to go in. Etta Al-Hada, Ayad Al-Turisi, just taking another turn before coming up there in shot, red and black. So about to go up is Kawash, 21, one of the reserves who gets a go. Come into the race, and is one of the outsiders, 28-1. Getting there now. Last few. They are working on Kawash, who's just about in, so 3 back. Ibta Harley, perhaps keep an eye on at big prices, has just gone in. Motoretta in as well. And Ella Jabor will be the final one forwards here for the last of 12 today. We are ready. Massive hold again. It's been that way all day long. Looks as though Hush perhaps is not quite fully in. There's something going on behind the stalls here. Trying to edge that runner forwards on the inside. Quite edgy. More people getting up on the infrastructure. And to push this runner further forwards, I think, to get the gates fully shut. Here we go with Sen at last. Off they go then, charging away. Racing out over the 1600-metre trip in the finale. It wasn't a really good beginning for Hush, who missed it down towards the inside. A good start's made by the likes of Mota Zaheb, who's right up there, and also Kawash in the blue and black combination. Not far from them is Ibta Harley, who's running big early, is there in between horses. Ala Jabor is in the red and blue colours and also quite prominent. Looking a bit wider, Al Nasser Oshkana trying to get into the mix, and also Mota Janessa, who looked well in the prelims, is right up there on the outside. Back down into midfield to find Mota Etu, who's just trying to creep up on the inside of horses, and is starting to do so quite effectively as they work themselves out of the back straight. Also in midfield, Kafu Karim is starting to try and weave into a challenging position. But up top now, it is Ibta Harley who's gone on. Goes on by a length around the outside here on the spin into the straight. Ala Jabor is moving into second place and going quite well, looking to produce the run. Down on the inside, Mota Zeb is getting tired. Mota Eta is now starting to finish off in that red-coloured jacket as they level on in and dash their way to the final 200. Ala Jabor has gone on and has gone away by 2.5. Mota Eta into second. Back in third place now is Kafu Karim, but it's Ala Jabor with an extended lead on the run to the line. Is now away by 6. Ala Jabor will take the last quite comfortably. Mota Eta finished in second place. Third went the way of Kafu Karim. And next was Al Halmawi, ran on late, but it was all far too late. Number 1, Ala Jabor wins for Khalid Al Mimoni. 3 on the day for him. It's a treble up, a tremendous afternoon's work for him. He's been the star of the show in the saddle. And this individual is another long-standing maiden. 0 from 27, the record here in Saudi prior to today, but finally gets the head in front. 1:43.05, the winner has clocked, and it's going to be a nice, comfortable success. It's a 4 3/4 length victory over Mota Eta in second place. Kafu Karim there, another 3 or so down in third, and the 3-horse Al Zamawi running on for 4th honours. That will mean the final finishing order today is 1, 11, 8 and 3.
Especially with the big fields, great work. I would like to say the same about us. We did give a good mention for Ala Jabor, but we didn't go with him in the end.
But I'll claim the
you can claim it.
The swinger or the dual forecast doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, we said we both thought this horse would be placed, but he's not. He'd been not from 27 coming into it, so you wanted to find something else to win it, and I wanted to give one more chance to Mota Eta. So.
Yeah, it was a hard horse to really go with in terms of to win the race. He was 0 from 27, but he's done it well in the end. And we're joined by the man, Mr. Callum Helliwell. You've been outside all day. It got windy.
It got more than windy. We were fighting a small storm at one point. Poor Mustafa, he had to go home. The poor boy's traumatised. But yeah, what a day. What a cracking afternoon of racing. It was always going to be tough. I think we all mentioned that at the beginning. It was going to be tough sledding, lots of maidens, 1 handicap, 1 non-winners at the 2. But I think we've seen a couple of interesting horses, and especially, I know we've got 1 horse in race 9 that was an absolute real future star.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at race 9 right now. We'll have a look at the footage of the replay earlier on. This was probably the best horse we've seen today. Definitely in my opinion. I don't know about you guys, but Anawaya is the horse in question for Gaith Al Gaith and Farhad Al Faradi, the daughter of Frosted, grey horse on the inside in the white and green silks. She took a big step forward from her debut where she was super promising over in Taif, and today she showed that she's capable of going up a grade or 2 and winning again.
Yeah, she finished off strongly from a bad position. And having to come around the houses on that debut, and that was on a non-winners of 3 as well. So that was a really, really good performance. We thought she should have been favourite on that, but she didn't have a rating going into this race, obviously, and she got a little bit overlooked. She ended up, I think, she was sort of 7-2 in the end, but she was very impressive. What I like a lot about her is physically she needs to grow into her frame as well, and she's only going to get better, I would have thought. So as long as they're sensible in where they place her, she should have a really good season.
I presume you agree with that. You saw her in the paddock pre-race, Callum.
Yeah, I must admit, she's still very weak, and I think that's a positive. She's got so much more to give. She's long, leggy, still very babyish, and there's so much to go from. And you watch her on the bend, she was green as grass turning in, and she really had to be asked to keep it straight, and the outside leg had to be on. But for me, certainly so much more potential, which is the exciting thing with a horse that wins like that.
Yeah, exactly. And she pricked her ears crossing the line, which suggests she was kind of dawdling in front and wasn't doing 100%. It was a good day for some jockeys as well. Khalid Al Mamoni with 3. Abdullah Al Saidi looks like a future star. Which one of those two caught your eye? Which one would you say is the jockey of the day, Callum?
Do you know what? I would go slightly at Sultan Al Mimoni.
You go Sultan?
I really rate this young lad.
Yeah.
I really do. There was some confusion, and if you do the research online, it comes up with a different surname. So for the whole of last year, I thought he was a different man to who he actually was, which, as a host of this show, was an absolute nightmare. So now at least you know, Tom. Sultan Al Mimoni did have that winner in Deauville. Yeah. I think he's really mustered. He spent some time in Kuwait over the winter, so we didn't see too much of him, and that's where he'd really learnt his craft and really bided his time. So for me, the jockey of the day, Sultan Al Mamoni, but the other young lad as well, very talented indeed.
Yeah, Abdul Al-Saidi, he was very good today. He gave a couple of nice rides to beaten horses as well as his winner.
Yeah, I thought he was second or third in our penultimate race. I thought he rode a very intelligent race there where he broke well, realised there was going to be a load of pace on, took back and then has finished off strongly. Deserved a bit more out of that. He rode with a lot of confidence in the race that he won. And I didn't see much of him last year. He rode 7 winners. He was sort of on our periphery, but he's riding really well this season. And what's more important is he knows he's riding really well, and that kind of, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. He rides as if he's a senior jockey at the moment. Jockeys can't always ride that kind of wave. You know, they will have setbacks, and he will have a setback at some stage this season. But at the moment, he's firing on all cylinders, and it's a joy to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Khalid Al-Mamoni is obviously the guy who comes out of this with the most winners, 3 winners today. I was here, obviously you guys were here, but together. I was here with different presenters last year.
Don't rub it in, man.
Well, we were just doing different stints. And Khalid Al-Mamoni seemed like he was having most of his success on Thursdays last year as well. I don't know whether it's just because you don't get the Camilo Ospinas riding, the Adel Al-Faradis every Thursday, or what it is, but another good Thursday for Khalid.
Yeah, I'd agree with you entirely. I think he's the type of jockey that has to make the most of his opportunities. We heard it with a few of the, even Eddie Castro saying it as well. Get the opportunity, they have to grab them because there are bigger names who aren't on show today. But if you look ahead at the cards tomorrow, they're not on show tomorrow either.
No.
So there could be an opportunity this week and maybe next week as the season slowly gets into gear. Then these jockeys who would usually be further back, they're making a resurgence. Eddie Castro being a prime example, really resurging at the end of the Taif, the beginning of Riyadh, and keeping that form today.
Absolutely. Adel Al-Faradi was the leading rider coming out of Taif. He had 35 winners. Camilo was on 25, so Adel had that 10 winner lead. It would be nice to see Adel back on the track, but I presume right now he's sitting pretty. Obviously, Khalid's had 3 winners, but I think this year's probably Adel Al-Faradi's year, don't you think?
Looks that way at this stage, but we've seen that when both Camilo and Alex start clicking the winners, they can really rack up winners very, very quickly. So I wouldn't be counting any chickens at this stage of the season, and the season can change an awful lot from the end of Taif into the first few weeks of Riyadh as well. So it'll be interesting to sort of keep a separate table for this track for the first few weeks and see what might change in the months ahead.
I'll have to get our man Mark Francis on that one. Callum, you had some good interviews today. Tharma Al-Dahani being one, Alex Moreno being another. You did great work with others who didn't speak any English. Hopefully you'll be speaking to both Alex and Tharma again tomorrow or even Saturday. They're 2 of the leading lights here.
Some really interesting quotes there from Thalma, who has his stable star running tomorrow in some of those really hot races later on. We spoke to the other trainer whose name completely escapes me, who went to uni in Southampton, who is going over to the sales. He's going to the Hit Sales, and his horse that he purchased on debut in that Forerunner Fillies race, she was a breeze-up purchase. So we're seeing that European and specifically British interest working out here on the dirt in Saudi Arabia. So certainly plenty to get our teeth stuck into. I think we learned a lot today, which I didn't think we would coming into it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen plenty of European imports, especially from England, have great success over here. They're likely to have more success in the future, aren't they, Rory? The English sales have produced so many good horses over time.
Yeah, and I think there's a really interesting thing here. There's an awful lot of concentration at the top of the sales, but there are a lot of reasonably cheap horses that are not particularly trendy in the UK or the US at the moment that can do really well in Saudi Arabia.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for watching the coverage today. I hope you've enjoyed it on JCSA's racing channel. Please be sure to join us again tomorrow. We'll be here Friday and Saturday. Callum in the paddock, us 2 in the studio. We'll find some more winners too.